April 18th, live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know by saying hi, hello, or some sort of other form of communication. Let me know that you are, in fact, watching. Welcome. And let's get ready to rumble. All right. Use iPhone as a webcam. Find me later. Okay. All right. Welcome. Let's go ahead and get started by sharing some links, hitting the like button. There's that. Copy link. Over here. YouTube link. Facebook. Live. Can you buy a pile of 45s? Sure. You can pick your pile, sight unseen, back left, back right, or front right, and I'll price them to you, sight unseen. You don't get to look at them. You just pick a pile back there, I'll price it, and you can say sold or pass. Totally up to you. But you don't get to look at them. All you gotta do is just say sold or pass. The longer this takes, the more I drink. Oh boy. Sean Fairweather already hitting the sauce. It's only 5:30. Only sauce I hit is blue juice and chocolate milk. Beep-ba. Beep-ba. So back left stack, $100. Back right stack, $100. Front right stack, $50. You can buy them sight unseen. Back left stack, $100. Back right stack, $100. Front right stack, $50. All right. Okay. Oh, I got one more place to share it, the story. Was that Otis barking? No, that's the tape gun. No problem, Jerry Stone. I'm almost done. Sorry. It takes about 5-10 minutes to put all this stuff in the right place and font it and type it. And John's still bringing me sealed records. We love sealed records. All right, let's get started. So I did post a hop video or flip video in the group. Let me move some of this stuff around. I think that's last night's stuff. There's 2 empty crates. All right, let's get our first 45 auctions going. And then the buy it nows. Let me do some condensing first. And the show is on the road. Okay. Welcome, everybody. We're here, and we're about to sell you a lot of records, hopefully. These are not going to stay up. Come on. There we go. All right. Nobody took my bundle deals? Okay. They're going away. Figured Mark Fallon would buy at least one bundle. These had already been shown too. So no mystery bundles for anybody. Mystery pile number 1, $100. Mystery pile 2, $100. Or mystery pile 3, $50. These are other stacks. These are top 40 radio hits and other stuff. Ted Nugent, Roy Orbison, Pretty Woman, Uriah Heep, B.B. King, Little River Band, Eddie Money, Genesis, No Reply at All. Great, great box. That would be $250 for the whole box. I mean, that would be a great deal based on we sell those for $6.99 each. And the last time those were shown, it was like 1 a.m. So most people wasn't watching to pick through them. So $250 for the whole box. Sounds like a great deal to me. Our first record is a sealed original pressing. Well, I should say it's a sealed vintage copy. This is a barcoded early 80s pressing of The Best of Spirit, I Got a Line on You. Sealed for a $15 start. How many's in the other stack? Well, I've kind of forgot where they start and finish. Hold on a minute. See, what record was on top? Oh no, Jetstream. I've also, dang it, I can't remember what was on top to know. I can't remember what was on top to know where the stack stopped and started. I know how many was in this stack because it started at Stars and went back. So that stack there has a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 27, 28, 29, 30, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 46, 47. Yeah, so that first stack had 50. That stack probably had about 50, and that other stack would have had about 25. So yeah, it was probably about $2 a piece. I guarantee I can't do the exact math. We'd have to count them every one, but I bet it's going to be about $2 a piece. All right, and then for a new box, the first single is Van Halen, Why Can't This Be Love in the original picture sleeve. That's going to go up for a $7 start. There's auction number 1. And then I think I'm going to take this crate. Yeah, I'm going to move this over here next to me. And so that whole box for $250. It's up for grabs. And those were shown pretty late. And from what I just shown, there's some pretty good stuff that's in there. All right, now let me pull this New Orleans crate that we're going to be working out of tonight a little bit closer to me. And let's go ahead and show these. And this is some of the first stuff that sold tonight. And here we go. There's our first couple auctions. Van Halen. There's this box of 45s we're about to start selling out of. And let's get my other phone open. Okay. Hope everybody's having a great Friday. Thanks for joining us tonight. We are live Friday night. And let me find the correct video here. And here we go. First thing we have, okay, so we have what? I'm looking for Mike and the Mechanics, Marvin Gaye, Mike and the Mechanics Waiting List, Wasp, CCR Marvin Gaye, King Gizzard, Flying Microtonal Banana, Disturbed and Godsmack, Marvin Gaye, Pictures, Coltrane, Pantera, Metallica, Metal Church, Moving Pictures, Albert King, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Rat, and Thor. And let's go ahead and reintroduce these auctions, and the show's officially underway. This is an original 7-inch single for Van Halen's Why Can't This Be Love, a single from 5150 from the Van Hagar era. That is a $7 start. And then we have the Best of Spirit. This is new and sealed. It is a bar-coded early 80s pressing. Early 80s pressing, sealed. $15 start on that. First thing we have is Dio, Holy Diver, 2LP, Joe Barresi remix. That has a bonus track, Evil Eyes. That's a 2LP, $44.99. King Diamond, The Eye. King Diamond's on purple and black marble vinyl. This is $36.99. King Diamond. Also 2 copies of Nickelback, All the Right Reasons, $33.99. If everyone cared. Van Halen has a new bid for $9. And we also have Forbidden Evil. We've started the night off with some metal, $33.99 for Forbidden Evil. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It is an album called, a single called Nihilitics, $5 start. $5 start on that. And then next is Van Halen 9, Van Halen Out. And we have 1 crate of new vinyl tonight. 1 crate of new vinyl. Now, they've shipped pre-orders that come out next week. Man, Monday, we're going to have like 9 crates of nothing but pre-orders, plus about 4 additional crates, it looks like, if everything shows up when it's supposed to. Speak English or Die, Stormtroopers of Death, $33.99. King Diamond, The Dark Sides. King Diamond's on orange and white marble vinyl. That's $36.99. And we have Dwight Yoakam, which is Guitars, Cadillacs, etc., etc. That is his debut album, of course. Guitars, Cadillacs, $33.99, blue vinyl. I have Wasp, The Best of the Best. And this is sold to David Campbell. Thank you, David Campbell. That's sold to you, $44.99. $44.99. Nihilistics has bids for $5 and $5. Van Halen's about to be sold for $9 to Calvin Ward, and we're about to sell Spirit for $15. Next is Disturbed, Indestructible, new and sealed, $33.99. Disturbed is $33.99, and Meet the Residents by The Residents, $29.99. The Residents is still available, and Evanescence, The Open Door. Evanescence, 2LP, new and sealed, $39.99 on Evanescence. Triumph, Allied Forces. Triumph is new and sealed. That's $33.99. Also, we have Bush 16 stone, limited edition red vinyl, Bush 16 stone, 2 LP, 30th anniversary edition, gatefold red vinyl, $39.99. Corrosion Conformity, Deliverance, that is their 1994 album. Bonus tracks are included, $39.99. And let me go ahead and show you Depeche Mode, the newest pressing of Violator. That is new and sealed, of course, $33.99. So Van Halen is Ode to Calvin Ward for $9. Robert Warner, you get the first LP of the auction of the night, which is this sealed copy of The Best of Spirit. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and put that in a sleeve for you. And that was sold to you for $15. Sealed copy. Now, I have another sealed original record, a gold stamp promo of Heart by Heart. This is Heart self-titled with the hop sticker, and it's a gold stamp promo, an original that's never been opened. A gold stamp promo. That's going to go up for a $25 start. Nihilistics is tied. Jim B has it for $7. Robert, you tied them, and Ryan Anderson, you're out. So a few bidders on that one. Iron Maiden, The Final Frontier. Iron Maiden is $49.99. The Final Frontier, 2 LP gatefold. And we have Tracy Chapman, self-titled. We've Got a Fast Car. $33.99 for Tracy Chapman. I can't believe I actually have those in stock. Hard to believe that that album's in print now after all these years. Fiona Apple, Win the Pawn. Fiona Apple is $36.99. And we have King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, Flying Microtonal Banana. And this one is sold to Thomas Reed. Thank you, Thomas Reed. That is sold to you. $33.99. And I don't think I have anything else. No other claims on that one. But I do have American Football on blue smoke colored vinyl. $29.99. Nihilistics is at $7 with Robert. Jim B, you're back out, I think, right? No, Jim B has it. Robert, you're out. Heart's a $25 start. Here's our next single. It's a 1989. I believe it's another hardcore single. It is Super Touch, and we're going to put that up for a $5 start as well. Super Touch. That's going up for a $5 start. Super Touch. Looks like it has an insert with it. $5 start on Super Touch. That's now up for bid. All right. Now, that was first crate there. I'm just going to read what's left very quickly. And I think most of the claims came from the second crate. Yeah, the first. I think I pulled the first crate here that had probably the least claims from the flip video. But also, I wanted to show everybody that's watching, because all these are available for sale. You can buy these at any given time, like right now. We have a bid on Heart for $25. We got Dio, Holy Diver, King Diamond, The Eye, Nickelback, All the Right Reasons, Forbidden, SOD, More King Diamond, Dwight Yoke and Wasp, Indestructible, Residence, Evanescence, Triumph, Bush, Corrosion Conformity, Depeche Mode, Iron Maiden, Tracy Chapman, Fiona Apple, King Gizzard, and American Football. All right. And I've unusually lost. I've lost Robert Warner on the Nihilistics. I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Jim B when I come back. Very unusual, I lose Robert on a bid. Robert, you've been outbid on the Nihilistics. You also just bid on Super Touch, but unless your comment didn't come in, I lost you on the Nihilistics. All right, Vicious Rumors. I don't think Vicious Rumors is going to be delivered until Monday, unfortunately. That and the Band of Brothers. So it's probably going to go on the next week's cycle, if that's okay. Now, what I always tell people is if some of that stuff that's delivered like on Mondays that was supposed to come out Friday, what I always tell people is if you absolutely need it, we can probably make an arrangement where it goes on the invoice, even though it won't be here till Monday for the show. But if not, we'll just start it with a new cycle. But they did ship. They did ship. And the new Wasp. A lot of stuff shipped. I'm telling you, Monday's going to be a big day. Or next week is going to be a new week. A new big week for new vinyl. The week of Record Store Day, typically the week before, the week of, and the week after, especially Record Store Day, it's a bad week for new vinyl. They don't press a lot of reissues don't come in, a lot of new releases aren't scheduled. So what has come out this week, we're pretty lucky. A lot of music on vinyl stuff, Band of Brothers, Vicious Rumors, and I've got to post some more. They're doing the Dunkirk soundtrack. They're doing John Williams Conducts Star Wars. I just got a solicitation with a couple other things. There's the Balloons. You're Not High. Nihilistics. All right, I'm going to sell this to Jim B for $7. I still didn't hear back from Robert on that one. And then Super Touch is at 8. And Final Call on the Heart. Okay, first thing I have here is Albert King with Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is $33.99. Albert King, Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's so to Ben Diger. Thank you, Ben Diger. That's so to you. I have one left if anybody else wants one for $33.99. Super Touch is at 9. I have Albert King's Born Under a Bad Sign, the 55th anniversary from Kraft. That is all analog, $34.99. Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign. And Thor, Only the Strong. Thor is on red and black splatter. That is $33.99. And there was a claim for Thor, Edge of Hell. We hadn't got to that one yet, but this one is still available. Thor, Only the Strong, $33.99. Godsmack Faceless. This was claimed. It's a 2LP, new and sealed. Godsmack is available. This is so to Randy Jr. Tabron, Randy Tabron Jr. Thank you, Randy, on that one. Also, he wanted Disturbed, which was over here in this previous crate. So let me go ahead and pull him a Disturbed. Actually, there's 2 Disturbs, isn't there? No. There was the Down with the Sickness, but that's in a crate from a different night, I'm pretty sure. Right? I'm going to give him Indestructible. Randy, I'll make sure there was only 1 Disturbed. I'm pretty sure there was 2, though, but we'll go ahead and give him this one. And this is so to Randy Tabor, and I'll go ahead and like his comment on that. Next is Super Touch 910. John Robb gets the sealed OG Heart Gold Stamp Promo of Hype sticker for $25. Thank you, John Robb. That's so to you. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in on Friday night. Hope you've already hit the like button. I'm going to go ahead and get some more 45s going. The Star Wars John Williams is supposed to come out like the first week of May for May the 4th. I'm going to get that pre-order going pretty soon. Here's our next single. Pretty cool. This is Jethro Tull. It's an EP. Ring Out Solstice Bells, March the Mad Scientist, Christmas Song, Pan Dance. Jethro Tull is a $7 start. That's up for bid. Super Touch is at 11. We also have Thor, Edge of Hell. Thor, Edge of Hell is so to Paul Conway. I've got 1 extra copy if anybody else wants it for $33.99. Also, I have Metallica Saint Anger, $46.99. This is so to Scott Markheim. Metallica Saint Anger. Thank you, Scott. That's so to you. And we're going to have 1 copy of Pantera left. This one's so to Glenn Kesey, Far Beyond Driven. I have 1 extra copy there if anybody else wants it. Also, Robert Johnson, King of the Delta Blues Singers. How about that? That's on orange vinyl for $29.99. Super Touch has bids for $13, now $14. CCR Chugalin. This is another sealed record, never been opened. CCR Chugalin, that is sealed for a $15 start. Sealed CCR Chugalin, sealed, unopened, $15 start. I just remembered I need to text somebody back. I was texting him last night. He sent me some stuff to buy. He's probably watching. I'm looking for my phone. It's sitting right here next to me. I'm going to text him right now. He's probably watching. I'm going to remind Alex that... I hadn't forgot about him. Oh my gosh. Okay, we have Rat, Dancing Undercover. This is on red, black, and white stripe colored vinyl. Rat is $33.99. Also, Kenny Wayne Shepherd, Young Fashioned Ways, red vinyl, maroon colored, $39.99. And then Rush, Moving Pictures. There was a comment on Rush, and Rush, Moving Pictures, it was crammed in with something else. Hold on a minute. Yeah, Peter Mazzolino. He put M. Gay, Pictures, and John Coltrane. Now, this is Moving Pictures. Now, the problem is, I'm pretty sure in the other crate, we got a jazz record called Pictures of Heath. So, that's kind of confusing. Yeah, we got Picture of Heath, and we have Moving Pictures. And Peter Mazzolino's comment says, Marvin Gaye, M. Gay, Pictures, comma, John Cole, period, all one please. So, Peter, I don't know if you're watching, but I don't know if your Pictures comment is for Pictures of Heath or Moving Pictures. Based on you buying John Coltrane, I would think it's for Pictures of Heath. But it's Picture of Heath, right? He put Pictures. So, I don't know. I'll have to wait on that one. Let me go ahead and reply to his comment. Hopefully, he's watching. Black Label Society's $39.99. What do y'all think? It says... M. Gay, period, Pictures, comma, John Cole, period, all one please. I'm assuming Pictures is for Moving Pictures or Picture of Heath. The jazz album is called Picture, isn't it? Picture of Heath. Yeah, Picture of Heath. That's the Chet Baker Art Pepper album. So I don't know. That's a tough one for me. Jimi Hendrix Electric Ladyland. That's a 2LP, $34.99. Super Touch is at $15 with Jim B. Robert Tomic's out. We're about to sell that for $15. And then Jethro Tull has one bid with Jeff Brindley for $7. We're about to sell that. And the sealed CCR does have a bid for $15. Alter Bridge is $44.99, a deluxe edition 2LP, electric smoke vinyl. Hammerfall Threshold, blue transparent vinyl. Hammerfall is $29.99. And Metal Church. And there was a claim for Metal Church. The Metal Church was sold to Wesley Stover. Now, Wesley Stover also commented moving pictures. So here's what I'm going to do, because I think Peter was buying the jazz. I'm going to give Wesley Metal Church and moving pictures. And then when the picture of Heath comes up later, I'll give that to Peter Mazzolino. We have U2 Octung Baby, 2LP, $46.99. And also Kiss Dynasty, I Was Made for Loving You, 180-gram 2014 remaster. Jeff Brindley gets Jethro Tull for $7. Thank you. Our next auction is going up right now. And actually, it might be some of our first buy it nows. Oh, here's an interesting deal here. This is a Captain Beefheart picture disc. This is Captain Beefheart. It's called 6-pack, 6-track. Captain Beefheart. Limited 5,000. It's a picture disc. $7 start on that. Super Touch is sold to Jim B for $15. Thank you, Jim B. Super Touch is sold to you for $15. Now Captain Beefheart is a $7 start. That's a picture disc. And I'm going to get John to bring us a new Atlantic picture sleeve. Maybe John can hear me. I need a new Atlantic picture sleeve because we're about to auction Led Zeppelin. This is Led Zeppelin, Whole Lot of Love, an original OG single, and Living Lovin', She's Just a Woman. It will need a cleaning, but it's an original Led Zeppelin single. $7 start on that. Kiss is $33.99. Dynasty. Also Tedeschi Trucks Band, Made Up Mine. That's a 2LP, new and sealed music on vinyl pressing. I love their music, $49.99. Bon Jovi Slippery When Wet is $36.99. Bon Jovi Slippery When Wet. And Nirvana Live, Seattle, The Underground Club, 1988. Give me 1 second. I'm going to, let me get my mouse over here. I need to very much mute my mic so I can take a drink of this water, or purple juice, I should say. Did y'all hear in the Led Zeppelin documentary, Jimmy Page, in Becoming Led Zeppelin, Jimmy Page purposely made that song with that avant-garde, really spaced out part so they couldn't make it into a single. And they didn't want any of their singles, they didn't want any of their music turned into singles, as y'all know. So we have Air Moon Safari, $33.99, Air Moon Safari. Also, Stereolab, Mars Aquatic Quintet. Stereolab is $38.99. And then we have the Flamin' Lips. Yoshimi Battles the Pink Robots. $33.99 on the Flamin' Lips. And we have King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Infest the Rasnets. Black and red vinyl. $33.99. Beach House Depression Cherry. $28.99. Mac DeMarco 2 is $28.99. And the Strokes is $39.99. All right, so here's where we're at. CCR had bids for 20, 21, 22. Led Zeppelin 7-7, Beefheart 7. Zeppelin 8-10, CCR 23. Zeppelin 10, Zeppelin 12. Zeppelin 12, CCR 25. Zeppelin 15. Jeff Church wants Alter Bridge. Thank you, Jeff Church. Where do we get our crates at? Our crates are sold by a place called Farm Plastics Milk Crate Directs. Okay, I'll dip my week in the 45 world. God help me. I'll do $225 on the box. Chad, remember I pay cash and no credit card fees. Jetstream, you've got it. Jetstream, you've got it. I will do that deal with you. I will gladly do the deal with you. Let me figure out what I've done with that box. And we've just sold a whole box. This is what Paul Brothers was saying the other night. I don't know if Paul's watching. Paul's like, he said, you should just, after you go through these boxes, just start pricing them by the box. He said, I think they would sell that way. So, yeah, Gordon Lightfoot. I mean, there's some cool stuff in here. Most of them in the original company sleeves. I won't show you anymore. That way it'll be a big surprise for you. That's a lot of cool stuff in there. And Jetstream says he'll take this entire box for $225. So we're going to sell this entire box of 45s to Jetstream for $225. Somewhere in the back, you just made John very happy. I don't know where he is back there, but he is very happy seeing all the 45 inventory come down finally. We're finally making a dent, guys and gals. I know back at the beginning of the year, I was like, this is going to be the year for 45s. We have about 50,000 probably, and we got to start selling them. So this entire box is sold to Jetstream, $2.25. That's going to be a hefty penny to ship that, but I've priced them, and he's bought $225. Thank you. I'm going to put a lid on it, and I'll put that over there in the operation room. Okay. Whole box of 45 sold. Now, let's go back to the top. Led Zeppelin 20. And then next is Cameron Lingefelt wants the Strokes. Glad to see you on, Cameron. Hadn't seen you in a while. You get the Strokes. Thank you. That's so to you. Now, I'm not for sure. That purchase there kind of distracted me. The Flamin' Lips Yoshimi is $33.99. And then Captain Beefheart just had one bid, right? Ryan Anderson. I think that kind of slipped through. That's so due for $7. Thank you. Captain Beefheart picture disc. That's unusual, but that's so due. This is a pretty interesting deal too, Ryan. This has like an easel, and you can like prop that up. It's almost like they've made it to display. And at some point, I don't know if that's our price. It looks like our price tag. At some point, somebody had $20 on it. That might have been an old price tag of ours, and somehow these kind of gotten reshuffled in here. Now, the Led Zeppelin single, Whole Lot of Love, the last bid on Led Zeppelin was Tony McDaniel for $20. And Jason Short has CCR for $25, and those are final calls. I spent my allowance on the OG, never mind. Oh, okay, gotcha. Last night's bundle. That was the bundle last night right there that I just did with Jetstream. But what I got to do is I've got some more. So I'm either going to start making mystery boxes, or I'll go ahead and say that, you know, if anybody's interested in a big bundle of 45s like that, we estimated we've brought up like 40 boxes of 45s like that, and there's only 6 left over. So, you know, a big majority of what we've shown does sell, or we end up bundling it. And by the way, I've went into Square and I looked at our counter, and this doesn't include bundles, but through the 17th, we'd already sold 8,000 45s, which if you imagine how many, if that box right there represents about, what did I say, 150. So if you can imagine what 8,000, that's how many 45, that doesn't include bundles either, how many 45s we've already shipped through April 17th. So pretty incredible how many singles we've already went through this year. All right, that crate is done, and let me see what else is over here. Time for some more 45 auctions. Time for somebody said they're looking for Linda Ronstadt and Dan Fogelberg, and then I've seen somebody already comment, said they're looking for black metal. So we got everything from Fogelberg request already tonight to black metal. Wow. I was actually just reading about Mayhem the other night. I saw this record store over in Sweden or something, and it was like where they used to hang out, and then I didn't know a lot about them, and then I read a lot about them, and now I wish I hadn't have read a lot about them. Led Zeppelin is sold to Tony McDaniel for $20. I'll make sure that goes in a new sleeve. When John walks by here in a minute, I'll get him to bring me a matching Atlantic inner sleeve. And this sealed CCR is sold all night long. We're going to be selling New Orleans singles. Iggy Pop auction. Laura, is there an Iggy Pop auction? Laura is working on the auctions as we speak. And it'll be probably a little bit before we start doing some of the advertised auctions as usual. But that is sold for $25. Mayhem and Zeppelin. No way. Not even close, Sean. Okay, let's go ahead and put up a new auction. This is the Lunkheads. This is going to go up for a $5 start. Never Been Cool a $5 start. And let's go ahead and put up some more here. And the next one is I'm going to have to get a box cutter. Some of these are sealed. Here we go. Here's one here. Milk, what a bizarre one here. Milk and Honey, Hallelujah. $5 start. Milk and Honey, Hallelujah. $5 start on that. Give me 1 second. Let me reply to somebody right over here. All right. Next thing we have, this is some stuff that came in yesterday. I'm pulling the last of the claims from the flip video. This should be the last bin. It will be. Yeah, this will be the last bin, and all the claims from the flip video have been pulled. So if you missed last night's new vinyl, this is the final call because it's probably going to be a while before I show it again. Also, there was a claim for Rat. I didn't pull one of those from earlier. Somebody did want a copy of Rat Dancing Undercover. Now there's one copy left. This is so to Nico Kapelanis, okay? Now, first thing we have here is Motorhead. This is the Ace of Spades, a $5 start. That is half-speed master on blue and white marble vinyl. Black Sabbath tier was $33.99. Now, Mike and the Mechanics is sold to Andrew Eisensmith. And then Troy Robinson, he already saw that he got sold, and he wants on the waiting list. If anybody else wants one, this is a new UK import, $54.99. $54.99. Troy Robinson already on the waiting list. Also, we have Black Sabbath. This is Master of Reality. 180-gram remaster on that, $33.99. Those 245s don't have bids. Final call. I am about to sell them. I have going up right now another single. I'll go ahead and try another one here. And this one looks bizarre. Limp Johnson, Dragsters. We're going to go ahead and do 345s here. Limp Johnson, Dragsters. That's going to go up on red vinyl for a $5 start. John Coltrane, A Love Supreme. This did get sold to Peter Mazzolino. Thank you, Peter Mazzolino. That's sold to you. I also have one extra copy. That's $38.99. Acoustic Sound Series. Also, Pictures of Heath. That is sold to Peter Mazzolino. That's the one that I wasn't for sure, but we're going to give it to him. And I think all three Marvin Gayes are sold. And that's the newest direct analog pressing here at $34.99. And for sure, one is sold to Troy Robinson. There's one to Mr. Troy Robinson. Scott Smith got one. There's one sold to Scott Smith. And the last one was to, in fact, Peter Mazzolino. That is sold to Peter Mazzolino. Thank you on that one. And Lunkheads is a buy it now for $5. Milk and Honey, Hallelujah is a buy it now for $5. Both New Orleans singles. And Limp Johnson's at $5 with Robert Warner. We have Jazz Sabbath Volume 2, $36.99. And we have CCR Chronicle, which was my last copy. And it's in fact sold to Adrian Wimmer. That's a best of CCR, $34.99. Excuse me. There's no way I could have muted the mic. I don't have a button anymore. So see, if I sneeze, you're just going to have to live through it. Merciful Fate, In the Shadows, teal green marble vinyl for $38.99. We have two copies of that. Also, Korn. This is a 2 LP, new and sealed, $46.99 for Korn. That is a music on vinyl pressing. And The Descendants. I Don't Want to Grow Up. The Descendants is $29.99. I have one copy of that left. Also, Korn, The Path of Totality, $44 on Korn. Limp Johnson's a final call to Robert for $5. What a name, Limp. That's old Limp Johnson there. Limp Johnson. Next single is going to go up right now, and it is going to be this right here. I don't know. I'm pulling out of a New Orleans box tonight. Next one I have here looks, man, I'm going to have to go get a box cutter. Every one I keep grabbing is sealed from Amoeba, and they used to like tape their singles and then wrap them in shipping tape. They didn't want anybody getting to them. So here's the next one. This is Bantam Rooster, Watch Me Burn. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And we have Milk and Honey, officially sold to Robert Barnett for $5. No snot discount. Nope. Oh, and then also we have Merciful Fate, Don't Break the Oath. Merciful Fate is $36.99. Korn Requiem Mass is $34.99. Jimi Hendrix in Mono, Are You Experienced for $39. Jazz Sabbath Volume 1 is $34. And in fact, I do have another CCR. And I think that got everybody. So there's only one waiting list, and that's Troy Robinson. And that was for Mike and the Mechanics. And everybody else that commented got something. Now, there actually might have been some other activity on the other video. Make sure you're in our group, Whole Lot of Records. There's the live feed. There's yesterday's video. There's yesterday's live. There's the Man-O-War pre-order. Let me see if there was a new comment from yesterday's video. Yeah, Dennis Schellenberger wants on Kiss Psycho Circus. Wants a Kiss Psycho Circus. We can find that for him. Dennis Schellenberger. Let's go ahead and write that down, but I'll probably be able to find it in about 3, 2, 1 seconds. All right, there's that. What happened to those crates from last night? Metallica. I bet it's right here. Nirvana. There it is. Yep. Here we go. I got it. We don't even have to make a list. This is sold to Dylan's. This is sold to Dennis Schellenberger. Okay. Limp Johnson is sold for $5 to Robert Warner. Thank you, Robert Warner. And Bantam Rooster is a bot now for $5 if anybody wants that. Okay. Now let's begin with some discount bins. Discount bins are coming up now. We've tagged everything from the videos. All that is A-OK and A taken care of. We've got everybody. I think I still got a couple old ones. I remember Paul Beal bought some stuff out of some older ones. I got to go back and tag those. I still hadn't found those crates. That's why I hadn't done it yet. That's some of that stuff that's over here. I'm going to go ahead and do some condensing. But I think from just the 2 flip videos, we've sold 2 full crates of vinyl just from those flip videos in the group. So obviously they're very popular, and we sell a lot out of there. So thanks everybody for tuning into that. Now, Jim B was missing his pimento cheese sandwich. Dang it, I might have accidentally ate that. I would have been eating some more last night, but I ate that pizza, and then I'm out of bread. I've ate a whole loaf of bread in a couple days making sandwiches up here. So we're going to go through a crate, buy it now, best offer. We're going to go through a crate that's buy it now, best offer here. It's a lot of new and sealed stuff before I take it up front where I've been putting everything else. It's got everything from Kiss to Kanye to Cyndi Lauper, Mo-Fi, and Coil, and more Kanye. So this crate's going to be buy it now or best offer. Don't hesitate to make offers, and let's get all new auctions going, okay? And let me go ahead and take this box I sold to Jetstream in here. The whole box of 45s. That's going to be the first on the operations table. All right, chipping away at these 45s. We've only got 20 mil or a million to do. Tracy Miller wants a Korn self-titled. You've got it. Plus, I got all the new vinyl here left over from the big sale 2 weeks ago or last week, whenever it was. I guess it's when I got back from the Masters. I was trying to make up for the couple nights I wasn't here. I still got some crazy stuff still on sale. Pretty wild. And now, let's start doing buy it now 45s, discount records, and auctions, okay? The show is officially beginning its full force pace right now. I've got a Michael Jackson single I don't think I've seen before. And I've got a Dave Clark 5 picture sleeve. We might make that a buy it now. Some cool stuff here. Yeah, let me go ahead and grab a handful. And then some New Orleans stuff. I still got to do a Korn self-titled for Tracy Miller, right? Yeah, I do have more Korn self-titleds. I do. I have 3 total. So Cameron, if you get 1 and Tracy gets 1, there's going to be 1 left. I also have Path of Totality. I also have Path of Totality and a Requiem Mass. So Tracy Miller gets 1, and I'm pretty sure Cameron Lingafelt. Did you get a cleaning cloth for me last night? Let's make sure Mystery Machine is down on the cleaning cloth list. Mystery Machine down on the cleaning cloth list. You got it. All right. So Cameron and Tracy on Corn self-titled. First thing I have here for a $7 start is Michael Jackson, Get on the Floor, and She's Out of My Life. Michael Jackson's a $7 start. And we have some stuff. Let me sort through these. I'm going to make a decision if I'm going to auction them or make them buy it nows. And we'll probably do these for buy it now. Yeah. All right. There's a great stack of buy it nows coming up right there. Okay. And now the next New Orleans single, which is going to come from this crate here. And of course, it's another sealed one. And then Ben Vaughn, Real Moving Jesse and Constellation Drive, $5 start on that. All right, this crate's buy it now or best offer. Kanye West, My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, new and sealed for $49.99. These are buy it now or best offer. The price on that is $49.99. Kanye West, I've only got one. I'll skip the other Conway so I can go ahead and show you Django, Glowing in the Dark, and it's on Glow in the Dark vinyl. That's $19.99. And Oceans of Slumber, Starlight and Ash, Oceans and Slumber, that is sealed on orange vinyl, $19.99. And I've got two copies here of Hakeem or Haken. It's called Fauna, and it's a prog album. It's sealed for $39.99, limited to 500 copies on creamy white vinyl, $39.99. The cleaning cloth is a lubricated microfiber cleaning cloth. They're $4.99. I don't have them up here anymore to show you, but we sold a ton of them last night, and they're still available if you're interested. They're $4.99. We'll just get that slipped right in on your order. All right, now we already got 245 auctions up, but I'm about to do a bundle here of some 50 stuff, okay? So I've got Bo Diddley, Buddy Holly, Bo Diddley, Buddy Holly, The Bells of Joy, Bill Haley, Bo Diddley, The Crickets, The Crickets, The Crickets, and The Crickets. And these are all various conditions. So I think most of them are probably going to be VG. Let's look at Bill Haley here. Yeah, he's like VG. Let's take a look at another one, Bo Diddley. He's probably like VG+. They're actually not too bad here. And this is a whole lot of 50s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 for a $25 start. $25 start. We'll call that 50s in the comments. $25 start on that. Next comment is the date on the Yee album. Oh, these are tough sometimes. Yeah, I'll scan it and see what happens. I think with some of these, there's probably so many, it's probably pretty difficult to tell. Or bundle. Bundle works too, Jason. Bundle, that works too. When I scanned it, yeah, it comes up. And I don't know if there's really a way to tell. It comes up several different versions. I think it may be 2023, because I think that's the version that's still in print. But I'm not real for sure. And then we have an offer for Hakeem. 2 of them at $25 each. I'll do these. What are these? $39.99. We'll do these for $30 and $30 if you're interested, Jim B. $30 and $30. There's another Kanye West late registration. Kanye West is sealed for $29.99. And with the last time I had these Kanyes, I was telling everybody these can get very pricey, brand new. I mean, they're like priced less than what we could buy them for wholesale. The Michael Jackson is sold to Jason Boxell for $10. Ben Vaughn is a buy it now for $5. Ben Vaughn's a buy it now for $5. And the bundles at $32 with Robert Wander. The Hakeems are sold to Jim B for $30 and $30. Those are sold to Jim B for $30 and $30. And next, I've got some buy it now 45s. These are all $6.99. Garth Brooks, Cold Shoulder, and Standing Outside of the Fire. Roxette, The Look, and Silver Blue. The Jackson, State of Shock with Mick Jagger. Bella Lusum, Some People. The Judds, Girls Not Out. The Beau Brummels, Just a Little. And Chet Atkins promo theme from Zobra the Greek. $6.99 on that. All those 45s I just showed you are buy it nows for $6.99. First come, first serve. The bundle here is at $36. First is Michael Ruttman on Garth Brooks for $6.99. Jeff Brindley was second. Chris Bachek on Roxette. And then Mike Massey on Belarus Some. And then Moses on The Look. I think that was the Roxette song. Yep, already sold. We still got Chet Atkins, the Beau Brummels, the Judds, and the Jacksons there. Okay, now with a new single going up for auction right now. And the next one for a $5 start is going to be Red Max, Voodoo Liquor Hot Rod. Red Max is a $5 start. Voodoo Liquor Hot Rod, Red Max, $5 start. The 45 bundles at $40 with Jason Boxell. There's another Django, or is that the same one? That is, in fact, the same record. And we've got two of those then. Also, Coil. Coil is called, what is this one? Love Secret Domain. Coil is sealed on dark red vinyl, $29.99. And Haim. And I've already discounted these in a different bin. If anybody wants one, they were $24. I went ahead and said $14.99 on those. So I've got two left. And we have another album by Haken. And that is sealed, another prog metal album, $24.99. Red Max is a $5 start. No Japanese tonight. No, I don't even think we have any left over. We don't. I do got some more sealed OG type stuff over here, though. Let's see here. That I'm going to put up for $10 starts, like Monumental Funk, which is Mark Farner, and Sawyer Brown, Somewhere in the Night. Those are sealed originals for $10 starts. Those are going to go back there, right there. Also, we have Tala. This is The Generation of Danger. That is sealed on green vinyl, new metal metalcore, $29.99. John Dodd offered $20 for Hakeem. Sell that to John Dodd for $20. There's one left if anybody else wants it. And then Haim is sold to Robert Barnett for $14.99. So Haken for $20, or Hakeem. And then Haim is sold to Robert Barnett for $14.99. Those are confusing. Jason Boxell gets this bundle lot for $40. If anybody wants Red Max, he's a $5 buy it now. Let's go ahead and put up another New Orleans single. And this is going to go up right now for a $5 start. It's George Brigham and Silent Bones. And we have not sold David Allan Coe. It'll be a little bit later before we get to that. George Brigham and Split. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. Looks like somebody signed it too. Possibly him. Silent Bones, $5 start on that. Sawyer Brown has a bid for $15. We're going to go through this crate of new and sealed buy it now best offer. And then we're going to go ahead and go through some vintage buy it now best offer, or half off. Trouble, Manic Frustration. Trouble is sealed on mystery colored vinyl, $39.99. And Ulthar. And Ulthar is called Helinomicon. And this is unopened for $24.99. Jeff Brindley says he'll take Red Max and Lunkheads. So Red Max is sold for $5, and the Lunkheads is sold to $5 to Jeff Brindley. Those are sold and sold. Those are gone and gone. Also, we have Death, non-analog on stage series, New Rochelle, New York. That's unopened for $24.99. And we have Bleed From Within, Shrine. Bleed From Within, Shrine. That's unopened on white vinyl, $29.99. George Brigham has Brigham, I'm adding syllables. Yeah, I think sometimes I read stuff without reading it, if that makes sense. I'm also going to take a drink of purple juice so I can get my mind to operate better. I love it when my mind operates better. Haim is like time with an H. Haim? Okay. I don't know. That sounds good to me. Animals at Leaders. Parhisha. Prog metal. Once again, these metal and prog metal bands, they get deep into the dictionaries to come up with these words. Sealed for $24.99. Otherwise, they're going to run out of stuff to start calling themselves. Supersonic Blues Machine, Voodoo Nation. That is sealed for $19.99. The Sawyer Brown had one bid for $15. That's sold to Jeremy Dalton. And if anybody wants the Monumental Funk, Mark Farner, it's a no bid for a $15 buy it now on that. Thank you, John, and have a good night. This Sawyer Brown is sold. And then what is the title of the ulterior or the ulthor? The ulthor here was Helinomicon, maybe, Helionomicon. And that's unopened for $24.99. Cyndi Lauper MoFi, True Colors. This is unopened for $34.99. $34.99. And Anderson Paak Malibu, Record Store Day Essential on orange and white vinyl, sealed for $29.99. Also, we have Sea Haven, Halo of Hurt, clear and black, sealed for $19.99. The George Brigham's at 9 with Robert Tomick. So this LP here is sealed, and it's a $15 buy it now. The next single I have going up for a $5 start is The Lost Mines. The Lost Mines is going to go up for a $5 start. This is New Orleans. Opening bid, $5. Also, we have Kanye, an offer for $33 and $40. And I'm thinking $42. So, Jim B, it's yours for $42. If not, Ben Dygert, it goes back to you. Let me actually lay it back here so I don't forget. Ulthor is sold to Sean Fairweather for $19.99. And we have Jeremy Dalton on the sealed Cyndi Lauper MoFi, which was already, in my opinion, at a great price. Sea Haven, Halo of Hurt. That's on clear and black vinyl for $19.99. Sea Haven. Andrew Gold's Halloween House. Andrew Gold's Halloween House is sealed on bone-colored vinyl for $19.99. And Dan Auerbach, you may know him from the Black Keys. This is a limited edition indie store exclusive orange and black marble vinyl, sealed for $29.99. Ben Dygert, Conway is yours for $42 if you want it. And I think that is a triple LP. Another reason those are always a little bit more pricier. That is a triple LP. All right, we have... Man, I keep forgetting about all this stuff here that's not marked. I'm going to do like a bundle of sealed OG together, okay? So these are all sealed original records. A wide variety here. Marion Faithfull. Corey Hart. The Manhattans. The Brandos. The DeMillos. And Dan Seals. So that is 2, 4, 6 sealed records. A $25 start. Sealed lot, $25 start. Ben Dygert gets Conway for $42. That's sold to Ben Dygert. Halloween is sold to Robert Barnett for $15. George Brigham, or George Brigman, is at 11 with Robert Tomick. Jim B's out. Lost Mines has one bid with Robert for $5. Final call. Also, we have Spoken, Reflection, Ocean 4 colored vinyl, $29.99. And Vide Nior by Lord Huron. Those are sealed for $24.99. And the last record is Kiss, Carnival of Souls, sealed for $29.99. Sealed for $29.99. Everything in that crate was buy it now best offer. Not mostly, it is all new and sealed stuff. And I am about to read through those again. First, can we show George Brigham and Split again? George Brigham and Split. It looks like George Brigham wrote his name on the, or signed it. Silent Bones. Bonafide Records. Here's the sleeve. Side 1, BF7003A. There's that. Sealed lot, $25 start. Lost Mines is sold to Robert Warner for $5. Thank you, Robert Warner. And then Kiss is sold to Kiss is sold to Ben Dygert for $25. And Sean gets Death for $19.99. Sean's getting his metal fix for the night. Let's put up another single. I'm just going to read what's left in here one more time, and if you miss something, you can let me know. These are buy it now best offer. First come, first serve. If you ain't first, you're last type deals. Make offers or buy it now. You're going to have a tough decision to make. Laura's like, you've made a tough situation here for me. I'm blocking her auction bin. Give me 1 second. I'll get all this stuff out too. What is this? Oh, baseball cards. Baseball cards in the record bins. That's what happens around here. It's a stack of stuff I've been meaning to put on eBay. Just like that really rare record that was laying over here forever. And John grabbed it and he says, well, it's mixed in with about 10,000 others. And I went, oh no, that's like $1,000 record. It was a rare 45. I've been meaning to put it on eBay for like a month. And he's like, I remember grabbing it in that tub. He says, it's mixed in with all the others in the back now. I was like, oh my gosh, I've walked by it for a week. And it's like, I got to put this on eBay. It's like a $1,000, $2,000 record. We have an insane amount of rare 45s. We got some rare ones like we sell here every night. And then we have rare ones that are like sold and just probably to a different stratosphere. And they're like $1,000 records. And I don't know how we've ended up with so many. Nothing I'm complaining about, but it takes a while to get them cleaned and listed. And man, we got a bunch of them though. The Mod Fun, Mary Goes Round and Grounded. The Mod Fun, $5 start. Probably got a stack of just like rare soul, yeah, I don't know. And I see them and I find them and I'm like, man, we got to get this online, or we got to at least show it here first. I doubt anybody here is going to want it or want to spend $2,000 or $3,000 on a single, but I've been surprised before. But I'm going to go back there tonight and try to find it because I've walked by it for like a month. Let me go ahead and put this on eBay, and then I forget. So anyway, okay. So the sealed lot has a bid for $25. Mark Riley on DA for $25. Dan Arbach. That's sold to Mark Riley for $25. George Brigman. I keep wanting to call him George Brigham. It's George Brigman has a bid for $12. John Dodd said Sea Haven 17. I did not see that. Sea Haven for 17. Sea Haven for 17. Sea Haven for 17. This is sold to John Dodd for 17. Any records for drinking Kool-Aid? I got an entire box of sealed record or a stack of sealed records back there for 25. George is at 13. The sealed lot is at 27. Now 14, now 15. All right, so first thing we have is George Brigman is at 15 with Robert Tomick. The Mod Fun is a $5 start. Mary Goes Round and Grounded. And then the sealed lot back there now has new bids. Gary's at 27. The first bidder was Arnold Adams. So Arnold, you've been outbid. This is 6 sealed records. The Demolos, Dan Seals, the Brandos, the Manhattans, Corey Hart, and Marion Faithful. They're all sealed originals. Now, we have a question on Tala, and we have a question on Vede Nior. And that was Lord Her, and that's sealed for $24.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. And then the other question was Tala. Tala, right here. Finley Depperstein. This is sealed on green vinyl, new metal core, $29.99. And everything in this bin is buy it now or best offer. Arnold Adams, the bid on the sealed stacks now 27. Okay, and then one more read through here quickly. I would love to sell everything in here. Oceans of Slumber, Starlight and Ash, sealed for $19.99. I still have got Kanye, late registration. Kanye is $29.99. I've got 3 Kanye West. Tala is sold to Finley for $25. Vid Nior is Rob's for $18. Rob, what was that, 24? I'll do that for $18, Mr. Fordham. What about George Brigham over here? GMB's out. Let's go ahead and sell that to Robert Tomick for $15. Now we got a new bidder on the sealed lot. Jeremy Dalton's at 28. Jeremy Dalton's at 28 on that. Also, I have a... thank you, Laura. Love how she left me a little note here. Thank you, Laura. And then late registration for 25. That is sold to Tim Colino. Gold Digger. Lord Heron sold to Rob Fordham for 18. Does anybody else want a Tala for $25? Mod Fun is sold to Robert for $5. The sealed lot's at 28 with Jeremy Dalton. Now that means that Gary Samuels is out. And now that means we need some more singles. But first, I'm going to do some buy it nows for $6.99. These are all $6.99. Foreigner, so urgent, urgent, urgent. This is $6.99. Berlin, Take My Breath Away, the picture sleeve from Top Gun. Linda Ronstadt, Lose Again. The Knack, Good Girls Don't. Peter, Paul, and Mary, Leaving on a Jet Plane. Captain and Tennille, Love Will Keep Us Together. And the Beach Boys, Get You Back. The Beach Boys, Get You Back. That is all, those are all $6.99. Now let's put up some more singles. If you want any of those, they are available, okay? The bundle's now at 30. Let's see here. Let me see what I left off. All right, we had Django Glowing in the Dark. Also, Coil. This is Wax Track Records 30th anniversary. Sealed on dark red vinyl for $29.99. Heem is $24.99. I already sold one for $14.99. That's already discounted. Haken, or Haken, is prog metal, and those are $24.99. I've already sold one for $20 if anybody else wants one. And let's tag these 45s right after I show you Trouble. Manic Frustration. Trouble is sealed $39.99. So Shane Deaver's first on Foreigner for $6.99. Ivan R. first on the Knack. And then after that was Colin, second on the Knack. And Kelly Vlodarchek on Leaving on a Jet Plane by Peter, Paul, and Mary. Thank you. Those are all sold. What didn't sell is going right back here. They're $6.99. This was Bleed From Within Shrine, unopened on white vinyl for $29.99. The bundle's at 30 with Jeremy Dalton. Gary Samuels, You're Out. Finley Depperstein wants the other Haken for $20. Thank you. That's so to you. Paraphasia, Animals as Leaders. Prog Metal sealed, $24.99. Supersonic Blues Machine was sealed for $19.99. Anderson Paak was $29.99. Sea Haven, I've already sold one for $17. There's two left. Dan Arbach, I've sold one for $25. There's one left. There's two left. And Spoken is still available, sealed for $29.99. All right. And we got viewers watching at Coachella. That's pretty cool. Coachella Music Festival. Let's go ahead and put up another single right quick. And let's see what I can pull from the New Orleans box. These are going to be $5 starts. The first one is the Dreadnoughts. The Dreadnoughts, a $5 start. And we have... Boy, I don't know if I can figure this one out. A Web of Mystery. Yeah, Web of Mystery. That's a $5 start. Okay. And the bundle is a lot of sealed records. These are all sealed. The Demolos, Dan Seals, the Brandos, the Manhattans, Corey Hart, and Marion Faithful. 6 sealed records there. Jeremy has it for $30. I'm about to sell it to him. And those first couple singles there are $5 starts. All right, Laura's brought up the first auctions too. Let's go ahead and put some of these up. The first one is John Anderson of Yes. This is a promo copy. This is a 1976 US promo sticker, but there is no promo label. So they didn't make this record ever as a promo label. No white label, no promo mark. So this is probably the only true promo copy that exists. It has a promo sticker and a hype sticker. John Anderson, $15 start. That's now up for bid. We've already sold the 50s 45 bundle. It's already gone. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Time for a new crate. All right. The other question was, what is the color of Trouble Manic Frustration? Let me get back to that. Trouble, mystery colored. Mystery color. If mystery's a color, then it's mystery. $39.99. All right, now it's time for some vintage stuff. And John Anderson has a bid with Joe DiGaldo for $15. Thanks, everybody, for spending your Friday night with us. Here's the agenda for tonight. I love agendas. John has dropped off 4 crates of new vintage stuff and pre-owned. Laura is getting the rest of tonight's auctions ready. We also will have plenty of 45s again. Some may say a bucoodle. I'm going to try to mix in some cassettes again tonight. I'm actually walking over here to grab the box. I'm going to try to go through as many 45s as I can, because later tonight I'm going to offer what's left from the last couple of weeks as either big bundles, or we're going to start selling some mystery boxes this week. I love the mystery boxes. We're basically trying to say, if we have 45s left over, we're probably never going to show them again, or we could just store them, bring them back like in 3 or 6 months, and there's probably going to be a whole new different audience of new people watching that will buy them. But right now, at the rate in which we buy records, we're going to just try to start selling them off in bundles. Of course, we still got hundreds, if not thousands, to auction, just like these, and then other 45s to show. So, but yeah, a bucoodle. Definitely a bucoodle. Brian's heading out. Thank you. We have 2 cassettes here to put up. Actually, let me end an auction first. Webb was at 5, Dreads at 5, and Dreads at 5. All right, so Robert Warner, Paul Sponable. Actually, Robert actually bid 5 on that first. I can definitely sell this bundle. I lost 2 people on the bundle. That's why it's been up for so long. Gary did say out, but there was 2 other bidders. But let's go ahead and sell these to Jeremy Dalton for 30. Sorry that took so long. That's sold to Jeremy Dalton for 30, all the sealed records there. And the next auction back here is 2 really nice. This is how I found them. They were bundled together with this rubber band. This one had $15 on it. This one had $12 on it. I'm going to put both up for a $7 start. 2 10,000 Maniacs cassettes. This is going to go up for a $7 start, okay? $7 start. I'm going to do the crate of new vinyl as soon as we go through this next vintage bin. I'm going to do a vintage bin of discount, and then, yes, I'll do the crate of new vinyl. And I've got some more sealed bundle. Whoever just bought that sealed bundle, don't go anywhere, because I'm about to do another sealed bundle. First thing I'm going to do, though, is show y'all some vintage. It's either going to be blah, 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 blah. It's either going to be half off. And I've had a stack over here of Fred Goodwin, classical, and just different kind of stuff over here forever that I've been meaning to get back to. And I guess we're going to have to do that pretty soon. But this crate here is going to be, let me make a decision. Oh, man. Let's do it buy it now, best offer, okay? And as usual, actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and get crazy for a Friday night. Let's do this crate half off. That way, maybe whatever's left, we can bundle and sell off, okay? It will go a lot faster that way, too. Let's do a half off. Let's do a half off crate here, okay? Give me 1 second before I go any further. I saw something come through. I need to send it to Paul so he don't miss it. We every once in a while we just don't get any leads on collections, and I think in the last like 48 hours we've got some crazy leads on collections. So it happens in waves. All right, sorry. Let me clarify on these auctions. So Joe, you bid 15 on John Anderson, then Michelle bid 15. Then Michelle broke the tie. She bid 20. Okay, and then Dread has bids for 6. 10,000 Maniac 7 and 8, and then we're good. Okay, and then so the Web of Mystery, this just got 1 bid for $5, and that was with Robert Warner. That's sold. Okay, now the Dreadnoughts is out with Robert. This is sold to Paul Sponable for $6. Joe DeGaldo, if you're still watching, let me know if you want to bid more than 20 on the John Anderson. And these two 10,000 Maniacs cassettes has a bid with Robert Barnett at 8. The first bidder, Ryan Eaton, you're out, okay? And then Hakeem, the last one, JD, let me see if there was one left. I don't think there was. Let me see if there was one left. Spoken, Dan Arbach, Sea Haven, Malibu, Supersonic, Parisha, That Record. No, all the Hakens, sorry, all the Hakens are gone. I need a correct pronunciation. And I have some more cassettes here. I have a lot of 3 New Kids on the Block. A lot of 3 New Kids on the Block for a $7 start. New Kids on the Block self-titled, Step by Step, and Hanging Tough. All 3 of those for a $7 start as well. All right, let's do some half-off vintage. I know the first record is going to be an instant seller. We have Blue Oyster Cult Tyranny Mutation, $13.50. This is a half-off vintage bin. No more, no less. You can't pay me any less, and you definitely can't pay me any more. $13.50 for BOC. If I don't say anything about grade, it's EX or better. The Association, Stop Your Motor, $7.50, $7.50 on the Association. Asia Alpha, Asia is $10. Asia Alpha, Original Runner Sleeve, Asia is $10. And Earth, Wind, and Fire, Open Our Eyes, $8.50. And Earth, Wind, and Fire is in shrink with the hop sticker and the Original Runner sleeve, okay? So first, the 10,000 Maniacs cassettes. Both of these are sold to Ryan Eaton for $10. New Kids on the Block has bids for $7, $7, and now $10. And then we have Andrew Shaw gets BOC. That's the first half-off vintage record. And then the John Anderson, I never did hear back from the first bidder. I just wanted to make sure he was out. The John Anderson is with Michelle Wagner for $20. She's had it for quite some time. Joe DeGaldo, you're out. We're about to sell that, okay? Let me fix my crate over here. Doing a half-off bin. Average white band with Benny King. This is $7.50. Average white band and Benny King. Also, Marshall Crenshaw, good evening. Marshall Crenshaw is $5. Also, Paul Sponable. Paul Sponable wants the Ben Vaughn single for $5. So right now, the only no bids tonight, Ben Vaughn is now gone for $5. We still got Bantam Rooster, Watch Me Burn. And this is no longer available, the Mark Farner, because I'm about to bundle it with some other sealed stuff, okay? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and counting that one, 6, 7. Let's just do a bunch here. I've got a bunch here to do. So here's the soundtrack. Avalon by Randy Newman on blue vinyl. We have G-Force. I'm not for sure what that is, but it's sealed. 1989. Cheek, Real People. John Paul Young. These are all sealed. Roy Head, Dismal Prisoner. This is Who? Good Question. Another Cheek album, Your Love. And then that Mark Farner. All those sealed records in a bundle together for $25. Sealed bundle, $25. Arnold Adams first on Earth, Wind, and Fire. That is sold to Arnold Adams. That's done. John Anderson is sold to Michelle Wagner for $20. Thank you, Michelle. That's sold to you. And now we can put up some other new LPs. And let's keep going here with a new 45 auction as well. The next 45 is the Dave and Decade combo. This is actually sealed. Chew Tobacco Rag. $5 start on that. Also, I've already shown that. I haven't shown this. Melanie is $5. Melanie's $5. The sealed lots at 26 with Gary Samuels. Paul McCartney, give my regards to Broad Street. That's $13.50. And Atlanta Rhythm Section is $7.50. Atlanta Rhythm Section. That single's a $5 start. Next LP is going to go up right now. Without further ado, and this LP is going to be Blue Oyster Cult. That's what we started the band with, and now here's an auction, but this thing is really cool. This is their classic album, Agents of Fortune. It's a promo copy, a white label promo, 1976 Agents of Fortune promo copy, VG Plus condition, gold stamp promo, gatefold, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start, Blue Oyster Cult. Dave and Decky combos, a final call for 5. The New Kids on the Block is with Robert Barnett. All 3 of these is at $17. Brandon Lack, you're out. Doing a half off bid here. We got Mott by Mott the Hoople. Mott is $10. And Average White Band, Put It Where You Want It. Average White Band, $6.50. Marshall Crenshaw Downtown. Marshall Crenshaw is $5. And Rita Coolidge's Greatest Hits, $5. BOC has a bid for $25. That's in with Hiram Aponte. If anybody wants Dave and Decade combo, it's a $5 buy it now. $5 buy it now. Fred Morris on Marshall Crenshaw. And I'm assuming you wanted this one. There is another one in here as well. I'm going to give you that one. Fred, if you wanted the other one with the bicycle, good evening, let me know on that one as well. And then Colin Butler on Average White Band. That's sold to Colin Butler. Average White Band. That's sold. And then Paul Sponable wants the Dave and Decky combo for $5. Tommy Call, you were second on Average White Band. Now, I gave Colin the Put It Where You Want It. And then there is another one. That we still got the one with Benny King. It's still available too. And then Doctors Ebo gets the Mott the Hoople. And Fred Morris does, in fact, want the other Marshall Crenshaw. So let's put that one back. He does, in fact, want Good Evening. And then let's go ahead and pull that Mott the Hoople. Okay, and now my first crate of the night is really full. So let me go ahead and swap these out. Especially if all that new sealed stuff to begin the night fills up quickly. Put this here. I think tonight, you know, we got a lot of stuff to show. We might even get into who knows what later tonight. Depends on how late you rascals can stay up. Hope you rascals can stay up pretty late. All right, the bundle, it's gone. It's sold for $26 to Gary Samuels. All those sealed records, those are all sold. Great deal there. White Label Blue Oyster Cult's about to sell for $25. And the New Kids on the Block, all these here are about to sell as well for $20. Those 3 cassettes. Let's grab some new singles right quick. This is a 1976 White Label promo. Don't Fear the Reaper. We need more cowbell, please. $25 on that one. And we have a new auction. Let's grab, let's see what's going over here with the cassettes. Now, this is going to be a little bit more pricier starting bid. I could easily probably sell all these individually, but this is how they were bundled up. Stevie Ray Vaughan. I don't like this. This rubber band's a little bit too tight for that. It's starting to dent that. But we got the Fabulous Thunderbirds, and then we have Stevie Ray Vaughan, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Stevie Ray Vaughan, and the Vaughan brothers. And the Fabulous Thunderbirds is in there because his brother, Jimmy Vaughan, was in the Fabulous Thunderbirds. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Stevie Ray Vaughan cassettes, a $25 start. $25 start. Yeah, I'm going to leave this rubber band off. I'm sure they'll find something better to put on that. Or if I put this in the middle, it might be better on the box. Yeah. Stevie Ray Vaughan is a $25 start. In Step, Live Alive, Skies Crying. Those are now up for bid. These are sold to Brandon Lack for $20. BOC has a new bid for $26. Hiram, you've been outbid. And I think I have another sealed lot over here. And this one's pretty big, but I think I might go ahead and, yeah. Let's go ahead and sell these. All right. We've got sealed records here. Original sealed, vintage sealed. Ivory Joe Hunter, Greg Ken, Johnny Mathis and Denise Williams, Fred Astaire, the Carter family. There he is. There he is. The Kazoos brothers, Deion Jackson, Charlie Rich, Jack Scott, and Listen to the Message, Club Nouveau. Those are all sealed LPs, original vintage sealed records. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. $35 start. Sealed lot. Stevie Ray Vaughan's getting new bids, and so is Agents of Fortune. Next auction is going to go up right now for a $5 start. Never mind, it's sealed. I'm compiling a pile of sealed stuff here to eventually open up an auction tonight. Here's a good looking one, The Others. The Others is a $5 start. The Others. $5 star. Back to the half off. Sorry. I've got a lot of interesting lots planned for tonight. Sealed, bundles, cassettes, lots of cool stuff. Chuck Berry's Greatest Hits, $15. Chess label, $15 on Chuck Berry's Greatest Hits. Black Oak, Arkansas, If an Angel Came. Black Oak, Arkansas, $10. Cream, live cream, $17.50 for cream, live cream. Beautiful copy, no condition notes. Bob Geldof, Deep in the Heart of Nowhere, $10. The white label promo BOC's now at $40. The Stevie Ray Vaughan cassettes have 2 bids. Chris X bid $25, Brandon, you bid $25. Chris X came in first. Robert has the others for $5. Also, we have Boomtown Rats in the Long Grass. Boomtown Rats is $10. The Association Live is $7.50. Blood Rock Passage, nice looking copy here in shrink wrap. Blood Rock Passage is $10. And Brian Adams, Into the Fire. Brian Adams is $10. Alice Cooper Special Forces. Alice Cooper is just $15. And I'm going to pause right here on Average White Band. Feel No Fret, $6.50. So Stevie Ray Vaughan has a new bid. The sealed lot back there, no bid, looking for a $35 start. All those sealed records. If you need me to read through them again, I will. Finley Depperstein on BA. Brian Adams. Recall on Alice Cooper. And now the others is a bid for $6. And Colin Butler gets the Average White Band. Now I'm going to grab a new handful of 45s. The first stack here I have allotted for tonight. And these are all going to be $6.99. $6.99. Ooh, first one, a cool picture sleeve from the Turtles. $6.99. You know what I mean, the Turtles. Tina Turner, that is Private Dancer, Nutbush City Limits. This looks like something demented here. Hollow Tongue, Time Death. Might be a great deal on that. Nice. Don Henley doing Dirty Laundry. Kim Carnes on Betty Davis Eyes. And Phil Collins, Against All Odds. Phil Collins, Against All Odds. Those are all $6.99. Buy it nows on those. Back up at the top, the last thing we had was Tim Graham, second on Brian Adams. Randy Klein said Dylan, question mark. Arnold Adams also put BA for Brian Adams. Margaret Gerhold got Cream out of the bin. Cream is sold to Margaret Gerhold. Jason Boxel on T for Turtles for $6.99. Larry Smith was second. John Gollin third. Jason Thomas first on Kim Carnes, Betty Davis Eyes. Jason Thomas first on Phil Collins. Jason Boxel next. We still got Don Henley, Hollow Tongue, and Tina Turner left for $6.99. The others, the last bit on the others that came in was Jim B at $6. Robert Warner, You're Out. The Stevie Ray Vaughan cassette lot, the last bit on this was Brandon Lack at $26. Chris X, I hadn't heard back from you. Nobody bid on the sealed lot. All these sealed records for a $35 buy it now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 original sealed records for $35. Wow. And then BOC, Agents of Fortune. BOC, the last bit on that was Jason Boxel at 45. Hiram went out. I think it's between Shane Devers now. It's up to Shane Devers if the auction continues. Let's move on with some more half-off stuff. Next half-off is Michael Bolton. $10 on Michael Bolton. The others has a new bid for $7. Jim B, you've been outbid. And Robert. Beat Rodeo, staying up late with Beat Rodeo. $7.50. Mick Jagger, She's the Boss. That's in shrink with hop sticker. $12.50. Beautiful copy. Original on her sleeve as well. And we have Marshall Crenshaw. There's another copy of Downtown. $5 on that. Now the others is at $7. Now the others is $7. Now the others is at $8. He's done on BOC, so we can go ahead and sell that to Jason Boxel for the winning bid of $45. Haven't heard back from Chris X on the Stevie Ray Vaughan cassettes, but we are, in fact, about to sell them. And I'd take the Johnny Mathis, Denise out of the bundle for $5. Or you could just buy the entire bundle for $35. Let's see what we have here. Denise, Johnny Mathis, and Denise Williams. This one right here. If I broke any of these up, I would sell them for $6.99. If I sold anything in here individually, $6.99. I was thinking that was just such a killer deal. All that sealed vinyl, vintage stuff there with hop stickers and everything for $35. How could you go wrong? MB, that is Scott Oman, and MB was Michael Bolton. And then Jason Conklin second. The others has bids for $9. And then the Stevie Ray Vaughan did get a bid. Stevie Ray Vaughan did get a bid. Did get a new bid, so that means Brandon Lack, you're out. And we have Steve Biddlecombe. I'll sell you Ivory Joe Hunter for $6.99 as well. So Jason said he'll take this for $6.99, and then Ivory Joe Hunter, if Steve Biddlecombe wants it for $6.99, boy, now the bundle could get really cheap. So $6.99. So now everything that's left in there, that sealed bundle, I'll do it for we'll say $25. $25, everything that's left, because Steve Biddlecombe's going to get this for $6.99. All right, Stevie Ray Vaughan still getting bids. And then we have Boom Crash Opera. That is $7.50. Also, Argent is a quad press, Argent Indeed, $12.50. Steve Biddlecombe got that. And then the bundle, next question, what's the titles in the bundle? Greg Ken, this is Love, Rock, and Roll. Club Nouveau, Listen to the Message. Jack Scott, the original recordings. Charlie Rich, Rolling with the Flow, sealed with hop sticker. Deion Jackson, Golden Classics. The Kazoo Brothers. John F. Kennedy, The Presidential Years. Actual speeches of FDR and JFK. Sealed Carter Family, and the best of Fred Astaire. There we have it. I'm going to end up selling these more for $7 each than doing the whole bundle. So the next question was Tim Graham. Everything that's left for $25. If not, then Rick Hall, the JFKs are $6.99 each. Michael Peveler wants the Charlie Rich for $6.99. John Gollin gets Argent for $12.50. J.D. Conklin second, he'll do the bundle. And Kevin says he'll take the Kennedys for $6.99. Best deal is to do the whole bundle for $25, and Tim Graham was next in line. Yep. Man, should have just showed all those and said $6.99 each. And I think I could have sold all 12 at $7 each, instead of what I just did there for essentially $15 for $40. I just shot myself in the foot. That's okay. Tim Graham gets the rest for $25. Wow. All right. When I put it up for a $35 start, I thought it would get like bids for $40, $45, $50, $65. Everybody fell asleep on me. The others is sold to Teresa for $11. The Stevie Ray Vaughns are still getting bids. Chris X is out, though. And now these are sold to Brandon Lack for $28. Now the table is cleared. And now we're about to do more. I have possibly another bundle like that. Possibly. Nope, those are autographs. Never mind. I thought that was more autographs, or I thought that was more sealed records. Okay, next tagged auction here that Laura's gotten ready is a Japanese pressing. This is really cool. I don't think I've had this one before. This is a 1983 Japanese original pressing, near mint minus and pristine, of the Alan Parsons Project, the best of Alan Parsons Project, a $35 start. That's now what for bid, a $35 start. Next auction is here, and these are going to go up for a $5 start. We have the All-Nighters, Like the Devil, I Will Love You. The All-Nighters is a $5 start, and the Heartbeats. And the Heartbeats is a $5 start, okay? There we have it. We're going through a half-off bin. After this is the one and only crate of new sealed vinyl for tonight. Great Hall & Oates compilation here, essentially a Hall & Oates greatest hits. That is $10, and we got Sam Cooke. And Sam Cooke is $12.50. CAS $24.33. Sam Cooke self-titled, that's $12.50. And Rita Coolidge. Rita Coolidge is $5. And the Brothers Johnson, look out for number one. The Brothers Johnsons in shrink wrap with hop sticker, $7.50. And Alice Cooper, Love at the Death. Alice Cooper is $17.50. This has a censored cover. It is extremely nice, though, $17.50. Chad, I said I would take the bundle for $35. You did, but you was about fourth down the line, unfortunately. So I think when I ended the bundle, when I made the bundle a buy it now, nobody claimed it. And then Jason bought the Johnny Mathis. Then Steve Biddlecombe bought the Ivory Joe Hunter. And then Tim Graham asked the bundle price. And then Rick Hall asked about the JFKs. Then Michael Peveler said he would take the Charlie Rich. And then you said you would take them. And then Kevin LeBady said he'd take the JFKs. Then Tim Graham said he would take it for the reduced price. Then Jeff Church said he would take it for the reduced price. So, JD, I wish you was about a hair faster. I would have sold them all to you for $35, but there was actually like 5 people ahead of you, and I started already splitting them up. The All-Nighters 5, Greg Herman got the Hall & Oates. Some great stuff here all of a sudden, the half-off bin. That sold to Greg for $10. Jason Boxell got Sam Cooke. That sold to Jason for $12.50. Margaret second on Hall & Oates. Andrew Shaw on RC for Ruta Coolidge. That sold to him. Arnold next on Hall & Oates. And then Rick Hall on Alice Cooper. What are the songs on Brothers Johnson? The songs on Brothers Johnson is I'll Be Good to You, Thunder Thumbs and Lightning Licks, Get the Funk Out of My Face, Tomorrow, Free and Single Come Together, Land of Ladies, Dancing and Prancing, and The Devil. That's now $7.50. So the All-Nighters has one bid for $5. Teresa wants the Bantam Rooster for $5. That's sold to Teresa for $5. Now there's no bids. Everything tonight that's been shown at auction has sold. Final call to get a bid on Alan Parsons' project for $35. I have found a blues record over here that was in a bin. It's a 72 German import, and I'm going to severely reduce the price on it and get it sold here at auction. This is Dr. Ross, live and well. I think he was also known as the harmonica boss. A 1972 German press. Dr. Ross is going to go up for a $15 start. The Heartbeats does have a bid now with Teresa, and the All-Nighters is also with a bid with Teresa at $5. Back to the half-off vintage stuff. The Communards is $12.50, and Gary U.S. Bonds Greatest Hits, $10 on that. Mr. Gamecock wants the Brothers Johnson. Let me make sure Karen doesn't want it. If Karen doesn't want it, that's sold to Mr. Gamecock. Let's go ahead and show a handful, of some singles. And I got a couple really cool Hank Williams Sr. EPs here to throw up for auction. These are really nice here. But first, here's some 45s for $6.99. The Dave Clark 5 picture sleeve, Over and Over. Tony Basil, Over My Head. We have, I don't know what that is, Marty Stewart, a promo of Honky Tonker. The Plan, Let Me In. The most highly requested track from the Osmonds' new album, The Plan. An Osmonds promo deal. Merle Haggard, A Place to Fall Apart. Neil Diamond, He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother. Thompson Twins, Get That Love. And David Lee Roth, California Girls. Those are all $6.99 there. $6.99 on all those. Buy it now. First come, first serve. No more, no less. Got some cool singles here coming up tonight. All right, let's go back over to the auction block. There was, in fact, a bid on Alan Parsons for $35. We're about to sell that. John Dodd does get the Communards. That's sold to John Dodd. Next was Dr. Ross has a bid for $15. Jason Boxell put D, and that was for Dave Clark 5 for $6.99. And then we have FC for Larry Smith, and that was for that might have been for Dave Clark 5. And then Shane Devers on Merle Haggard. That's right here, the promo. It was Larry, so you were second on Dave Clark 5. Jason Boxell on Neil Diamond. Michael Ruttman got David Lee Roth, then Jason, then James. Dr. Ross with a new bid for $16. And then another David Lee Roth, another David Lee Roth. So we still got Thompson Twins, the Osmonds. Let's take a look at the label here. Should probably be a promo. No, it's just a stock copy. Very interesting. Marty Stewart and then Tony Basil. Those are going back here on that. All right. Now, let me stack these here. I don't like the way they're back there. All right, the Heartbeats is sold to Teresa for $5. The All-Nighters is sold for $5. I didn't hear back from Karen. So, Mr. Gamecock, you get the Brothers Johnson. And the Alan Parsons is sold to Ben Doggett for $35. I'll take those. I'm about to put some up for auction. Thank you. So here's our next single. Look how cool this is. Hank Williams Sr. This is a vintage, original, this is a real deal 50s EP from Hank Williams Sr. A pretty nice disc for what it is. It's VG Plus or better. Very cool. And I think I could check it right quick. This should be like early, mid-50s here. Hank Williams Sr. It's laminated. Very nice. You can tell where the lamination is starting to want to peel back. But a nice, no splits, Crazy Heart, Hank Williams Sr., a $15 start. That's cool. That's cool. Not many records were actually made while that man was alive. Some of these EPs were. that were actually out in a store or a catalog where you could have bought them. Let me check right quick. This is X1014 Hank, and Crazy Heart was released. This EP is 1953. Yeah, 1953. Wow, none for sale, never sold. Surely there's a different version. Okay, there's that one, 1953. And then, yeah, 1953. How cool is that? How cool is that? Hank Williams Sr. And, yeah, he passed away January 1st, 1953. So he passed away in 1953, New Year's Day. This came out in 53. I don't have an exact date. So, let's see. What's the labels look like? Yeah, that's the original there. That's truly 1953. Very cool. And after that, we've got a different one to run, too. But yeah, right after he died, they released a series of EPs and 10 inches. But there was an interesting note I always say, there is no Hank Williams Sr. album. There is no 12-inch album that was ever released while he was alive. They really weren't making LPs back then, if you can think about that. That's how early his career was. They weren't even making LPs when he was releasing music. Okay. When I left off, the next question was Ray Charles. No, this is U.S. Bonds. This is U.S. Bonds' greatest hits. $10 on that. Dr. Ross is still getting bids, and so is Hank Williams Sr. It's now at 20 with Chris X and Carol. All right, back to the half off, then more singles. Bon Scott with the Valentines, and yes, that's Bon Scott of AC/DC. 1850 with Bon Scott. He was in like a mod group there. Little River Band, Sleeper Catcher. Little River Band's $5. We're going through a half-off vintage bin. Eye of the Zombie, John Fogerty. $10 on John Fogerty. And Crosby, Stills, and Nash is $10. Laura's also delivered some new auctions here, but I do have an autograph to try. This is a signed record. I may have shown it before, but it's signed by the Nighthawks. And this is called Jacks and Kings. It's signed by the full band here. It is, this also on here is Pine Top Perkins and Calvin Jones, but it's signed by the Nighthawks. This is from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. It's JSA authenticated, and probably for one of the lowest starting bids I'm going to put up for a JSA authenticated record, a $25 start. But it is signed a $25 start. $25 start on the Nighthawks, and it is signed. Michael Butler says he has the Hank. Oh, yes, that's true. Michael's 20 came in first, so 20, 20, 20. Dr. Ross, 23, 24. Sandy Mile on BS for the Bon Scott record. That's so to Sandy Mile. Then J.D. Conklin. Hank Williams, 21. Scott Reimer on Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Hank has a new bid for 25 and now another 25. Dr. Ross, that last bid was with Tim Colino. So, Brandon Lack, you are out on that. And the next half-off record is the Birds. $13.50 on the Birds. Gene Clark, Chris Hillman, $13.50 on that. Now Hank's at 28. The Nighthawks is signed and JSL authenticated, just a $25 start. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Had to get some purple juice in my system. All right. The next single, let's see. I had some interesting looking stuff here. This is, who is this? It looks hardcore. Territory. Territory is black vinyl, $5 start. Dr. Ross has new bids for 25 and 30. Hank Sr. is at 33. Next in the half off bin is Focus Moving Waves. Focus is $10. Moving Waves, $10 on Focus, and a beautiful Bob Dylan here. OG pressing of Self Portrait, no condition notes, $25 on Bob Dylan. Huey Lewis and the New Sports is $10. And Little River Band, Diamantina Cocktail. Excellent batch of half off records here. These are half off, no more, no less. Little River Band's $5. And David Lindley and El Rey EXO, $10 on this. $10 on this. Territory has a bid for $5. Sandy Mile did grab the Bob Dylan. That's sold. Jason Thomas grabs the Huey Lewis. There is a bid on the Nighthawks for $25. Now Territory has a new bid for 6. Are we done on the Hank Williams Sr. EP? The last bid was with Michael Butler at $33. If you're not Michael Butler, you don't have the high bid, and he's in fact about to get that. Let's go ahead and sell that Dr. Ross then to Tim Colino for $30. Thank you. And Laura has delivered the rest of the auctions. That's good for 2 reasons. Reason 1, all the auctions are up here, and we can continue to sell them. Reason 2, she's now working on straight priced records. Next is Chris Baycheck on U.S. bonds. That was the U.S. bonds greatest hits. It's still available, and that's sold to Chris Baycheck. And now Territories at 7. And I'm about to sell that Hank Williams Sr. I think everybody's out. Michael has it for 33. The Nighthawks is called Jacks and Kings. It is, let me check the actual disc here. It is autographed by the band. It's been JSA authenticated. The actual disc here is A-OK. Straight from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. The Nighthawks, Jacks and Kings, autograph cover, and the signatures have been JSA authenticated. And I think I've went a whole nother week again without really showing too many autographs, except a few stray ones over here I've never got to. I have so many. We got to start working on that next week. I think Sunday night when I'm in here, I'm going to try to really start knocking some out for next week's auctions. Michael Butler gets that for 33. Now, since that one's sold, let's go ahead and do the other one. And this one's called Moanin' the Blues. And this is the last one I have tonight. Once again, really nice for a Hank Williams single from this era. Laminated front, very nice, no splits. Now, that's common. The $1.29 price tag, that's very common that it's written on the back of the jacket. A lot of times the discs were kept behind the counter on these old cardboard EPs. Back in the 50s, a lot of times the discs were kept behind the counter, especially in the UK. Especially in the UK. So a lot of times they would write the price in pencil on the back. That's very common to see writing on these 50s EPs like that. That's now up for bid, a $15 start. I was seeing where I was watching a video from Parlogram Auctions, and he was talking about how the disc for all those original UK Beatle albums, they were kept behind the store counters. So you would just take the empty jacket up there, and they would put the record into the sleeve back in the, the 50s or whatever, or all through the mid 60s. Who are the autographs? Let's see. If I look it up on JSA, it even won't tell me. It just says signed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 members, I think. I don't know if Pine Tom Perkins actually signed it too. I can check it on JSA, but I don't think it says, and I'll have a really tough time. I have a lead on some autographs, and I've been like a collection where somebody's got like just a bunch of signed cards, and I've had a day trying to figure out who signed some of these index cards. It's very complicated sometimes to figure out autographs. And I think JSA, just for time, because they authenticate hundreds and thousands for us, they just put signed by 5 members. They authenticate them, and then they just to save time. Otherwise, this one I might actually say, yeah, okay. This one actually says it's signed by Jim Thackeray, Mark Winter, Jan Zuwoski, Pete Ragusa, and Pine Top Perkins. That's a good one. Pine Top Perkins. That's who I thought signed it up here at the top. Yeah, Pine Top Perkins. So that's a pretty good signature for just in the blues. Pine Top Perkins, yeah, he's a blues pianist. Played with some of the most influential blues and rock roll performers, including a Grammy Lifetime Achievement. He died at age 97 in 2011. Pine Top Perkins was 97 years old. A well-known, famous blues pianist. So, yeah, he signed that. Of course, he plays on the album. But the other signatures included Jim Thackeray, Mark Werner, Jan Zawoski, Pete Ragusa, and Pine Top Perkins. Jesse Rome has bid 30. Preston says he's done. So, Jesse, you have that at 30. Going once, going twice to you. Hank's already up at 33. And I'm sorry, I forgot where we was at on Territory. The last bids on Territory was Teresa at 7 and Robert went out. This is sold to Teresa for $7. Let's try to finish up this half-off bin right quick. and I'm going to add new auctions. First, I have Godly and Cream, the History Mix Volume 1. Godly and Cream is $10. Golden Earring, the whole. Golden Earring is $15. Gold Stamp Promo. Also, Lone Justice, Gold Stamp Promo, $6.50. Hank Williams is now at $35. The Beach Boys Light Album is $10. And we have Doobie Brothers Stampede, $7.50. Marshall Tucker is $7.50. The Five Faces of Manfred Mann. What a nice pressing here on Ask Scott. $10 on that. The next single I'm going to throw up for auction is going to be this very interesting deal here. I've had these before. They're called Hip Pocket Records. They're called Hip Pocket Records. And this is a real disc you can play. It's Van Morrison's Brown Eyed Girl and Midnight Special. Very cool. They're made by Ford Philco in collaboration with them. Very cool. They were basically sold at checkout lines at record stores and at grocery stores. Brown Eyed Girl. They open from the bottom and they play. It actually will play Brown Eyed Girl. And that is a $7 start. It's called a Hip Pocket Record. Very cool sleeve, if anything. $7 start on Van Morrison. Jason Boxell on Manfred Mann. Samuel was second. Michael Peveler on Marshall Tucker Band. That's sold to Michael Peveler. The Nighthawks has a new bid for $31. Jesse, you're out. Harry Belafonte Calypso is $5. David Essex Rock On. David Essex is $10. Moon Martin Escape from Domination. Moon Martin is $5. And Bob Dylan New Morning $7.50. Marvin Gaye, Tammy Terrell. I will get that in rotation. I had one more here already with my thumb on it, and it was The Doors. And this is a really cool pressing here. This is a 1983 U.S. Specialty original of The Doors, Alive She Cried. Very cool. It's got an insert with it. The vinyl's EX. It's going to go up for a $35 start. Alive She Cried. Very nice pressing. Vinyl is near mint minus. There's that. There's a crisp, nice original inner sleeve. Has a very cool insert with it I've never seen, though. Available at your local bookstore. The Doors Illustrated History. But there's some books back in the day. A lot of people didn't realize books you could have bought and pre-ordered that were signed by people now that are worth hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. George Harrison's book. There was a book David Bowie did. There's a lot, and some people have them and they don't even realize it because they bought them at secondhand at bookstores. But I saw a list the other day in a Facebook group of like biographies and autobiographies that are signed by legendary people that just are commonly found in circulation. People don't realize that they're signed. And one of them's a book, I think it's a David Bowie book, and he signed like maybe 500 or 5,000 of them, and they're out there, and people find them all the time. It's like a beautiful David Bowie signature. I forgot which one it is, though. And then, of course, George Harrison's I Me Mine. A lot of those are signed. Not all of them. Some of them are. They're very expensive, though. Van Morrison 10. Scott Reimer gets Bob Dylan. Patrick C. Smith on the Doobies, and that was Stampede. Rod Bryan second on Bob Dylan, then J.D. Conkley. The big track on Belafonte is Deo. Did somebody already grab that? The big track on that one is Deo. That's a well-known Harry Belafonte. $5. Hank is at $40. Van Morrison 11. Van Morrison 13, 15. So Hank's still getting bids. I guess that $31 bid did it on the Nighthawks, Brandon. Jesse went out. The signed Nighthawks with Pine Top Perkins. 31 on that. And then we have Arlo Guthrie. That is $10. Arlo Guthrie, $10. Dixie Dregs is $7.50. Henry Gross is $5. And we have Dublé and Joe Dow. Joe Dow, $10, and Dublé, $7.50. Van Morrison, $13.15. Michael's out on Hank. Teresa has that for $40. And The Doors is a $35 start. I didn't know who left that. Thank you, Stephen. Yes, I appreciate that. That will go into my ever-growing, library of Chad Williams. I have so many books. I have probably just as many books as I do records. Nowadays, if I see a book up for pre-order that someone signed, like I bought the Geddy Lee book signed, I bought the Michael Richards Kramer book signed, I try to buy all those if I can and grab them signed, because now I hear about all this stuff later, and it's like, man, you know, they're some of these legendary people. Get them while you can. Pre-order on the retail price. Finley Depperstein on DD, and that was Dixie Dregs. But thank you. Yes, my mom, I didn't know who left it, and she said it was a customer from Knoxville, and I was like, man, we got a lot of customers in Knoxville. But thank you. Is the boy the rise of David Bowie? It may be. I don't know. I screenshotted that list. If I can find it here, I'll show it. But it was a really cool list of signed books that are out there that this guy had compiled. I don't know about y'all, but I get random posts suggested, like suggested groups. It's groups I'm not even in. And I'll get posts, and it's stuff that I'm obviously interested in. Facebook knows, and I'll see it as well. So I'll put a note in. I hadn't got to look through it. I'll look at that tonight. Thank you. I haven't got to look at it. I looked at it, but I hadn't got to look at it, if that makes sense. But thank you. I'll check it out tonight. Hank Williams is sold to Teresa for $40. No bid on the doors. This OG Alive She Cried with the insert. It's a $35 buy it now. An 83 U.S. specialty original. That can be bought for the buy it now price of $35. That is sold. You've signed Lou Reed book. No, I don't have that one. I just watched an auction today where they sold the George Harrison I Mean Mine. I've been wanting to get one of those for a long time. I think it sold, I don't know, it was up in the thousands. After it got to a certain point, I kind of stopped watching it. The Doors is sold to Rick Hall for $35. And then the Nighthawks is sold to Brandon Lack for $31. And now the Van Morrison is a final call to Jason for $20. Let's go ahead and run another one here. Apple Peaches Pumpkin Pie, Jay and the Techniques. This is a $7 start. Here's another hip pocket record. Apple Peaches Pumpkin Pie, Jay and the Techniques. $7 start on that one. And yes, you got the Doors for $35. Yes, Rick Hall, you did. So one of the rarest Beatles singles today sold at auction too. This is worth sharing with y'all. But first, let me go ahead and introduce our next auctions here. And let's get 2 more auctions. I did have a request for a Marvin Gaye, so let me go ahead and get that rolling. And let me find that in here. I think Laura has officially delivered everything. All right, here's our next auction. But yeah, one of the rarest Beatles singles that you can obtain sold today at auction, which is the original My Bonnie stock copy. I watched it since they first listed it because it's eventually on my... I'm hoping I'll just find one in a collection one day so I don't have to bite the bullet on the crazy auction prices they bring. But that sold earlier this morning for $11,875. That's truly the first record that the Beatles basically appear on. They're the backing band for Tony Sheridan. But that sold this morning for right at $12,000. Van Morrison is sold for $20 to Jason Boxell. Next auction is going up right now. This is a 1967 U.S. Hollywood original. This has the company inner sleeve, $25 start, a classic, an original. Ain't No Mountain High Enough. That's the original 67 U.S. Hollywood. It does have the original Motown inner sleeve as well. And this is going to go up for $25 start. Rebecca, I'm glad you said something. Iggy's going up right now. I almost said a $35 start on this thing, but here it is. This is a $35 start. This is now up for bid. Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell, United. That's now up for bid. A $25 start. Okay? There is that. And next thing I have is Jay and the Techniques is a final call to Michael Ruttman. And the next thing I have is what? Iggy. It was right here in the front, and then Laura reloaded the auctions. Here it is. This is called Iggy Pop, Suck on This. And this is an unofficial. The year is unknown. It's a vintage bootleg, maybe 1979. It was recorded A, B, and C live at the Agora in Columbus, Ohio, March 30th, 1977, with David Bowie. Side D recorded live at Santa Monica Civic Auditorium, November 18th, 1977. So this is a vintage vintage Iggy Pop bootleg, $35 start. There's both discs. Iggy Pop, Suck on This. The Marvin Gaye Tammy Terrell was VG++ EX. Really nice for that record. Iggy's a $35 start. You sold a deck of my Bonnie a couple months ago. No, I don't think it was Decca. I may have had one on Polydor. I don't think I had one on Decca. If I did, then I was out of it, and somebody just got a credible, wickedly good deal here, because I don't think I haven't sold that anytime recently. It probably was on the MGM Polydor. MGM or Polydor. They're commonly reissued. I've never had a Decca. I would have remembered that. I've had some bootlegs on the promo label, but never a real one. Marvin Gaye opened up at 35, then 40, and then Jay and the Techniques is sold for 15, okay? The Nighthawks was EX on the vinyl. Jay and the Techniques there was sold for 15. All right, time for more 45 auctions. I hope so. Don't scare me like that, Jason. I don't think I did. Like I said, Dale had some pretty incredible Beatles 45s. We still got them. I don't think that thing ever slipped through. We had some pretty sick ones, though. We still got some rare ones. I still got some pretty sick Beatles 45s that I don't think I'm going to keep. I think some of them I'm going to let go. Some of them I already have copies of. This is our next single. It's a really cool picture sleeve. Unfortunately, there is some fraying on the corners. This is Tom Petty and Stevie Nicks, and this is going to go up for a $5 start. It's Needles and Pins Live. And then here's our next New Orleans single, and this is Gossip, 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 Tracy and the Plastics. That's a $5 start. Who did I sell a My Bonnie single to? I'm sure somebody out there bought it. I don't think so. My gosh. Like I said, there's no telling, though. I hope not. That's why Beatles stuff, I take it and I immediately stash it away somewhere, because Beatles stuff is so complicated. You can have one thing worth 5,000 and something just like it's, 100. So it's very complex. Let's grab some more. Let's grab our first crate of new vinyl here right quick. Yeah, I think it was an MGM. I tell you what we did sell the other night. We had a red picture sleeve MGM. Tony Sheridan. It's the red picture sleeve, though. And when we put it up for auction, I didn't think much about it. And then it was kind of in the back of my head. I was like, man, I think that thing's pretty rare. And I think we sold it that night. Like, I put it up for like a $5 start. It ended up bringing like 120. But then I got on eBay that night, and it's like a $800 single. And I don't know who ended up getting that, but they got a great, because I remember thinking, I was like, man, that red sleeve, I think about stuff I sell like 5 hours after the sale. I'll be working. I'm like, man, that was a rare, I know there's something up with that. And then I'll go back and look, and somebody got a killer deal on that. I don't know who bought it. It's probably one of the many Beatles buyers, but that was more so like a $800 record. I think we sold it for like $125 maybe. But yeah, that was a killer one. Okay, let's go back. Robert Barnett wants the Harry Belafonte. Yeah, I didn't read back through that bin a second time. I'm going to go ahead and move on from that one, because we're doing so much other stuff. It's going to appear like we're in bins for hours, because we're doing so much other miscellaneous stuff here. This is so to Robert Barnett, and let me make sure there was nothing else in there that I missed, okay? So the Marvin Gaye had jumped up to 45, and then 46, and then 45 on Iggy. Marvin Gaye 50, Iggy 55, Iggy 65, Marvin Gaye 58, Tracy is at 5, Gossip's also at 5, same thing. Marvin Gaye 65, 72.76. Okay? Tom Petty, no bid, $5 start. Marvin Gaye's at 82. And Iggy Pop is at 65 with Rebecca. 65 with Rebecca. And there's one other thing over here I wanted to show y'all tonight. I watched it for a long time, and then it went into a different stratosphere today. they sold John Bonham's actual drum head he used for most of the 70s on his drum kit. So for $87,500. I think the starting bid was like 10. I was like, maybe everybody asleep that day. Oh man, I thought that was incredible though. New and sealed. Motley Crue, girls, girls, girls. Long story short, I hadn't bought anything in a long time. I except for records I've kept here, I haven't got to personally buy anything in so long. These auctions and just my own stuff, I sell it to y'all. I hadn't got to collect anything in months, honestly. Motley Crue, $33.99. Girls, girls, girls. Remastered. Here is the one and only crate of new vinyl from tonight. We have Tears for Fears, songs from the big chair. Everybody wants to rule the world. Shout, shout, $36.99. And Mike says, I got my Bonnie from you a month or two ago on MGM. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was about to mention Mike's name. I was like, I bet Mike's watching. Mike got the My Bonnie MGM. Yeah. Yeah, Decca's a different thing. Decca is a completely different thing. That's Decca's thousands. My Jason Boxell's going to have me, he almost tried to worry me to death there. Gosh, don't do that, Jason. I've been looking for that record my entire life. To think that I let it slip through here at an auction would be like the worst. I've been looking through stacks of 45s trying to find that record for like 15 years. Some people have been looking their whole life. Some people have been looking for that record their entire life. All right, this Van Halen, there was already a waiting list. This is Van Halen 5150. This is the waiting list. We have Pat Fratt and Tim Graham was next. So if anybody else wants on a waiting list, we still got Solarplex. He's now at the top of the list. They'll redo this for me. And then Rick Hall and John Griffin. So we need anybody else that wants a Van Halen 5150, let me know. These two go to Pat Fratt and Tim Graham. So those are sold and sold. Now, let's update all the other auctions. First of all, we have Motley Crue. This is sold to Gregory Roberts. And then we have, let me figure out what else happened here. Marvin Gaye was at $86 and then $92. George Sambares has it for $92. $92, that's a final call. Tom Petty. Tom Petty's at 7 with Chris Bachek. Robert Barnett, let me know if you want back in. Gossip, the last bit on Tracy and the Plastics that came in was Teresa at 8. And that means Stephen Riley's out. We're about to sell that. And then Iggy, we can go ahead and sell this to Rebecca. She's been sitting on it for a while. And that high bid with Rebecca up here was $65. And now that's sold, okay? Gossip has a new bid for $9. Yeah. Now, if anybody out there bought a Decca, if somebody did buy one from me, you could probably resell it to me for a crazy amount. And Scott Apple said he found a knife. I'm glad. I've got some others here, too, if you want to buy them. All right, so that has a new bid. Robert Barnett's out. Let's put up all new auctions. Tom Petty is officially sold to Chris Bachek for $7. And Marvin Gaye is sold to George Sambares. Awesome pressing here. Ain't No Mountain High Enough. Classic, $92. All right, thanks for bearing with me. Maybe one day I'll have as much time as y'all to collect stuff. Right now, I guess I'm just selling it. Teresa Brookshire on Gossip for $9. And Travis is out. That's sold to Teresa for $9. The board is empty. Let me go ahead and show the next record. Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. Susie, I think you wanted one of these, right? Michael Wood wants on that Van Halen waiting list. Uh-oh, did Teresa bid against herself? 8, Chris. Who was... Okay, yeah, she needs to get that for 7. Or 8. She needs to get this for 8 and not 9. That goes to Teresa for 8. I thought something was up there. By the way, I do have another Motley Crue on hand, but it does have a seam split. Okay? It does have a seam split. Any more Japanese? Unless Laura tagged one for an auction, I don't think so. Here's our next auction, Willie Nelson. This is a tough one to get. A 68 U.S. Rockaway original. It does have the company inner sleeve. Early waiting list here. EX, $55 start. Texas in my soul. Very cool, Willie Nelson. Tough one to get there. $55 start. Matt said he will take the crew with the seam split. Susie wants a Bark at the Moon. This is on blue vinyl with poster. And now we need another LP. I love how Chad tries to make it so far. Yeah. Y'all get to have all the fun. You're on here every night getting to buy what you love. I get to watch it sadly disappear in front of my face. I actually have about 50 more Beatles records I want to show y'all that I wish I could obtain one day, but it's good. I'll do it later tonight when we have more time because they're incredibly rare, and I watched them all today sell. Some of them won't come back up for years, but they just keep going up in value, and it's just like you got to go ahead and get them. If you don't get them now, then it's just like the Beatles fan base growing. So, but man, I watched so many crazy records sell today. U2 Desire. An 88 UK original, a $15 start. That's a 12-inch single of Desire, a $15 start. EX edition. No condition notes, near mint minus, $15 start. Let's go back over here to the next New Orleans singles and do a couple pulls and see what we have here for $5 starts. We have the Shadowland. The Shadowland's going to go up for a $5 start. And Dos Hombres, Queren Mas, I Can't Wait. That's a $5 start. Ozzy's $33.99. The only other thing left in there is Tears for Fears. I've got 2 copies of Metallica, the Black Album. Nothing else matters except you buying this record, and you will be unforgiven. $34.99. I don't know what I just said, but I was trying to be cool and incorporate the tracks. It's sad but true. $34.99. Amy Winehouse, Back to Black. This is $33.99. Amy Winehouse, $33. I haven't had that in a while. I've got 2 copies available. And the Cranberries, a 25th anniversary edition of Everybody Else is Doing It, So Why Can't We? $34.99. $34.99. Final call to get a bid on Willie for $55. U2 has a bid for $15. Dulce has a bid for $5. Let's do some buy it now 45s. And these buy it now 45s are going to be $6.99 each. First come, first serve. No more, no less. Vincent from Don McLean, Starry, Starry Night. That's a good one. $6.99 from his album American Pie. Think About Me, Great Fleetwood Mac song, $6.99. Dave Loggins, Please Come to Boston in the Springtime. The Jaggers, the rapper. The Guess Who, Hand Me Down World, that's a classic. And Barracuda by Heart. Crying in the Chapel, Elvis. Kentucky Rain, Elvis. Cheap Trick, Ghost Town. Ooh. Bad English, The Restless One. And Jackson Browne for America. Those are all $6.99. I've got 2 copies of The Dead Kennedys, Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death. Remastered with 32-page book, $24.99 on that. And I'm Going Hungry, Temple the Dog, new and sealed, single LP edition, $33.99. Jason Boxall on Don McLean for $6.99. Jason Boxall also on Jay, and Jay was for the Jaggers for $6.99. And Jason Thomas wants Heart, Barracuda. And we got Dan Moran on Kentucky Rain, and Dave Loggins, Please Come to Boston. The Masters music you hear on Sundays for CBS, also written by Dave Loggins. Dan Moran got Kentucky Rain, and Tim Graham wants both Elvis. One's already sold, but I will give you Crying in the Chapel. We have Teresa getting The Dead Kennedys. Thank you, Teresa. That's so to you. And that leaves Hand Me Down World. That's a great Guess Who song. Fleetwood Mac, Jackson Browne, Bad English, and Cheap Trick. Those are all still available for $6.99. Dose is sold to Robert for $5. Dr. Zebo only bid on the U2 Desire, an 88 UK for $15. Willie Nelson's a buy it now for $55. Willie Nelson's a buy it now for $55. and Shadowlands a buy it now for $5. There is a waiting list for Van Halen. It's $39.99. They should be in next week if they're in stock. I think 2 people went on the list tonight. We have 3 people already on there, and there'll be more in next week. Jason on the Guess Who for $6.99. And then Shadowlands a buy it now for $5. And a tough to get Willie here, Texas in My Soul. That's sold to Shane for $55. One more record. The board's cleared, so we need all new auctions. Another Motley Crue, Too Fast for Love, remastered at $33.99. Uh-oh. Let's go ahead and do it. Funkadelic. This is a 1975 U.S. reissue. It is from 1975. This is Funkadelic. Free your mind, and your ASS will follow. Funkadelic. It's now going up for a $25 start. VG condition. New buyer Rafael J. Quintinta Riviera. I must have missed his comment. I must have missed that. He said, where was that? Van Halen? Oh, Raphael. Sorry, Raphael. Raphael, Van Halen's $39.99. I never did see your comment. Sorry, that was right in the middle of, I think, when I was still yapping about the Beatles. Sorry. The Motley Crue is sold to MT Matt and Gregory Roberts. That's the same ones as earlier that bought the other one. Funkadelic 25. We haven't sold Chocolate yet. Chocolate hasn't been sold, but I do have a David Bowie going up. This is one I don't see as often because it's a promo only. A 1978 USOG promo only compilation. It's called David Bowie Now. The vinyl is an EX edition, and this is a $35 start. The cover around VG or VG Plus does show a little bit of wear because it's a black cover. $35 start on that. Raphael says, add me to the list. Thank you. Now, what's the deal with the Van Halen? I didn't give a full explanation. So this album is not in print in the United States or in Europe. The only way you can get this is if you get the Van Halen box set, which is discontinued. Now, there's a loophole that I think Sony is using because this is an official pressing. These are being made in Argentina. You can see the Spanish writing down here at the bottom. These are being made in Argentina. It's from a label called Sony Argentina. They were pressing the Tracy Chapman record months before the other version came out, almost a year. Same thing for Van Halen. So it's official. The Discogs, positive reviews on the quality. I think what they're doing is they pressing some stuff in Sony Argentina that's probably a copyright loophole. I don't know that for certain, but I think that's what they're doing. I think they have found maybe a loophole in Argentina. Kind of like in Holland, music on vinyl goes through a lot of those loopholes too. It is official. It's 100% official, but I think it's an Argentina loophole because it's from the label. When I order it, you know, I can click on a label and see stuff just from that label. It's Sony Argentina. Now, I have no idea really what I'm talking about, but that could also be true. But that could also be the situation there. Bad English is sold for $6.99 to Tawana Bennett. But yeah, some of these countries, they have different copyright laws, so they can press records maybe without having to pay Van Halen, or maybe without having to pay them as much. So they open up a pressing plant in Argentina, they start making records, they import them to the United States, and they don't have to pay maybe as much as in credits, or maybe they don't have to pay royalties at all. I don't know. But it is official from Sony. Smashing Pumpkins' Greatest Hits. Craig said they also did it to Rush on Presto. Smashing Pumpkins' Greatest Hits. This was the first time this was ever on vinyl. It's called Rotten Apples, their Greatest Hits. $44.99. The Funkadelic is a 1975 U.S. reissue. And I want to let y'all know, even in near mint, even for the reissue, near mint copies of this have sold for almost $200. Near mint copies of this have sold for almost $200. So that's a great pressing, even in VG. Okay? A G Plus copy with no sleeve sold for $16. Lord, so just a loose disc that was destroyed sold probably after shipping and tax for over $25 for just a loose disc. So you can tell that record is tough to find in high grade, in just about any condition, people want it. That is Funkadelic. That's a good one. And then David Bowie, the high bid on Bowie was 45 with Jeremiah Lewis. 45 with Jeremiah Lewis. And Rick Hall, you should be on the list from yesterday. Yeah, Rick Hall, you're on the list from yesterday. The first two was Pat Fat, Tim Graham. But yes, you're on there as well, Rick Hall. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Van Halen's are $39.99. And I have Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies, new and sealed, $29.99. $29.99. Alice in Chains, Jar of Flies. Let's go ahead and put up some more singles. And the next single is going to go up right now for $5. It's called the Stipees. Feel Lucky Hippie. The Stipees, that's going to go up for a $5 start. A little bit of a dog-eared corner, but I just fixed it. $5 start on the Stipees. And then here is, I don't want to do that one because it's another S. Let's find something else here. Here is Loons. Here's Loons. And this is a $5 start. David Bowie is on black vinyl. Jar of Flies is sold to Gregory Roberts. That's sold to Gregory Roberts. There's one left. I Stay Away, No Excuses, and Nutshell. Wow. Such a great release. Creed's Greatest Hits. 2 LP, $39.99. Creed's Greatest Hits. One Last Breath. My Own Prison with Arms Wide Open. Creed, $39.99. Corey Lawson on Smashing Pumpkins. That's sold to Corey Lawson. I've got Roberta Flack now playing on clear vinyl. Essentially a greatest hits from the legendary Roberta Flack. The David Bowie is a white label promo. It is a white label promo, not for sale. It's a promo copy. It's a promo only compilation, which means promo only means this was not sold in stores. This was not sold in stores. That compilation was not ever pressed for the public, just for promotional purposes only. The Stoppies and Loons both have bids for $5. Funkadelics at $45 with Philip Holt. Chris Bachek, you're out. It is in VG condition. Snoop Dogg, Doggy Style is $34.99. Did I see my Cranberries comment? Maybe not. No, Andrew, I don't think that ever came through. Andrew wants a Cranberries. We got you. We got you now. That's sold to Andrew Shaw. Dr. Zebo on Creed's Greatest Hits. Sold to Dr. Ebo. And we have Black Label Society Unblackened. Now, this is a waiting list. It's 3 LPs on clear vinyl. $44.99. I'm going to have to get my waiting list. I know, is it Bob Riger maybe? Bob, are you on this? Let me go check. Y'all probably heard me chugging the rest of a bottle of water I found up front too. And let me check this here. This is Black Label Society Unblackened, and my laptop's dangerously low. Luckily, this is the only waiting list. Let me search right quick. BLS. Bob Riger, Nick Bargeron, and Teresa's going to get the last one. These are 40. These aren't priced, by the way, so whoever's tagging, make sure you mark these. Bob Riger, I have you down for one. Nick Bargeron, and Bob says, can I put it back? That's fine with me. So let's give one to Nick Bargeron. Let's give one to Teresa, and that last one there is available if anybody wants it. It's a 3 LP Black Label Society. Okay. Now, the starting bid on Bowie, it's already got a bid. The Bowie I was about to sell, who's had it? Jeremiah Lewis has had it at $45. I was pausing to sell it. Jeremiah has it for $45. Are we done on Funkadelic? Chris is out. Philip has had that for about 4 minutes. Nobody else has bid. I feel like that's a great price at $45. Sold to Philip Holt. This is sold to Philip Holt. So, Philip, great price there on that one for $45, in my opinion, just my opinion. That's sold to you for $45. Teresa has both of the $45s here for $5 and $5. These are sold to Teresa for $5 and $5, right? There was no other bids came through on those. Nope. Those are sold and sold. And Jar of Flies is being put back. No problem there. If anybody else wants one, I have 2 left. We'll start that right there at the beginning. Let's go ahead and enter some more auctions. Somebody did mention chocolate. We have tons, as usual, tons of records to auction tonight. We hadn't even shown the first bin of new arrivals from John or Laura, and we pretty much have the entire allotment of auctions tonight. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. I'd greatly appreciate it. Talking about a grail for an OG. Unfortunately, this is a Sunday's reissue, but a tough record to find. A tough record to find. Chocolate Watch Band. This is a 2009 U.S. Sundays on orange vinyl. Sundays, the very popular reissue label. I love the color of this. Orange. $35 start. A pretty desirable record based on the comps here Laura gave me. $35. Bowie has bids for $47, now $50. Black Label Society is $44.99, Edwin. It's a triple LP on clear vinyl. Black Label Society. Zach Wild, $44.99. Okay, so Jar of Flies, remastered, $29.99. I Stay Away. Also, Tears for Fears, songs from the Big Chair. Everybody Wants to Rule the World, Shout. $36.99. Ozzy, last copy of Bark at the Moon, blue vinyl, $33.99. Metallica, the Black Album, $34.99. And let's pause at Amy Winehouse for $33. $33, and that way we can put up some new singles here from the New Orleans collection. And the next New Orleans collection is the Phantom Rats. The Phantom Rats is a $5 start. And Genie and the Lamp. Genie and the Lamp is a $5 start. We have not sold Parliament yet. Edwin does want Black Label Society for $44.99. Make sure that gets tagged. There's our next 2 singles. I'm about to do some buy it now singles. Let me finish this bin, though. The Cranberries. Everybody else is doing it, so why can't we? Dreams is on here. Linger. Such great music there with the Cranberries. $34.99. Last Dead Kennedys for $24.99. Temple the Dog. Of course, that's Chris Cornell, Eddie Vedder, members of Pearl Jam. $33.99. Temple the Dog. Smashing Pumpkins' Greatest Hits. $44.99. This used to be long out of print, and even bootlegs would sell for like $100. Everybody wanted that Greatest Hits from Smashing Pumpkins in one set. Here it is officially. Came out in 2011. See, it says first time on vinyl. That was a big release. First time on vinyl for something like that. Used to be CD, cassette only. Creed's Greatest Hits is $39.99. Roberta Flack, Now Playing, Feel Like Making Love, $28.99. And Snoop Dogg, Doggy Style, $34.99. I've got 2 of those, actually. The other one has a seam split. You can actually feel the disc almost trying to still pop through. There we go. All right, so $34.99. That is on clear vinyl. All right, let's bring over a crate of new stuff for tonight. Very busy tonight. I'm about to put up other cassettes. It's going to be a great night for miscellaneous stuff. I have just stuff everywhere, as usual. Probably going to do some buy it nows here. I got to get... I've been working on 1 box of cassettes for like a week and a half. I'm trying to get it to where they're all gone. Corey, you did get a Smashing Pumpkins. Yeah, I had 2. There's 1 left. I ordered all this basically on my phone like one morning before I fell asleep, and I never order vinyl on my phone because it's difficult to navigate on the websites I use and sometimes the spreadsheet. But if I hadn't have ordered all that, probably when I was half asleep trying to go to bed, we wouldn't have had that stuff tonight. But I was like, man, I got to place an order so we'll have some stuff for Friday. And there it is. And we're expecting a lot for Monday. All right, let me see what John's got over here. He may have marked a check condition bin, which if he did, that's going to be really good. He did. So here's new vintage arrivals, check condition, which is going to usually mean great titles at great prices because they're slightly discounted, or they are discounted because they're check condition. And from what I just seen, there's a lot of essentials in here, and they're all very fairly priced because they're check condition. Let's get going. Here we go. So Chocolate and Bowie, that was the last two bids I seen. Bowie's at 57. Rebecca, you're out. Chocolate's at 53. Craig's out on the Phantom Rats. Teresa gets that one for 9. And then Jeannie just got one bid. That is sold to Teresa for 5. Ray, right? No, that was Rat. No, Teresa didn't bid on this one. No bid. $5 buy it now on that. Shuggy Otis. Yeah, I think those already came in. You've already been tagged for one. Yep, you've already been tagged for one. I think that was like Monday, because I remember putting Jetstream on a waiting list, and we've already ordered more. You and ST over on YouTube. The Spectres, $5 start. So My Wild Oats, and the Letdowns, Atlanta, $5. Teresa does want the Genie for 5. All right. Here we go. So new vintage arrivals, prices marked. Right off, a classic. Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. Original label, just $14.99. VG condition. VG on Johnny Cash, $14.99. Bachman Turner Overdrive, not fragile. Of course, this has several hits on it. Roll on down the highway. You ain't seen nothing yet. EX condition, $12.99. And we have Ike and Tina Turner, Something's Got a Hold on Me. Ike and Tina Turner, VG Plus condition, $14.99. And Santana, Caravan Sorry, VG Plus, $14.99. Rebecca's out on Bowie. That means Jeremiah has it for $59. We're about to sell it. The chocolate watch band's at $62 with Jeremiah. That goes back to Andrew Shaw then, if you want back in. The Spectres is at 5. And the Spectres is at 5. And Letdowns is at 5. Todd Saw first on the Johnny Cash. And Andrew is out on... Andrew Shaw is out. Kristen Barnett next on Folsom. So, Kristen, you were second on Johnny. Patrick on BTO. And Spectres and Chocolate is still getting bids, right? Andrew, 62. Andrew, you just bid 63. Did somebody else bid 62? The Bowie, since Rebecca's out, we're definitely about to sell to Jeremiah for 59. And my crate over here has filled up. So let's go ahead and swap those out so I can grab another one. And we'll keep rolling. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, if y'all ever have any requests, just message Ed, and he'll take care of you. Ed will take care of you always. All right, I've got a handful of buy it nows here. Okay. I got cassettes and cards. You said someone else had the bid for 62. Okay. Let me make sure. 62. Andrew, no, it's you. I might have got confused with the Bowie, but no, it's you. It's definitely you. All right. These are $6.99. This is Parliament's Greatest Hits. And it is sealed. Hold on a second. These cassettes are $6.99. Yeah, Parliament's Greatest Hits sealed with a hop sticker. $6.99. Steve Vai, Fire Garden. Steve Vai, $6.99. Paul McCartney, Tripping the Live Fantastic. This is a double cassette being sold together, $6.99. And then I don't know how many or if they're complete or what, but New Kids on the Block trading cards. New Kids on the Block trading cards, $6.99 and $6.99. You can have 1 pack or 2 packs. $6.99. Those are all right there, okay? Now, let's go back to the top. Did I get the Bowie? I'm about to end some auctions right now. First is Chocolate Watch Band. This is sold to Andrew Eisensmith for $62. Andrew, thank you. That's sold to you for $62. And then the Letdowns, The last bid on the letdowns that came in, Robert went out. Teresa gets that for $6. Spectres is at $8. It goes back to Robert on that one. And then the David Bowie here, the last bid was Jeremiah Lewis, and it's sold to him. We're ready for all new auctions, and this sold to Jeremiah Lewis for $59. Sold to Jeremiah Lewis for $59. Then I just showed a little batch of cassettes there. JD, you put P and then PM. So you want Parliament and Paul McCartney? Let me know that's right. And then Kristen wants both packs of the New Kids on the Block cards. We'll go ahead and put those there first. And that leaves the sealed Steve Vai cassette, Fire Garden, $6.99. Spectres is also sold to Teresa for $8. That is sold. And we have, let's go ahead and show a few more LPs in here. Next is the James Gang Your Album. That is VG $9.99. These are new vintage arrivals priced as marked. James Gang is VG condition $9.99. First time showing these. Boston, their second album, Don't Look Back. VG Plus $24.99. Boston has the original under sleeve, $24.99 on Boston. And we have Jay Giles, Morning After. Jay Giles is VG condition, $9.99. Great blues rock from Jay Giles, VG $9.99. And then JD Conklin, you put P and then PM. I'm assuming for Paul and Paul McCartney. So let me know. Those are pending to you. All right, now we need all new auctions. Let's go ahead and run this Rolling Stones here. Gimme Shelter. This is a 1971 UK original, VG Plus condition. This was released. This is kind of like a UK only type deal. This didn't come out in the States. Gimme Shelter. And this is VG Plus, a 71 UK original, a $25 start. $25 start. Dennis Jackson does want the James Gang. That's sold to Dennis Jackson. And JD wants only the double Paul McCartney. So, yeah, those are sold together, $6.99. All right, I've got to take a stack of sold stuff in here. First, I'm going to take the stack of sold cassettes for tonight in here before I have a tumble with them. We don't want to tumble with cassettes. And then let me take our first stack of sold 45s in here. All right. There's that. Okay. All right. We got that figured out. Sorry. The P and PM confused me there, JD, but I got you taken care of. And then Stones is already at 30. We need a couple more auctions. And then also, James Gang. Yeah, and then also, there's another. Dennis put JG. That could be for James Gang or Jay Giles. I'm assuming he meant James Gang. But let me know. And then Joe Delgado, same thing, another. We had James Gang and Jay Giles back to back. Man, those can be confusing. If I have anything with the same initials back to back, it can cause a major problem. So I have to like confirm 2 or 3 times. I'm always trying to confirm 2 or 3 times. Next thing is a 1978 white label promo. This is David Allan Coe, Human Emotions. VG++, EX, David Allan Coe, Human Emotions, Happy Side, Suicide, $35 start. Tim Graham, you were next on cash. Dennis wanted James Gang. Joe does want Jay Giles. You got it. All right, going through new arrivals here. Still got Boston. I've also got the Cars Candy O, EX edition, $27.99. Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace. Steppenwolf is EX, $17.99. And Uli John Roth, Electric Sun, as in the Scorpions guitarist. EX edition, $22.99. David Allan Coe, $35. Stones, $35. Both auctions are officially rolling. Time for the next two singles over here in the New Orleans batch. We got the Shindiggers. The Shindiggers Go Wild. That's a $5 start. And the Shady Days. That's a $5 start. It's also time for our next batch of $6.99. Buy it now, 45s. The next batch of $6.99. Buy it now, 45s, which I'm about to put up right now for $6.99. The first handful is Deep Purple, Knocking at Your Back Door. Shy Talk, She Was Always on Time, Not Anymore. We Are the World, USA for Africa. Toto, Stranger in Town, a promo. We also have Village People, Can't Stop the Music from the soundtrack. A BTO picture sleeve I don't recall seeing before, Down to the Line. Cat Stevens Was Dog a Donut. And Matchbox, One More Saturday Night. Those are all $6.99. Those are all $6.99. Buy it now on any of those. All right. Now the Stones is now at 40. David Allen Coe just has one bid for 35. The Shindiggers had bids for 5 and 5, and Teresa 5. And she has the high bid on both. Next is Steve Earle Guitar Town. We're going through new vintage arrivals priced as marked. Steve Earle's in VG condition, $24.99 on Steve Earle. This is Rare Earth Ma. Rare Earth is in VG condition, $9.99. Rare Earth Ma. And Gary Wright Dreamweaver. Gary Wright, VG condition, $9.99. And Klaatu. Klaatu is VG Plus, $14.99. Green Kappa label. Robert is back in on both singles at 6 and 6. So, Teresa, you're out at 5 and 5. John Gollin does get the Deep Purple picture sleeve for $6.99. That still leaves Matchbox, Cat Stevens, BTO, Village People, Toto, We Are the World, and Shy Talk. Those are all still available. I'm going to put them right over here. Those are all $6.99. Next is Jackie Ray on Klaatu. Tony Lewis on the Dreamweaver. Those are sold and sold. Shane Devers, I can't believe it, but you were the only bidder on David Allen Coe at $35. Figured that would sell for a lot more, but it's sold to you for $35. The Stones did get a new bid with Corey for $40. John Gollin just bid $37 on David Allen Coe. Man, I would have loved to taken that bid, but Shane's had it for the last, 6 minutes. Shady is at 7, and Gimme Shelter is at 40. Who was the other bidder? Kathy. Kathy bid 43. Corey, it's back to you. Just letting you know you're out. Let's go ahead and put up Captain Beefheart. Abba Zaba. Captain Beefheart is a 1988 Netherlands reissue, sealed. Abba Zaba, sealed Captain Beefheart here. A $25 start. Abba Zaba, $25 start. Corey Ross is backing on the Van Halen. Next is the Shock and Blue, VG condition, $19.99 on the Shock and Blue. Also, ZZ Top Fandango, VG Plus, $24.99. ZZ Top Fandango, VG Plus, $24.99. And then Steve Martin, Comedy Is Not Pretty. Steve Martin is VG Plus, $9.99. It should have an insert with it, or a poster or something. What does it have? Yeah, it has a Steve Martin poster. It's got a dog ear crease, but it's in there. And the original inner sleeve, Steve Martin. And that is VG Plus, $9.99 with poster. With poster. Shady and Shindig both has bids. Captain Beefheart's a $25 start, going once, going twice. And 38 Special, Wild Eyed Southern Boys, VG Plus, $17.99. Wild Eyed Southern Boys. Let me go back to this box of cassettes I was working on. And some of these here, I don't know what they are. And that always proposes a problem. I'll have to check on those or put them up for auction. I don't know what that is. I kind of know what that is. I kind of know what that is. Are they sealed? There's more Steve Vais. Here's a great auction. This one's sealed. I've never seen this before. I'll put that up in just a second. Sorry, getting some cassettes sorted. And then Corey has the Stones at 45 and now 47. There's no Van Halen. I said Van Halen instead of Rolling Stones. Corey bids on like every Van Halen record. It's a Rolling Stones. There's no Van Halen up for auction. Jeremy Dalton on ZZ Top. That is sold. Teresa's out on the Shindiggers. So that's sold to Robert for 8. And you're also out, Teresa, on Shady. He has that for 8 as well. And Jeremy Dalton wants 38 special. He also got ZZ Top. Nobody bid on Captain Beefheart. It's sealed. Now it's a $25 buy it now. It can be bought. And we have Allman Brothers, Idle Wide South. Allman Brothers is in VG condition, $14.99. Midnight Rider, VG $14.99. And Billy Preston, Music Is My Life, VG Plus $14.99. The next cassette I'm going to put up is a sealed copy of Zakk Wylde, Book of Shadows. Is this sealed or is it inside of a bag, inside of a bag, inside of a bag? Yeah, so it's sealed, inside of a sleeve, inside of a plastic baggie. It is sealed, and it is a $7 start. Zakk Wylde is a sealed cassette, Book of Shadows. I've never seen that on any format. $7 start on that. Corey's out on the Rolling Stones. This is sold to Kathy for $47. Thank you, Kathy. That's sold to you. Yeah, all the Haken albums have sold. Gregory Roberts on Allman Brothers, that's sold. That's sold to Gregory Roberts. Billy was second, then Ivan P. The only 2 cassettes that hadn't sold is Parliament's Greatest Hits and Steve Vai, Fierce Garden. And they're both sealed. They've never been opened. $6.99. Gregory passes on Allman Brothers, so Billy Humphrey, this goes to you. Billy Humphrey, this goes to you. The Shady Days is sold to Robert Warner as well for $8. And then next is Average White Band, Warmer Communications. Average White Band is EX, $9.99. And Atlanta Rhythm Section, Champagne Jam, that's EX, $9.99. Zakk Wylde's already got multiple bids. Like I said, I don't recall seeing that one too much in any format, much less a sealed cassette with hype sticker. The next LP auction, let's go ahead and run Parliament here. I know there's some people waiting on it. It is just a quarter after 8. And here is a pretty desirable record. This is a 1972 U.S. original. VG condition, a $45 start. I meant to say Funkadelic. Funkadelic, excuse me. I sometimes get those mixed up. Funkadelic, America Eats Its Young. Funkadelic is a 72 U.S. original, double LP, VG condition, a $45 start. Gatefold, $45 start. This is Funkadelic, America Eats Its Young. Gatefold 2 LP, original, OG True First Press, $45 start. Now, the next comments are as follows. We had Zakk Wylde at 7. Zakk Wylde at 7. All the Haken albums have sold. Zakk Wylde 9. Gregory says he wants the Parliament cassette for $6.99. Kelly Cook got the Steve Vai cassette for $6.99. Trina Long on Average White Band. Jason, whatever your comment was, I can't see it. It's invisible. Whatever your comment was there, it's blank. It might have been an emoji, but I can't see it. Zakk Wylde 12, 15, 15, 15, 16, 17. And then SMI, ZZ Top. Any ZZ Top in here is already sold. And we have Blondie, Eat to the Beat, VG $12.99, and Stevie Ray Vaughan, a gold stamp promo, Texas Flood, VG Plus condition, $44.99. Let me jump back over here to the 45 box and grab our next auction. And it is Bang, Astro Kid, Another Sickness. That's going to go up for a $5 start, straight from the New Orleans box. The Zakk Wylde cassettes at 20, 21, 21. The Parliament, the Funkadelic. The Funkadelic record's a $45 start. And then our next LP auction is the Highwayman 2. Yes, they did a second album. It's tougher to get. This one's in shrink wrap. That's Chris, Waylon, Willie, Chris, and Johnny. A 1990 U.S. Carrollton original, still in the shrink. And Laura's graded at VG++. That's going to go up for a $35 start. Zach Wild 22, Zach Wild 25, Funkadelic 45. Stevie Ray Vaughan was grabbed by Gregory Roberts. Hold on a second. Zach Wild 21, Zach Wild 25. Gregory got Stevie Ray. Zach Wild's already at 25. Gregory bid 45 on Funkadelic. Funkadelic has no other inserts except the disc. Just the disc. White generic inner sleeves. Jacket's pretty nice, though, for what it is. A little bit of spine wear. It's got that kind of textured, you know, early 70s type feel to it. Todd saw on the Boston. Thank you, Todd. Highwayman 2 has a bid for 35. What year is Zach Wild? I don't know. I can find out. Moby Grape, was that an auction? It's showing as 1996. It's showing as 1996. Sealed. With hop sticker. Someone's kept it in a sleeve inside of a baggie, and it is sealed. And the high bid on that, the last thing I called off, I think, was 25 with Shane Devers. Yep. Okay. Let's see here. I think I hadn't missed any claims, right? No. Hadn't missed any claims except we pulled Boston. We're good to go. The Staple Singer, City in the Sky, covers and shrink. Vinyls VG on stacks, $14.99 on the Staple Singers. Also, the Allman Brothers, OG on the first label, pink Capricorn. The vinyl's been graded VG, $39.99. $39.99. And Lena Lovitch, stateless. Lena Lovitch is in VG Plus condition. $12.99 for Lena Lovitch. Eddie Money, live for the taking. Eddie Money's in VG Plus condition. $9.99 for Eddie Money. VG Plus $9.99. And Crosby and Nash is VG Plus $9.99. Bang. Teresa bid 5. So did Teresa for 5. Let's do some cassettes. And these are all going to be $6.99 each. Buy it now on the cassette, $6.99. Circus of Power. Circus of Power, COP. Grin. Very bizarre looking one there. Steve Vai is sealed. Warfare. Sealed, Steve Vai. Steve Vai, the Seventh Son, sealed. And Zodiac Mind Warp and the Love Reaction, Tattooed Beat Messiah, $6.99. Moby Grape, yeah. If it was posted, then yes, it will be auctioned. Actually, if you're sticking around, I'll move it up in rotation. And same thing with Miles Davis. We had a request for Bitches Brew. There's Moby Grape. And then, wow, we got some cool Beatles stuff. Stones, Blues, Rush, Bowie, Beefheart. Cool. All right, so we left off with Highwayman at 50, Funkadelic 52, Funkadelic 60. Jason Thomas did get Eddie Money. Zach Wild 26, Zach Wild 30, Funkadelic 62. So Funkadelic 62, Zach Wild's at 30, and then the Highwayman album's at 50 with Shane Devers. If anybody else wants to bid, now's the time. If you're done, you can say out, and I'll go ahead and expedite it. All those cassettes I just showed were $6.99 each. Okay? Also, we have the official live Gentle Giant album. Gentle Giant is VG Plus $22.99. The official live Gentle Giant album, VG Plus $22.99. Head East, a different kind of crazy, VG Plus $14.99. Funkadelic is a 72 US original VG condition. The high on that on Discogs is $250. I think for probably a sealed copy. Is that what, Laura? Yeah, sealed copy. And then we have Zach Wild at 35, Highways at 55. Next is Van Morrison Wavelength, VG Plus $24.99. Paul Carrick, Suburban Voodoo, Paul Carrick is VG plus $14.99. Jimmy Buffett A1A. Jimmy Buffett's VG plus $14.99 for Jimmy Buffett. Duran, 7 in the Ragged Tiger, EX $22.99. Jimmy Buffett, son of a sailor, VG plus $14.99. And Pete Townsend, Empty Glass, VG plus $14.99. Let My Love Open the Door. Pete Townsend, Let My Love Open the Door. All right, I got some more buy it nows here for you. These are all $6.99. This time, 45s. Hotel California, the Eagles. Cyndi Lauper, The Goonies Are Good Enough. From The Goonies. Cyndi Lauper, Girls Just Wanna Have Fun. Neil Diamond, Brooklyn Roads. I don't know what that is, so I'll wait. That's a cool picture sleeve. My Little Town, Simon and Garfunkel. I like that song. And Cheap Trick, I Want You to Want Me. Wow, I should have auctioned that one. That's pretty cool. In the picture sleeve. Those are all $6.99. All right, any warrant? Not to my knowledge. Funkadelic out. Final call on Funkadelic to Gregory for 7. Final call on Highwayman to Shane for 55. Final call on Zach Wild for 35 with Shane. SMI 564 wants Blondie. SMI, that was Blondie back here. Eat to the Beat, which was VG $12.99. That sold to SMI 564. Travis Wade got Duran. Jeremiah Stasich on Neil Diamond. This is sold to Jeremiah Stasich for $6.99. Chris Bachek got the Cheap Trick for $6.99. Shane was second. Jeff Church third. That leaves My Little Town. I think it's actually a Paul Simon song, and Garfunkel came to appear on it. Wow, this is an interesting deal here. And then we still got Cyndi Lauper, Girls Just Want to Have Fun, and the Goonies song, and Eagles, Hotel California. Those are all still available. And I think the board is about to be cleared as soon as we put back Duran for Travis Wade. If anybody wants that, it is EX $22.99. Okay, so the first thing is the Highwayman. Since the other bidder, Sally, set out, that's sold to Shane for 55. Gregory was the last person standing on Funkadelic, and Jason went out. So that's sold to Gregory for 70. Another killer Funkadelic. We got requests for Rush. We got requests for Miles Davis. The Rush will be put up for auction here in a second. Raphael. And then the Zach Wild cassette is sold to Shane for 35. Larry Smith wants the Simon and Garfunkel, and Todd wants the Eagles, okay? So we got Larry Smith on Simon and Garfunkel, and Todd Saw on the Eagles. All right, now Heath Norman wants the Cyndi Lauper Goonies track. That's also sold to Heath Norman. Black Sabbath Master Reality. It is a new sealed remaster, 2012 remaster. The cassettes that's still left from over here are $6.99 each. Zodiac Mind Warp, Tattooed Beat Messiah, Steve Vai, The Seventh Son, sealed. Steve Vai, Warfare, sealed. Grin, which appears to be like privately released maybe, I don't know. And then Circus of Power, and that's of course a very popular LP. That would be something that would put up for auction if we had it. So let's go ahead and put up Miles Davis. This was requested, Bitches Brew. It is a 1970 U.S. Terre Haute original on the second label. It's on the second label, not the 2i. It is a nicer copy, VG++ EX, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. Miles Davis is up for bid. We also had a request for Moby Grape. Now, this is an interesting cover here. So this cover was... this is kind of like a paste over deal. So the original cover, he was giving everybody the finger. They said, "Whoa, we got to take that out." Some of the first ones they covered were with these hop stickers, and then they airbrushed it and reissued it. And this is uncensored, a 1967 U.S. Pittman original. And it has a poster with the cover art. which I hardly ever, never, ever see the posters. That's pretty cool. It has the poster with the cover art there. $35 start. So a true OG, but what someone's done is they've took the hop sticker and they've peeled it off. Because they probably found out later, hey, it's kind of like the butcher cover. Hey, his middle finger's underneath that sticker. Peel it off, man, and see what happens. Peel it off, man. Go ahead. It's not going to mess up anything. And then this guy peeled this off at some point, probably like 1968. And he went, yeah, man, there's his middle finger. $35 start. That's now up for bid. Uncensored with poster. Okay, and then Miles Davis, 25. So Edwin Riviera asked about the cassettes. And he said he'll take Steve Vai, both, and the Circle of Power. I can't believe those didn't sell the first time I showed them. So that still leaves Zodiac and Grin. Next on Steve Vai was Finley. And then Kelly Cook. D-Kong does want Duran Duran. The cassettes are already sold, except those two. And Scott Markheim wants Masters of Reality from that first new vinyl bin. I can do that for you. And yes, Sean, I've ordered that. I just don't know where it is. It's not supposed to come out, though, for a while, right? I have ordered it. I just don't know where it is or when it's supposed to come out. This is so to Scott Markheim. I have one more left if anybody else wants it, $33.99. I figured when I first showed that stack of cassettes, they would all get gone. It's took 3 read-throughs, but we still got them. Grin and Zodiac Mind Warp's the only 2 left. I was shocked. You're shocking me on some stuff. Shocking. All right, now time for some more singles. All right, next singles are Untamed Youth, Girl Go, and Hot Lips Baby. This is going to go up for a $5 start. The Untamed Youth, that's up for bid. And the next New Orleans single is Young Lions Conspiracy. No. Maybe. Lord High Fixers. It's in a sleeve of a sticker that says Young Lions Conspiracy. I don't know if that's a label or what, but Lord High Fixers Soul Party. $5 start on that. All right, and if anybody wants a price on anything in here, let me know. We have Ike and Tina Turner, Santana Caravanserai, The Cars, Candy O, Steppenwolf, Uli, Jean Roth, Electric Sun, Steve Earle. We have Rare Earth, The Shocking Blue, Steve Martin, Billy Preston, Atlanta Rhythm Section, Staple Singers. I can't believe no one got this. OG Pink Labels with a beautiful jacket. Look at the jacket. Almost no signs of wear. OG for $39.99. Lena Lovitch, Crosby and Nash, Gentle Giant, Head East, Van Morrison, Paul Carrick, Jimmy Buffett, and Pete Townsend. Those are all still available. Moby Grape's a final call. Scott Leach has it for $35. The vinyl's in VG condition. Miles Davis just has one bid for $25. And then LHF5, that was LHH5, Lord High Fixers. JK has Lord High Fixers for $5. That must be the artist. Some of these, I'll read everything I can see on the record. I'll read everything on the label, and I still don't know who it is. But y'all usually can figure it out for me. That has a high bid of him for $5. All righty. So it's time for a new crate. My toughest decision is going to be which one to show next. So let me take a peek at them. Laura's working on some stuff right now. She's probably about to bring some stuff up. And we've got several new crates over here. But, of course, the big thing tonight is just what random item could I possibly show next that's laying around me, whether it be a cassette or I don't know, it could be anything. There's some interesting stuff in here for buy it now. There's at least 4 or 5 pretty good-looking records in here that could probably be buy it nows that I'm just going to leave in, or be auctions that I'm going to leave in here as buy it nows. So let's go ahead and do that and see what we have on deck. And Moby Grape does have a new bid, and now another new bid. And then LP Condition, AB, that's already been sold to Christopher S. Yep, I was waiting for somebody. Those pink labels are very desirable. That is sold. This is sold to Christopher S. All right, Lord High Fixers is sold to JK for $5. The Untamed Youth is a no bid. It's a $5 buy it now. Teresa just put $5, so let's sell that to her to $5. Moby Grape, Scott has it for $37, and Miles Davis still just one bid, $25 with Thomas Reed. All right, that's sold. Great new crate of pre-owned and vintage stuff here I'm about to show. And then we also had a question on Funkos. Scott, you just missed a big read-through the other night. However, I plan on posting a picture, a gallery of in-stock Funkos in the group. I'll tag you in it, okay? Here's Staple Singer covers and shrink. The vinyls in VG, $14.99. City in the Sky. Foil cover, City in the Sky. Scott Leach, you get Moby Grape for $37. You've bought from us before, right? So thank you. That's sold to you for $37. If anybody out there new is watching, $7 limited shipping. If you make your first purchase tonight, that starts tonight. It will end tomorrow. Monday, actually technically Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 7 nights, $7 limited shipping for all week. All week, you get $7 unlimited shipping. Let's go ahead and put up Rush. It was requested, and somebody wanted Big Brother and the Holding Company. Let's do it. The first record here is Rush Hemispheres. Rush is a 78, 1978 Canadian original on Anthem on red vinyl. A really cool pressing here. A 78 Canadian original on red vinyl, and it is beautiful. Near mint minus. Rush is a $65 start. VG Plus gatefold jacket, just a couple signs of wear. Nice gatefold. Alex, Neil, and Getty. Awesome. Red vinyl. An OG red vinyl from Canada. Anthem. $65 start. Sex, Dope, and Cheap Thrills. Big Brother and the Holding Company. I don't know exactly what's going on here. Maybe a compilation. But it's very cool looking. It's a 2018 U.S. original. Vinyl is near mint minus, and that's a $25 start. That's Big Brother and the Holding Company. A 2018. It has nice printed inner sleeves with amazing liner notes, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like a greatest hits or compilation. Wow, look at the gatefold. Amazing. $25 start on that. Sex, Dope, and Cheap Thrills. It is a compilation. I don't think Rush has a poster. Laura probably would have mentioned that. No poster. All right, let's start going through some new arrivals, and then we're going to put up some, of course, 45s and more cassettes. First thing I have is Strawberry Alarm Clock. We're off to a good start. $64.99. Strawberry Alarm Clock, Good Morning Starshine. That's something we don't see very often, and probably typically something I would have auctioned. Strawberry Alarm Clock on the uni label, and there's no condition notes. My lighting is actually really good for y'all. I got to hold a record. I got to hold a record over here to this direct light, but yeah, that's a nice copy. Strawberry Alarm Clock. I've only ever had that a few times. Rush has a bid for $75. Big Brother $25. That's $64.99. It is a U.S. original. The Moody Blues is a German press, 7th Sojourn. Man, this thing's nice too. Right off the bat. That's nice. $19.99. An OG German press. And Ian Matthews, Tigers Will Survive, $19.99 on Vertigo. On the Vertigo Swirl label. Ian Matthews, $19.99. So 3 pretty killer records there. An obscure Strawberry Alarm Clock, a Moody Blues German vinyl, and an Ian Matthews on Vertigo Swirl. That's the first 3 records. Here's our next New Orleans sleeve. Our next New Orleans record, Banana Pad Right. Kind of looks like the Banana Splits, doesn't it? Banana Pad Right on banana yellow vinyl. $5 start on that. It's up for bid. Banana Pad Riot. And then our next single is the Fabulous Impala. And the Fabulous Impala is going to go up for a $5 start. And it looks like the name of the artist is called Impala. Rush just has one bid for $75. We are about to sell it. Slicker said he'll take Strawberry Alarm Clock. That's so to Slicker Van Slyke. Thank you. Debbie Harry, you may know her as Blondie Cuckoo. Original on her sleeve. Debbie Harry is $19.99. Little Feat, Time Loves a Hero. Whoop, I keep bumping the camera. Sorry. Little Feat, Time Loves a Hero. Little Feat is $24.99. Time Loves a Hero. Little Feat. Big Brother has a new bid for $35. The Doobie Brothers, Minute by Minute. What a Fool Believes. $14.99. Impala has a bid for $5. The Banana Pad has one bid for $7 with Mike Strauss. Jethro Tull, A Passion Play. Another very clean-looking record. Jethro Tull, Passion Play. Very nice, yes. Jethro Tull, $19.99. And My Lord, What a Morning. Harry Belafonte, RCA Victor Mono, 2022. That's the catalog number, 2022. Price is $9.99. Rush, an original Canadian press. By the way, their home country, on red vinyl, sold to MT Matt for $75. Nice pickup. I figured, Matt, that would bring well over 100. Being on red vinyl, being an original, being from Canada, being on Anthem, but it's sold to you for $75. The 45s are still getting bids. Slicker and Kevin are battling out over Big Brother and the Holding Company. Let's throw up a blues album right quick. Lightning Hopkins, early recordings. Lightning Hopkins is a 1963 U.S. original. The cover's still in shrink. Our Hooli label. The vinyl is in VG. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Lightning Hopkins, early recordings, a $35 start. Next is the Rolling Stones. I almost pulled this out to auction it because I don't see this very often. An 82 UK compilation, $34.99. The Rolling Stones, $34.99, 82 UK mono. The Carpenters, Horizon, is $9.99. Lightning already has a bid for $40. What about Big Brother? I have not heard back, unfortunately, from Slicker Van Slyke. So final call to Kevin LeBeatty. And the 245s, Teresa has both bids. She has Impala for $5. She has the Banana Pad Right for $9. Mike Straws, you're out. And now Thomas Hujar wants the Rolling Stones. Thank you, Thomas. That's so to you. Next in the bin is Joni Mitchell, Hijara. Such a great album here. $19.99. Joni Mitchell, Hijara. Original on her sleeve gatefold. $19.99. Laura has delivered a fresh batch of new records. So we're going to go through the stuff she brought up here next. I also have 2 more crates of John records like this to go through after this one. I'm liking what I'm seeing in here. Impala has a new bid for $7. Banana Pads at $10. Slicker's out on Big Brother. Also final call on Lightning Hopkins for $40. Nicky Hopkins, the Tin Man Was a Dreamer. Nicky Hopkins, $14.99. Legendary pianist. If you were to look up everything he played on, you would be absolutely shocked. Nicky Hopkins, $14.99. Lou Reed, we got Berlin here, or excuse me, New York. Lou Reed has the original on her sleeve. Nice, $34.99 on Lou Reed. New York, $34.99. So Impala did get a new bid for $7. Teresa, you're out. Banana Pad Right got a new bid for $10. Teresa, you're out. Big Brother and the Holding Company is officially sold then to Kevin LeBeatty for $40. Thank you, Kevin LeBeatty. That's so to you for $40. Appreciate that. Let's put it all back in the package here. Really nice cover, too. I love the printed inner sleeves. And these kind of well-done reissues like this. You'll have enough time just to read everything they wrote there while you're listening to the album. ST on Nick Strauss. What did I just say? I just combined 3 or 4 people's names together. ST on Nicky Hopkins. Teresa's out on these, and Michael Butler gets the Lightning Hopkins for $40. Okay? Thank you, Michael Butler. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's David Bowie's Pin-Ups. David Bowie is a 1973. This is an Indianapolis original. And this is like a covers album Bowie did. Pink Floyd, The Who. He does a lot of cool stuff on here. See Emily Play. I Can't Explain. This is a 1973 U.S. Indianapolis original. Orange RCA, EX edition, original inner sleeve, Pin-Ups is a $35 start. David Bowie, $35 start. That's now up for bid. $35 start on that. Up at the top, we somehow or another lost Teresa. So Banana Pad Ride is sold for 10 to Mike, and Tracy Songer gets the Impalas for 7. Next in the bin is Nielsen. That's the way it is. Nielsen is $19.99. Christine McVie is $26.99. And Colt to Platon Blues, Volume 2. More dirty music here for you. $24.99. Colt Pulatain Blues. It's always a mouthful for me. Next 45 auction is going to go up right now. It's called Bald Guys. Bald Guys. And this is Secret Mission to Spy Island and Teleport. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. Bald Guys, $5 start. That's now up for bid. We also have another album going up for bid. And this is Cheech and Chong, Big Bamboo. A 1972 U.S. Monarch original with the rolling paper and the company inner sleeve. Cheech and Chong is going up for a $35 start. A beautiful copy. Really nice with the rolling paper. $35 start on that. Teresa, your bids came in on those last two 45s late, but I do have a new one up, the Bald Guys. Also, Head East Live. Head East is $29.99. And Super Session with Mike Bloomfield, Al Cooper, and Steven Stills. This is like VG Plus. John didn't put it in the check condition bin, but I think he meant to. $14.99 on that. Also, we have more 45s going up for a buy it now price of $6.99. I've got some more 45s here for $6.99. Let's go ahead and show them. The first one is George Michael Monkey. George Michael is $6.99. Queen, We Will Rock You. We Are the Champion should be the B-side. Yep. Blondie Call Me from American Gigolo. Cheap Trick, The Flame. Mickey, You're So Fine, You Blow My Mind. Tony DeFranco, The DeFranco Family. Heartbeat is a Love Beat. And You Can Dance If You Want To. Men Without Hats, The Safety Dance. Men Without Hats, that's $6.99 there. Teresa, I think your feed has gotten behind. Somebody might have to reply to her. Somehow she's watching in the past. She's either very delayed or her bids aren't. She's somehow watching in the past. I don't know how. Let's go up to the top and say that Bowie has a bid for 35. Cheech and Chong 35. Cheech and Chong 35. Paul Fritch that he'll take Super Session. Paul Fritch, that's So Do You. Shane Devers on Cheap Trick for $6.99. Mike Torrey's got the Queen for $6.99. ST was second on the Queen. Heath Norman on Safety Dance. Dr. Zebo's in on Cheech and Chong at $37. We still got Tony DeFranco. Mickey, You're So Fine. That's So Do Patty. Also Call Me from Blondie. And George Michael's Monkey. Those are all still available. The Bald Guys is a final call. There's no bid. Looking for a $5 start. The Greatest of Nat King Cole. $19.99. Gatefold 2 LP. Compilation on that one. Pussycat starring Harry Nilsson. Produced by John Lennon. That's $24.99. And we have Heart, Dog and Butterfly. Really nice copy here. Heart's $24.99. Dog and Butterfly. And Hall & Oates, Pastimes Behind, $19.99. Robert Barnett on the George Michael. That's So to Robert Barnett for $6.99. And Mike Torrey's was second. All right, so let's go ahead and grab the next two New Orleans singles. I have this one, and I have this one. Okay? So the first thing is the Ball Guys is a buy it now for $5. That's going to go right over there. It's a buy it now for $5. Scott Beebe gets Heart, Dog and Butterfly. Let's go ahead and sell David Bowie, just one bid for $35. And that is sold to Philip Holt. Nice. Single bid on that. Nice OG Bowie. Pin-ups. One of my favorites. As in artist. How could you go wrong? And then Cheap Trick. I have not heard back, or excuse me, Cheech and Chong. I have not heard back from Jason Short. I'm about to sell it for $37. And that's with Dr. Ebo. Next two New Orleans singles is Mark Lee, Down in the Alley. Mark Lee is going to go up for a $5 start, Down in the Alley. And we have the Waistcoats, Valley of the Mono Apes EP. $5 start on that. Next in the bin is Patti Smith Group, Radio Ethiopia. 1976 promo, $39.99. The label is actually marked promo, not for sale. $39.99. Cheech and Chong is a 1972 U.S. original Monarch copy. EX or better, including the jacket with the rolling paper. It is a higher grade copy for sure. I've lost the original bidder of Jason Short. Doctor has it for $37. I'm about to sell it. There's our next 245s for $5 and $5. PM for ST was Patti Smith, maybe. I'll wait and make sure. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be the Rolling Stones. This is really cool. Exile on Main Street. So Exile on Main Street is the Rolling Stones' 1972 album. This is a US PRC Richmond original. It has all 12 of the original postcards that came with it. It's also got the hop sticker, and let me see what's going on here exactly. So we're going to start it at $25. A sealed copy of this sold for $500 on Discogs. So here's the postcards. All 12 of them are there. They're postcards. So that's the first extra that came with the record. Here's both discs. They average out at VG. Okay. There's one inner sleeve, two inner sleeves. And then, whoops, what just happened? There it is. So there's a sticker. The original hop sticker is been affixed to the cover. And there's the other hop sticker with the tracks. So those would have been on the original shrink wrap. Somebody took that sticker and put it on the cover. And this one's loose, but it's still there. Okay? So that's OG Rolling Stones, complete with both of the hop stickers, both inner sleeves, and all 12 postcards. And if I throw up the peace sign, we can have some balloons. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in on Friday night. Welcome to Collectco. If you haven't already, make sure you've hit the thumbs up button. We got to make sure you hit the thumbs up button. That way, we know that you actually like this post. You see all my magic I can do? I can hold a thumbs up, and look at this. Boom, there it is. And then I can hold it in my hand and then make it disappear. How amazing is that? Folks, we have entered the 21st century. We have entered the 21st century. First thing we have is ST did want Patti Smith, that promo copy. Cheech got a new bid for 40. Cheech 44. Cheech 42. Cheech 46. Cheech 50. Cheech 45. And then Rolling Stones 25 and Rolling Stones 25. These other two 45s did not get bids. They're buy it nows for $5 and $5. And that's Mark Lee and the Waistcoats. Those are also buy it nows for $5 and $5. I'm going to put them right over here. Surely, there's somebody, before it falls off the table, who wants this sealed? Nobody bid on it. 1988 sealed Captain Beefheart for $25. Okay, that's the only LP. It's kind of in my way over here. Sealed, $25. Okay, I'm getting a stack of no bid 45s. That's the two cassettes. Here's some sealed 45s that I got to open. They're not actually sealed. And now I can put Captain Beefheart over here a little bit better. All right. I'm going to take these off the table. And now we're ready to go. All right. First thing is ST says he'll take Captain Beefheart. Thank you. The Stones has bids for 25 and 25. Steve Worley, you tied Michael Butler, okay? And then Teresa says she'll take the New Orleans. Actually, there's several. There's the Waistcoats, Mark Lee, Bald Guys, and Shadowland. I'm going to give you those first two. Let me know if you want the others. Bald Guys and Shadowland. You might have missed those too because of your lag. Here we go. Back to the bin before I put up more 45s. The Allman Brothers Band and Light and Rogues. $19.99 on the Allman Brothers Band. The Greg Allman Tour. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. No condition notes on that. $34.99. The Cars Panorama. A 1980 German press. German press. Beautiful. $29.99. Teresa also takes these for 5 and 5. Those are also sold to Teresa for 5 and 5. Also, we have the Carpenters, $9.99, Voice of the Heart, and Born Again, Randy Newman, $19.99. Still bidding on the Stones. And Cheech and Chong is at 55 with Teresa. Final call on Big Bamboo with the rolling paper. Next thing I have going up for auction right now is the next two New Orleans singles. These are going to be $5 starts. And I'm about to do some more buy it now 45s. We have the Cindy's, 4 sides of EP, and the Scuba Men. And those are going to go up for a $5 start. Trina Long on the Carpenters. Michael has the Stones for 27. By the way, I think the median on this thing, like, this has gotten to be such a pricey record lately. What was the notes Laura gave me? I think it was like, well, sealed copies had sold, but man, we've had some nice copies before sell, like well over 100. The high bid's 27. It's VG, but it's complete. Okay? What does no condition notes mean? That means the record is EX, EX plus or better. It's a really not, that means we hadn't denoted anything wrong with the condition. Let's grab another handful of 45s here. These are going to be $6.99 each. We have the Everly Brothers, Wake Up Little Susie, nice. The Cheap Trick, Don't Be Cruel. The Derailers, More of Your Love. Toto, Stranger in Town. $10 3, The Future's So Bright, I Gotta Wear Shades. Alabama, I Showed Her, and If I Had You. Every Breath You Take, and Wrapped Around Your Finger. That's the Police. $6.99. All those I just showed you right there are $6.99. Okay. Stones 27. We sold the Carpenters. Request for Parliament if it hadn't been ran. I got Captain Beefheart, B-52s, David Bowie, Lightning Hopkins, Electric Prunes, Lightning Hopkins, Jimi Hendrix, Bo Diddley, Thelonious Monk, James Brown, MC5, Juicy Lucy, Tears for Fears, Aretha Franklin, Beatles, and Parliament. Beatles, and Parliament. That is some of the auctions still to be had. Okay? Stones got a new bid for 30 and 30. What year is Greg Allman? I think it's like 74 or 6. 1974. 1974. Rolling Stones 30, 34, now 40. Scuba 5, 4, 5. And Greg Gallier said he'd give 5 for Grin. Sell this to Greg for 5. Does anybody want the Zodiac for 5? And that means we've sold out of cassettes. Tony Lewis wants T3. What was T3? $10 3. That is sold to Tony Lewis for $6.99. Still got Toto, Derailers, Cheap Trick, the Everly Brothers, Alabama, and Nobody on the Police. Every Breath You Take. But it is time to sell Cheap Trick, Cheech and Chong back here. Cheech and Chong is officially sold to Teresa, and she gets this for the high bid of $55. That was a really nice copy. All right, let's go over here with Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks, $24.99. Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks, Tangled Up in Blue. Very nice copy there. UK Danger Money, $19.99. And that's a white label promo. I just got a solicitation where they're about to reissue this. $19.99. And we have Laugh In 69. This is $19.99. Laugh In 69. Brian Ferry, Boys and Girls. Brian Ferry's $24.99. And Nat King Cole, I Don't Want to Be Hurt Anymore. Nat King Cole, $9.99. Also, Zappa, Zoo Dolores, $39.99. Paul Sponable's in on the Scuba at 6. Teresa, you're out. But you do get the Sondees for 5. And Chad on the Stones, does it say unpack on the inside of the spine? On the inside of the spine, does it say unpack? Unipack. Yeah, Unipack. Yeah. Yeah, this is a Unipack. This is a design, a sleeve design they used, a Unipack. It's a copyrighted patent they used here. I mean, they had it since the 60s, but that's where the disc slide inside of the jacket there. But yes, it does say Unipack. This is an OG 1970. Whoop, I lost my notes here. Hold on a second. This is a 1972 USPRC Richmond original. Okay? And Teresa, you're out on that. Raphael Riviera wants the UK album. Thank you, Raphael. New buyer tonight. Thank you for joining us. Is Laugh In spoken word or music? The original cast album. This should have both. Yeah. Like Sock It To Me. Or whatever that, I don't know if that's actually something that's denoted in here. But yeah, $19.99. And now the Rolling Stones. I'm going to make sure Christopher doesn't want to bid. Thomas has it for $47. Okay. We also have Lou Reed, The Bells, $29.99. And yes, sorry, I'm doing a lot of miscellaneous stuff. I'm doing cassettes, 45s, lots of auctions that require a lot of time. So we are moving through the bins probably a little slower than normal. But we only have like maybe 6 new arrival bins tonight, maybe 7. So yeah, we're going to be showing new arrivals probably till 11 o'clock because Laura's in the back still marking stuff. McCartney's $19.99. Jethro Tull, Thick as a Brick. This is always the selling point here. This is with the original newspaper cover. There we go. With the original newspaper cover. Very cool. Thick as a Brick. $29.99. I'm also about to put up all new auctions. Christopher Dean's in on the Stones at $50. Thomas, you're out. Teresa wants Lou Reed. Thomas Hujar gets McCartney. Fred second on Lou Reed. And Jan and Dean, Little Old Lady from Pasadena, $12.99. Scuba is sold to Teresa for $8. Now we need new auctions. First, we'll put up Parliament. Here's Parliament. It's going to go up for a $15 start. A 1979 USPRC Richmond. A USPRC Richmond original. VG condition, just a $15 start. Gatefold. There it is. Very cool. OG Parliament. Let the bidding begin. It's now just a $15 start. Stones is at $52. Let's grab another handful of 45 buy it nows. Laura's already got a crate of new arrivals over here. I'm not for sure what she's dug out. That'd be a good question for Laura. I let them do their own thing. Sometimes I give them stuff to price, but rarely I just let them do their own thing. Their job is probably more enjoyable when they can pick and choose what they want to price. Dawn Henley, All She Wants to Do Is Dance. Bill Withers, Lovely Day. Journey, Open Arms. The Party's Over. Hughes Corporation, Don't Rock the Boat, Baby. Sun City, Artists Against the Apartheid. Back to back Doobie Brothers hits, Jesus Is Just All Right, and China Grove. Hold the Line, Toto. Elton John, Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me. Long Cool Woman in a Black Dress with a promo sticker from the Hollies. Long Cool Woman in a Black Dress. And Willie Nelson, My Heroes Have Always Been Cowboys. $6.99. Here's where we're at so far. I left off by saying Rolling Stones at 52. Parliament's at 15. How much is Jethro Tull? $29.99. Parliament 15. Parliament 16. Now Sean Fairweather's just messing with me. Christopher Dean. I know when y'all start messing with me, okay? It is funny, but I know when y'all start messing with me. Christopher Dean, 55 on the Stones. Parliament's at 20. Heath Norman on the Bill Withers. Lovely Day. What happened to it? It was right here, wasn't it? Yeah, that's sold to Heath Norman. Parliament's at 20. Heath also wants Sun City. Parliament 15, 15, 20, 20. Stones 56, Parliament 25. John Gollin wants the Hollies. Long Cool Woman in a Black Dress. Jason Thomas on Willie Nelson for $6.99. ST next on the Hollies. Teresa next on the Hollies. Chris X next on Willie Nelson. Jeremiah Stasich on Elton John. Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me. And then here's what's left. We have Toto, Hold the Line, $6.99. Doobie Brothers is $6.99. The Hughes Corporation is $6.99. Journey, $6.99. And Don Henley, All She Wants to Do Is Dance, is $6.99. Now Sean's really messing with me, telling me he got a public sub. Oh my gosh, now he's really messing with me. That's like my favorite thing on earth. That's like my favorite thing on earth. And they don't open till 7 in the morning, and I don't have time on my way here to get one. I could eat public subs every day. Now you've made me very angry. Next thing I have is Holes and Mellow Rolls by Gabriel Kaplan, $19.99. Parliament's at 32. They're still bidding on the Stones. The Stones is at 56 with Thomas Hujar. Christopher Dean, you're out. Next is The Odd Couple Sings, Tony Randall and Jack Klugman. That's $19.99. And we have Grease Band, as in Joe Cocker, but this was his backing band. I'm pretty sure that's who that is. $26.99. Paul wants Toto and JH. JH. Let's see. Toto sold for $6.99. And JH was, that might have already been sold. Doobie Brothers, let's see, what was JH? Doobie, Journey, Hughes, what was JH? That might have already been grabbed, Paul. Okay. You can DoorDash public subs. Okay, now y'all are really messing with me. ST wants Holes. Where are y'all seeing some of these records at? Or is that something I've already sold? Holes. What is Holes? Hughes Corporation, Don Henley, Journey. Okay, and then also, if I could stay focused, now I've got food on my mind. This entire show has just, it's over. Y'all have really messed me up. It's over. Good night. I'll see y'all tomorrow at 5 o'clock. I am ruined. Y'all have ruined me. Okay. Don Henley is sold to Paul Brothers. This is sold. Last night it was pizza. Now it's public subs. Oh my gosh. Paul Brothers got Don Henley. The Stones is out with Christopher Dean. So Thomas Hujar, you have that for $56. It's a final call. Parliament with a lot of bids. The highest bid I see is with Philip Holt at $45. Holes ST. That was Holes and Mellow Rolls. Sorry. I would love some rolls right now. That's sold to ST. Tracy Songer on The Odd Couple. ST, I got you down for Gabriel. I have not sold Aretha Franklin. Okay, I think we're good to go. All right, next is Chad and Jeremy, Distant Shores. Chad and Jeremy is $9.99. How late did they DoorDash subs? I like going there and watching them make it, though. I like, can you give me a little bit more cucumbers, please? We have Honky Tonkin' by Hank Williams. I would love the honky tonk on down to the Publix right now. $29.99 on Hank Williams Sr., $29.99. Wow, a David Bowie Pinups in the Bin $34.99. It is a black label. We sold an OG earlier. There's a black label, which is the second label. Still a vintage copy. Head East is $19.99. And the mamas and papas, people like us, $12.99. All right, Thomas Hujar, you do get the Rolling Stones. Thomas Hujar, you do get the Rolling Stones, and this is sold to you for the winning bid of $56 and a public sub. Okay? And the Parliament is at 45 with Philip. I think I've said going once. Now I'm going to say going twice. If I've said going twice, we'll go ahead and say going 3 times. Let me get all this repackaged here for Thomas, including that little hop sticker. Don't want to lose it. Oh, man. And then public subs are the best. Everything's so good. It's so good. ST on DB, David Bowie. And Parliament has a new bid for 48. Purple Rain, a 1984, 84? Yeah, 1984 Allied original with the poster, $59.99. $59.99 on Deep Purple. Patti Smith Horses, 1976 original, $34.99. And Bob Dylan, a freewheeling Bob Dylan, a 66 stereo, $54.99. Wow, what a beautiful copy. Columbia 2i 66, $54.99. Now Parliament's at $50. I have Instacart. They charged me the other day for $100, and I don't even know why. And I haven't had time to call them. I got a bill. They charged my card for $100. I was like, what's going on? I have so many. I'm one of those people. I have so many subscriptions. There's no telling. The store, our store has so many subscriptions to stuff. There's no telling what I'm charged for on a monthly basis. Our next auction is Lightning Hopkins. Got to Move Your Baby. Lightning Hopkins is a 1970 US. A 1970 US VG Plus. A $25 start. $25 start. Parliament's now at 55. I knew JD wasn't done. It's between him and Philip. ST got Patti Smith. Gregory was second. And I'm ready for new 45s. Hold on a second. Jethro Tull, you can. Okay, Jethro Tull is $29.99. This is OG with the original newspaper cover here. Very cool. Folds open like this. Parliament is sold to J.D. Conklin for $55. J.D. Conklin, that's sold to you for $55. Next is, somebody asked for something earlier. It was Aretha Franklin. This Girl's in Love with You. This is a 1970 U.S. Presswell original, white label promo. Aretha Franklin, This Girl is in Love with You, with promo sticker. A white label promo for a $25 start. A white label promo, very cool, VG Plus condition, and a really nice jacket. Aretha Franklin's a $25 start. Our next singles are going up right now for a $5 start. And those are the following. The Action Suits, Fun Flies, $5 start. And the Letdowns. And that's going to go up for a $5 start. That's our next New Orleans singles. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go over here to Instacart and see what this looks like. I don't even know how to get into it. Oh, I'm logged in already. All right, let's keep going here till they send me some kind of code. All right, so Buc-ee's. We stopped there on our way to Georgia a couple times. Lawton Hopkins is the final call for 25. Let's go through this lower crate as soon as I recap this. I'm just joking. That was a great crate. There was so much cool stuff still left in there. We'll go through those another time. Let's go ahead and go through this lower crate. Let's go ahead and go through this lower crate here. They're supposed to send me some kind of 6-digit code. I'm not getting it. I hate that kind of stuff. Who the heck is going to log? Who the heck's going to use my Instacart unless they charge my card? I wouldn't like that. All right, here we go. Let me type in this one-time code. This is all Sean Fairweather. Because of all this, Sean's going to have to buy a Led Zeppelin record tonight. Okay. Let's go through this lower crate. I know you're waiting for this one. I just had to pick this up with one hand, and I think I just pulled a muscle. Here we go. All right. Here we go. So, first thing I have is Lightning just got that one bid with Michael, right? And Michael, I'm going to scroll down here and look for more LH bids. I don't see any more LH bids, so this is sold to you for $25. Thank you, Michael Butler. Just one bid on Lightning Hopkins for $25. Thank you. Appreciate that. The letdowns, the last bid on the letdowns was Teresa at $5. And she also bid $5 on the Angry Suits. And then Aretha Franklin's at $30 with Thomas Hujar. White label promo. That is a nice VG++ copy. And Thomas has that for $30. Steve Worley, it goes back to you. Okay? And I don't know what that stuff is called. Let's see what Laura has in here. This is sealed for $19.99. Ty Siegel, Hello High. By the way, here's the Laura Crate Hype sticker for tonight. The first purchaser of something in here will get this Laura Crate Hype sticker. By the way, I don't know if YouTube is populating right now on the chat. If you're on, or on Facebook, if you're on Facebook, let me know if you can comment. This is Ty Siegel, and this is $19.99. Also, the White Buffalo Hog Tied Revisited, and that is sealed for $39.99. And the reason I said that, because I looked down here, and a third of the viewers, and it says we're only connected to Facebook and X. So I don't know if we're connected to YouTube right now or Facebook right now. Okay, maybe we are. That's weird. It says that we're not. Okay. All right, so y'all are good to go there. Y'all are good to go there. I can't remember. I think it's called Boar's Head Subdressing. I'm just curious if they'll actually deliver this thing to me this time of night. Also, the Beatles Now and Then. This is sealed on black vinyl, $19.99. And we have another copy sealed for $19.99 and 3. So this is sealed, the Beatles Now and Then, black vinyl. We have the Laura Crate Hop sticker there for the first person who claims something. Also, Eddie Vedder Earthling. Eddie Vedder is sealed on black and blue marble vinyl for $19.99. So Steve Worley, I was going to make sure you were done on the Aretha. He did say out. Thomas had that for $30. These two singles are sold to Teresa for $5 and $5. Brandon Lack, I'm pretty positive, was the first comment right then. He was, and he gets the Laura Crate Hop sticker with the very cool Pikachu holding the record. That's my favorite one she's done so far. That's sold to Brandon Lack. She had one like those the other night. That's really cool. Michael Rudolph on the Beatles. Alan next on Eddie Vedder. Paul next on Eddie Vedder. All right. Next is figure out what's going on here. Aretha Franklin is sold for $30. And this is sold to Thomas Hujar for $30. Thank you. That is sold. Next is Kiss, self-titled, 2014 remaster, $24.99. There's two copies there of Kiss, self-titled, sealed, $24.99. Here's our next auction. It's going to go up right now. It is the Jimi Hendrix Experience. Are you experienced? And this is pretty cool. This is a 1967 U.S. original. The pressing plant is not indicated. It's on tricolor steamboat labels. The Jimi Hendrix Experience. VG condition, a $25 start. This is OG, the first true pressing of Jimi Hendrix's debut album here. Sealed, a $25 start. Are you experienced? That is a $25 start. Just saying, it is OG. It's up for bid. It's a $25 start. VG condition. No pressing plant identified. Mike Torres wants a copy of Kiss. That is sold to Mike Torres. Thank you. We have one extra copy. Also, Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor. Led Zeppelin is unopened, sealed, a Jimmy Page remaster. And thank you for the sticker. Chad loves Led Zeppelin. 5-heart rating. That's very true. Unopened, $29.99. That's their final studio album, In Through the Outdoor. Very true. Appreciate that note. Now the world knows, in case you didn't already. Back up at the top, we have a new auction. The Beatles for sale. This is going to go up for auction right now. The Beatles for sale is a 1972 German. 1972 German. This is Beatles for sale. Odeon, EMI, blue label, and it's beautiful. No condition notes. EX++ near mint minus. Really nice jacket. $35 start. Hendrix 27, Hendrix 30. Mike Torres, thank you, Mike Torres, on the Led Zeppelin. Appreciate that. Also, Lou Donaldson, Midnight Creeper. Lou Donaldson is $34.99. Blue Note Tone Poet, cut directly from the original analog tapes. Lou Donaldson. Sealed, $34.99. And Sticky. Sticky is Frank Carter and the Rattlesnakes. Unopened, $19.99. The Beatles has bids for $35.35. Thomas Hujar, do you want back in on Jimi Hendrix? Let's go ahead and get back to some of our New Orleans singles. I'm going to grab one right here. And I'm going to grab this one right here. And the first thing I've got to say is this is not the Rolling Stones. Because last time it caused a lot of confusion. We almost had to re-auction it 2 different times because people thought they were bidding on the Rolling Stones. This is not the Rolling Stones. This is not the Rolling Stones. This is their Hispanic Majesty's Request, not their Santanic. This is their Hispanic Majesty's Request. A $5 start. That's now up for bid. And I have the Ranks. And the Ranks is a $5 start. The Ranks on blue vinyl, a $5 start. Beach Towel Twist. There we have it. Sticky is sold to Teresa Brookshire. Hendrix is still getting bids, and so is the Beatles. Preston, you're out. Joe Walsh Barnstorm. Unfortunately from the Connery collection, but it's a nice copy like most of his records. Very good Joe Walsh album, Barnstorm. Unfortunately, though, from Sean Connery's personal collection. We have To the Power of 3. Unfortunately, from Sean Connery's personal collection. $9.99. To the Power of 3. J.D. Conklin, You Get the Other Kiss, self-titled. Awesome. Debut album, Strutter, Nothing to Lose. Firehouse. Also, Seven Dust. Chapter 5, 6, 7. Chapter 7 on blue vinyl, sealed, $24.99 on Seven Dust. And Wilco, Cross-Eyed Strangers, an alternate version of Yankee Hotel Foxtrot featuring unique performances of all 11 songs with Jeff Tweedy and Wilco. Sealed, record store day, $29.99. The Beatles has a new bid for $45. Finley Depperstein has a bid, a claim on Seven Dust. Okay, and here's where we're at. Here's where we're at on the other auctions. Jimi Hendrix. Chris Bachek bid 40. So, Thomas, you're out again. Mike bid 45 on the Beatles. That's after Preston bid 41. Now, the Hispanic is at 9. The Ranks is at 10. Jim B wants Wilco. Sold. Guys, I'm running out of luck on my food order. Publix, Instacart, no. Subway's already closed. I think I'm out of luck. It's too late for food orders. I can't do pizza again. That was bad last night. I ate an entire pizza. Can't do that again. Bastille, Doom Days. We're just going to have to fight through. I'm going to have to go up front and eat crackers and chips here in a minute. Red and Black Splatter, Bastille, Doom Days, sealed for $19.99. The Joe Walsh was $19.99. It's an OG gatefold. The name tag doesn't look too bad. At least it's a nice Masters green. He did write his name on the label, though, $19.99. And then we have a lot of comments that just came in. That was wild. Ryan Eaton was 7 on second on Seven Dust. Ryan Eaton. Beatles out with Preston. The Ranks has a new bid for 11. And then Hispanic 10, Beatles 47, Experience out, and then Beatles and 50. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go. My mom did buy some more of those Munchie Dorito jalapenos. I think I'm going to have to go up there at the conclusion of this crate before we transition to the final parts of the show. I'm going to have to knock out some snacks. David V did get the Joe Walsh. I'm going to update all 4 auctions after I show a couple more records. I've actually got 3 more copies of Bastille. And here's everything you always wanted to hear about the OJs, but were too afraid to ask for. And that's a white label promo. The OJs is $19.99. $19.99. Boy, I don't know if I could do Whataburger either. Those are such unhealthy options. It's Whataburger, pizza, Whataburger, Waffle House, and then Mom's Easter dinner on Sunday. That's like a 50,000 calorie swing. George Samberez wants Power of 3. That is so to George Sambares. All right, so here's where we're at on all 4 auctions. The Beatles just got a new bid with Samuel for 55. That is a 72 German press. And I'm pretty sure Mike Torrey's had it. So, Mike, you're out. The Hispanics has bids for 20 and now 17, now 20. The Ranks, the last bid on R, blue vinyl Ranks, was Teresa at 11. And then the Jimi Hendrix, which is an OG VG, Chris Bachek has it for 40. And that's a final call. Final call on that for 40. All right? Now, we have Mama's Boys, Needle on the Groove. Mama's Boys is $9.99. Mama's Boys. The Greatest Songs of Woody Guthrie, $9.99. The Greatest Songs of Woody Guthrie. Third World is sealed, unopened with hop sticker, $14.99. And this is something by somebody. Shabazz Palaces of Light. Shabazz is sealed for $19.99. Yep, she is making a chocolate pie on Sunday for Easter. That's going to be devastating. The Beatles has a new bid for 60. Hispanics has a new bid for 22. Michael Butler on Woody Guthrie. Fred Carnell on Mama's Boys. The Ranks is sold to Teresa for 11. The Jimi Hendrix is sold for 40 to Chris Bachek. That is sold for 40 to Chris Bachek. Hendry Smink on the Third World, which was sealed, $14.99. Thank you, Hendry. And then next is another Captain Beefheart. This is Captain Beefheart and the Magic Band, Shiny Beast, Bat Chain Puller, a gold stamp promo, a 1978 U.S. Los Angeles original. There is no white label promo for this album, so there is no promo label. Original inner sleeve, Captain Beefheart, a $35 start. The Beatles is at 62 with Mike Torrey. Samuel, you're out. Moses is out on the Hispanics. Teresa has that for 22. That's a final call. The next New Orleans single is going up right now, and that one is Yvonne and Yvette, the Siamese twins. Yvonne and Yvette, the Siamese twins. A $5 start. Wow, they're conjoined. They're conjoined. Wow. Some kind of, it looks like they originally had records out that are probably wickedly rare and expensive, but this is a Norton reissue. The Siamese twins. $5 start on that. Next is, we've already shown that, so we got 2 copies. Ali Venable, Real Gone. That's sealed for $19.99. And No Thank You, an album by Little Sims. That is on clear vinyl. It's a jazzy hip-hop album, sealed for $29.99. Little Sims. Beatles is still getting bids. And Jimmy Cliff, Cliffhanger, $9.99. Jimmy Cliff is $9.99. And the Paladins, Years Since Yesterday. The Paladins is $12.99. George Jones on AV for Ali. That's sold to George. The Hispanics are sold for 22, and that was sold to Teresa for 22. The Beatles has a new bid for 75. And Captain Beefheart is a $35 start, final call. That's actually his artwork on the front. We have some of his artwork. A little doodle. I still don't know what to do with it. But we actually have a Don Van Vliet doodle, some of his original artwork. I still don't know how. I'm probably going to have to like consign it to a big auction house or something, because I think it's worth like $5,000 to $10,000. I think his original artwork now sells for like And that's just a doodle. I think like that painting would be worth like 6 figures. Fred Cardinal on Cliff. Jimmy Cliff. Art Vandelay. We have Fred Cardinal on the Paladins. Vandelay. Yeah, Vandelay. Boy, Sean and Dale's locked into the Seinfeld references. The Siamese twins is sold to Teresa for $5. Only bid on that. They're still bidding on the Beatles. Final call on Mr. Beefheart. The next singles are the following. We have the Renegades and Pajama Suicide. Or Pajama. That's a J. Pajama Suicide. Pajama Suicide and the Renegades. 5 and 5. Slicker Captain was a $35 start. $35 start on Captain. The best of REO Speedwagon. I have never seen this before in my life. Unfortunately, it's from the Sean Connery collection. $9.99. I have never seen that in my life. It's got to be foreign, right? Yeah. This is from Germany, England. That's why. $9.99. Billy Thorpe, Children of the Sun. It is from the Sean Connery collection. $9.99. REO is sold to MT Matt. The Beatles is now at $80. Captain Beefheart, I'm looking for a $35 start. No one has bid yet. $35 start. No one has technically bid yet. Next is Arnold and REO Speedwagon, Renegades 5, and ST next on REO. Yeah, that was a UK. That's why we've never seen that before. That was released in the UK. Sturgill Simpson, A Sailor's Guide to Earth. That is sealed for $19.99. Lucinda Williams, Car Wheels on a Gravel Road. Grammy Award-winning album. First time on vinyl with Steve Earle and Emmylou Harris. An unopened music on vinyl pressing for just $24.99. Billy Thorpe is sold to Brian Riley, and Bob Riger's right. Even though they may have a name tag on it, these discs are beautiful. This guy was very OCD about his records. That's sold to Bill. Bill Stewart got Billy. And Leslie Silvley on SS for Sturgill Simpson. And Thomas on Lucinda Williams. But before I do that, my crate has really filled up here. So let me take this off. And let's grab a new empty crate to start filling up. All right. So Leslie got Sturgill. Thomas got Lucinda. The Renegades just got one bid for $5. And Pajama Suicide just got one bid for $5. Those are both sold to Fred Cardinal. Nobody technically bid on Captain Beefheart, so that's a $35 buy it now. Gold stamp promo. He's out on the Beatles, so let's go ahead and sell this to Samuel Kopich for $82. Oreos. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. Oh my gosh. Sounds like I'm going to sounds like I'm making a 3:30 a.m. Walgreens run for food tonight. Next auction is going to be the Beatles. Here's another one. With the Beatles. A 1972 German reissue. So another German press. This time with the Beatles. VG Plus. Let's go ahead and run this one for a $35 start. It is in VG Plus with the Beatles. Another Odeon EMI German. It won't be long. Yeah. It won't be long. Yeah. We have Captain Beefheart sold to Ivan. ST was second. Next is the band Camino Try Hard. Sealed for $14.99. Walgreens sub, no, but they'll have fish sticks and Oreos. They will have me a good batch of fish sticks and Oreos. Next auction is David Bowie. How about an OG Ziggy Stardust? This is a 1972 U.S. Rockaway original. A $25 start. A 1972 OG orange RCA label. It does have the original inner sleeve. Nice. There's Mick Ronson. I'm an alligator. I'm a mama papa coming from you. I'm a space invader. David Bowie, $25 start. The Beatles already has a bid for $40. Beastie Boys, some old BS. A 2021 US, $19.99. Volunteers is $14.99. That is Jefferson Airplane. Volunteers, $14.99. And Hot Tuna, America's Choice. Hot Tuna, Yorma Calcoen, $9.99. Hot Tuna. Let's go ahead and put up some new auctions from the New Orleans collections. We have the Monsters. We have the Monsters. And we have the Percolators. The Percolators is a $5 start. And the Monsters, it's rock and roll. It's a $5 start. Let's go back up the top and figure out what just happened. Mike opened the Beatles at $40. And then Sean Fairweather on Beastie Boys. Thank you, Sean Fairweather. Adam Bullock was second. Thank you, Adam Bullock, even though you were second. And Monsters and Percolators has bids for $5 and $5. We have Kim Wilde, Another Step. That is from the Sean Connery collection, $9.99. Hot Tuna was also from Connery and Jefferson Airplane. Alan Stone, sealed on Gold Nugget vinyl for $14.99. I've got 2 copies of Alan Stone and Isolation, Kali Uchis. Don't forget, there is a note from Laura. Laura loves Kali Uchis. I hope I'm saying that right. Sealed for $24.99. David Bowie is a no bid. You can pick this up for just $25. An OG orange label, Ziggy Stardust in VG condition. An OG in VG condition. The Monsters is on black vinyl. It has a new bid for $7, now $8. Also, David Bowie is sold to MT Matt for $25. And Mike Torres, you get the Beatles for $40. All right. Can't believe no one actually locked in a bid on Bowie. That was surprising. Let's go ahead and put up another new auction. And that is Blues in My Bottle by Lightning Hopkins. This is a 1984 US. And Mr. Lightning with Blues in his bottle is going to go up for a $35 start. It is an 84 EX, nice, on Bluesville Prestige Bluesville. And I haven't done this in a while. I'm going to show some Buy It Now 45s for $6.99. These are all $6.99. Coming at you right now. $6.99. First come, first serve. The Ballad of the Green Berets, Sergeant Barry Sadler. Dancing in the Streets, David Bowie, Mick Jagger. 4 on the Road, the Blue Boys. Thompson Twins, Nothing in Common, from the album, from the soundtrack, Nothing in Common. Culture Club, Move Away. Robert Plant, I'm in the Mood for a Melody. I'm in the Mood for a Melody. Phil Collins, One More Night. And Michael Jackson, She's Out of My Life. Michael Jackson. Those are all $6.99. I left off by putting up the percolators and the monsters. What a wild cover. The percolators and the monsters. The monsters is on in the back there, on the bottom. And here's the bids as follows. Monsters 5, percolators 5. Monsters 6, percolators 6. Monsters 7, monsters 8. Steve Worley, you were second on David Bowie. Arnold Adams, you were third on Bowie. Monsters 9, percolators 9. William Drugovich bid 9 first. Fred bid 9 on percolators. Kevin LeBady on Barry Sadler for $6.99. Adam Bullock on David Bowie, the single here. Fred bid 35 on Lightning Hopkins. Travis Wade on Culture Club, Move Away. George Jones is in the mood for a melody with Robert Plant. Kelly Cook was second. ST was third. Ryan Eaton third on Bowie. Teresa next on Robert Plant. Kelly Cook on Phil Collins. One More Night. The Monsters has a new bid for 10. Scott Oman on Michael Jackson. The Monsters has a new bid for 11. Percolators 11. So we have the Blue Boys and Thompson Twins still left. Lightning Hopkins is sold to Fred Cardinal for $35. The Monsters and Percolators are both with Teresa at 11 and 11. The next auction going up right now, without further ado, is old Juicy Lucy. Never mind, we're going to do Tears for Fears. I grabbed the wrong record. Tears for Fears is an OG copy. Their classic album, Songs from the Big Chair, shrink wrap and hop stickered. And this is an 85 US PRC original. Whew, sorry, my speech is getting slurred. And the only thing I've done is nothing. We have my brain is dragging. A 1985 United States PRC Richmond Original Gangster, still in the shrink wrap. VG Plus, a $30 start. Oh, man, I'm getting there. My lips are chapped, brain's flattening, can't talk, stuttering. $30 start on Tears for Fears. Next is Bad Religion, No Control. Bad Religion is sealed for $24.99. MX, M-Tune, True Colors, Picture Disc, $14.99. And Kansas, The Point of No Return, Live and Beyond. This is $34.99. $34.99. All right. So, Monsters and Percolators. Percolators, I think, we're done. Teresa gets that one for 11. They're still bidding on Monsters. Oh, yeah, Monk. Let's do one of the Monks right now. Let's do Monk's Music, Thelonious Monk, featuring John Coltrane. That sounds cool. Unfortunately, it's VG minus, though. It's a 67 US reissue. We're going to start it just for $5. We're going to start it for $5. I use that excuse all the time. Monsters 12, Monsters 14. Joey bid 30 on Tears for Fears. Sean's BRs for Bad Religion. Monster 15, a $35 bid on Tears for Fears. Teresa's second on Bad Religion. Another bid for $35. That's a beautiful copy in shrink wrap, hop sticker. One of my favorites there. And then let's see here. Monk. Now, what was Monsters? Okay. Monsters. What happened to Juicy? We're about to put up Juicy Lucy right now. First of all, let me find Joni Mitchell, his genre. Joni Mitchell, his genre. I love the song of this album, Amelia. Amelia. I loved it even more when I found out Maynard James from Tool uses this as a reference of influence for his vocals and lyrics. The way he sings songs. You listen to this album and you can hear the way he pronounces. He breaks down syllables in those Tool songs. Joni Mitchell kind of does the same things. Beep, bop, 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 bop. Sold to Todd Worley. And that's $19.99. And then Todd Sauce said, only place I could get food this late, Food Line subs and Oreos on the way, says ETA around 11 p.m. Wow. Todd Saw has ordered food. Well, you didn't have to do that. Also, I was going to ask you, is your live, you told me you were going to go live. Is that tomorrow? And do an unboxing of one of your orders on your channel? I would like to tune into that if I'm awake. Or was that today? If it's today, I'll go back and rewatch it. Or if it's tomorrow, I'll try to tune in. Okay? Next is Monk is at 17. Tears for Fears at 50. Now, the Monsters got down to 2 people. And if William Drugovich is out, then I'm going to sell it to Teresa. But Teresa has it for 16. And William, I think it's up to you. Now, there were some other questions, too. What happened to Juicy? She's still over here next to me. She's waiting. Jim B wants White Buffalo. You got it. White Buffalo sold to Jim B. Almost said your last name. Tears for Fears, 45. Tears for Fears, 45. Monk, 14.15. Bad Religion sold. Monk, 17. Tears for Fears, 45.50. And then Tears for Fears, 60. Okay. Regina just clocked out of work. She walks out of work, she gets on her phone, and she's like, I'm done. I'm watching Coletco for the rest of the night. Regina, tonight, I have a whole box of Elvis 45s we're going to auction, okay? I want to make sure you're watching and making sure you can bid. I've got the Elvis box lot of a lifetime for you. Kansas is called Point of No Return Live and Beyond. It's a triple LP, $34.99. I used to have a sealed copy with information. I've kind of forgot what the deal was. $34.99. Okay, Monk's at 20. So Teresa, I can sell you the Monsters. Teresa is going to get the Monsters for 16. And then Tears for Fears. Tears for Fears. Joey Sorge has it for 60. Joey has it for 60. If Regina says I'm ready to bid, at some point tonight, we're going to put up a Elvis lot unlike any other. Here's our next New Orleans singles. The Old Babes present The Old Baby's Adventure. $5 start. And we have the Netter Bettles, Where to Run. That's a $5 start. Okay? There we have it. $5 start. Fred Carnell on Kansas. Let me make sure that, who asked about it? Let me make sure that MT Matt doesn't want it. You got all the time in the world. If not, Fred and then Greg wants it. Okay? Monks at 20 with Sean Fairweather. It's VG minus. And Jared Inc., it's back to Jared. It's back to Jared. Tears for Fears is at 66. And he's passing on Kansas, so this is sold to Fred Cardinal. All right, very quickly, before I recap this bin, and we still got 2 other crates from John. I'm pretty positive Laura's working on another crate in the back. What we're going to do is I'm going to put up some Buy It Now 45s. I've got a surprise auction over here for just a second. Hope everybody's ready. Here comes some more Buy It Now singles for $6.99, okay? Europe. It's the final countdown. Europe, like the continent. I'm Your Boogeyman, KC and the Sunshine Band. The DeVales, You Can't Sit Down. I don't know what that is, so I better not sell it. Phil Collins, A Groovy Kind of Love. Olivia Newton-John, Hopelessly Devoted to You. Toto, 99. Fleetwood Mac's Sarah. And Live It Up, Crosby, Stills, and Nash. $6.99. CSN. Oh, okay. Did these 45s get bids? They didn't. $5 buy it nows. The Netter Bettles and the Old Babes present the Old Babies. $5 buy it nows on those. First is Ryan Eaton on Phil Collins, A Groovy Kind of Love. Jeff Church on the Olivia Newton-John. ST on Fleetwood Mac, Sarah. And that leaves Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Toto, the DeVales, KC, and Europe. It's the final countdown. All right, and then Tears for Fears then is sold to ST for $66. And Monk is still getting bids. It was between Sean and Jared. Now it's between Sean and ST. ST leads it at 26. And my next auction going up right now is Juicy Lucy, as promised. This is a 1971 US OG white label promo, EX condition. Get a whiff of this. Juicy Lucy. White label promo with promo sticker. It's nice. EX. A $25 start. I'm shocked no one bought Europe the final countdown. I am in shock. I am shocked. Teresa gets both of these for 5 and 5. Patty, can I get a package of 7-inch outer sleeves? Yeah, I'm actually about to show those. Give me 1 second, and I'll bring those over. One second, please. Let me find them. I'm also looking up the price right now. Because we need to show these. Let's do the inner sleeves first. I can't even remember what Patty said, but let me show the inner sleeves first. Hold on 1 second. I'm having to scroll through some invoices. I should have had them mark all these when they came in. Because this is something, but I don't want to misprice them because it's probably something we can sell like 20 packs of tonight. Okay, so these are packs of 100 poly-lined. They're poly-lined 45 sleeves. So the insides of them have that poly-lined bag. I recommend these over just a regular paper sleeve by far. $24.99. Pack of 100 is $24.99. Now, Patty asked outer. Now, Patty didn't want these. She wants the plastic outers. I'll show those in again, but these are $24.99. If anybody wants, we'll call these 45 inner sleeves. These are 45 inner sleeves, okay? Packs of 100, $24.99. $24.99 packs of 100, okay? Now, up at the top, Monk was at 30 and then 31. John Lee Hooker, or excuse me, not John Lee Hooker, Juicy Lucy, 30. And then what's the B-side of Europe? What is Europe? And then a claim for Europe. The B side of Europe is on Broken Wings. Finley, if you don't want this, it goes to Rock and Slotin. If Rock and Slotin doesn't want it, it goes to Chris X. So Finley, say sold or pass, $6.99. Rock and Slotin, say sold or pass, $6.99. And then it goes to Chris X, okay? And then Greg says he thinks he asked about Kansas first. Okay, that's a while back. Let me see if I can find it. Kansas. There's your comment, condition of Kansas, right there. Juicy. Okay, let me find where it was claimed. Greg Preston, condition of Kansas. Details on Kansas. Kansas. If Kansas is EX or better, sold. Kansas needs to go to Greg Preston instead of Fred Cardinal. Greg is the rightful owner of Kansas. Right there, about 5 of y'all asked about this all at the same time. As soon as I showed it, everybody immediately asked the condition. This is sold to Greg Preston, not Fred Cardinal. Okay? Rockin' and Slottin' gets the Europe single for $6.99. Now, Monk is sold to ST for $31. This is sold to ST for $31. Leslie wants a pack of inner sleeves. Patty wants a pack of inner sleeves. That's sold to Leslie and Patty, $24.99. I'm about to bring them over here. Juicy Lucy 32, Juicy Lucy 40. Jeff wants a pack of inner sleeves. Okay? Three packs sold, $24.99. Here's our next auction, which is unadvertised. It's been laying over here, ready to go up. A tough to get Thin Lizzy. We've ran across several lately. I love this cover. Thin Lizzy Nightlife. This is a U.S. original. Thin Lizzy Nightlife. It's going to go up for a $35 start. It's EX or better. Nightlife. It does have a clip corner. Thin Lizzy on Vertigo. $35 start. $35 start. Vertigo Thin Lizzy, now up for bid. Okay. Juicy Lucy's at 41. I need 3 packs of 45 sleeves. Patty, Leslie, and Jeff Church. They're $24.99. I'm going to step over here and get them, and then 1 extra pack. So I need to get 3 more. All righty. Now, here is the next thing I can show you. And I'll do this brand here because it's on top. And then, let's see here. These are LP inner sleeves, $26.99. Vinyl style for this particular brand. This is all I have right now to show you. Vinyl style, $26.99. Those are archival inner sleeves. Archival LP inner sleeves. That's what we use to put all of our auctions in. That's what we use to put all of our auctions in. Okay? Juicy Lucy's at 47. These, if you want a pack, just say enter. They're $26.99. Thin Lizzy has a bid for $35. Okay? This was a great crate here from Laura. I'm about to go through another crate. Let's read through this one more time. It feels like it was an hour ago when we started it. Ty Siegel, Hello High, sealed for $19.99. The Beatles, Now and Then, sealed for $19.99. We have 2. Lou Donaldson, Midnight Creeper, $34.99. Seal, Blue Note Tone Poet. Bastille, Doom Days. Bastille's on red and black splatter, sealed for $19.99. Juicy Lucy's a final call to Michael Butler for $47. Thin Lizzy has bids for $35 and $35. The OJs, a white label promo. Everything you always want to hear about the OJs, but we're afraid to ask for. $19.99 on that. We have 2 copies here. This is sealed for $19.99. And what was it? This was Shabazz, Palaces of Light, $19.99. Todd Saw wants a pack of vinyl style inner sleeves. Make sure those go in for $26.99. The same sleeves we get your records in. Those are outer sleeves. Outer sleeves, and I'm about to show those next. Supplies gets complicated. I'm about to upload them to our website. That way y'all can just get on there and buy them. Because if I show them here, it gets complicated. Because you've got 45, outer, inner, LP, outer, inner, and then we've got about 3 different brands of everything. And some people like to use the same brand across the board. Some people don't care. Some people need 45. Some need LP. Some people need 10-inch. Some people need box sets. Some people need some for the 78s, which are 10-inch. It gets very complicated. So the outer sleeves I'll show next. I try to just do them one at a time. There's that. I'll show outer sleeves next. Brian Call got the Beatles, and so did Pam Murray. That's the last Beatles song, unless they find more unfinished demos. Those are sold and sold. Thin Lizzy's at $42. Juicy Lucy's at $47. I think the best way to do it is I'm going to just upload everything to our website where y'all can buy it but don't have to pay for it, or y'all can pay for it and we'll just get it in with your order. It's going to make their life in the back very difficult because we invoice everything through Square, and if you go on our website and buy something, even if it's free shipping, they're going to have to try to get it in with your order so it can all go together. Then we're going to have people buying supplies, and it's going to get very complicated. There's not an easy way to do this, believe me. There's not an easy way to do this. I've tried my best to figure out how to sell supplies, and it becomes very complex. Little Sims, no thank you. Sealed, $29.99. They're going to hate me in the shipping department because they're going to be like, hey, this guy placed an order for supplies, and we've already shipped out his order for records, and now it's either we're going to have to pay the postage or we're going to have to invoice them for postage or invoice them again. Then there's going to be 2 boxes, so it's going to be very complicated. The band Camino, $14.99. That's called Try Hard. And then Jefferson Airplane Volunteers, $14.99. Hot Tuna's $9.99. Kim Wilde is $9.99. Alan Stone is sealed for $14.99. I've got a couple of those. Cali Uchis, that's sealed for $24.99. And MXM Tomb, and that's $14.99. All right. Let's go ahead and put up another auction before I show those outer sleeves. Here's Captain Beefheart, a 1972 U.S. Pittman original with the company inner sleeve and insert EX $20 start. Yes, you did get Juicy Lucy. Bill Samus gets Jefferson Airplane. That is so to Bill Samus. Wow, Todd said the delivery be here after midnight. I can't believe there's somebody out delivering that late. I mean, even for Lebanon, a pretty big city, most of these delivery services stop at like 9 and 9:30, which I think is crazy because if you drive up and around this town at 11 o'clock, it's packed. People's driving, going places. And I'm like, why does this town shut down at 9 o'clock? It's weird. You know, I think it should be like Las Vegas. If you want to eat In-N-Out Burger at 3 a.m., you can. But I guess that's why we have Whataburger. All right, here's outer sleeves. Outer sleeves, packs of 100 are $29.99. Outer sleeves, pack of 100, $29.99. And Adam Bullock, these are just like the ones that are shipped to you. So they're 3 mil, they're wide. You can put, if you're familiar with the size of the George Harrison All Things Must Pass box set, well, look at this. You can, to kind of give you an idea, small box sets can go in here, like Kansas. Kansas is a quadruple LP, I think. It's a triple LP box set. That's thicker than George Harrison All Things Must Pass. And you can put a sleeve around it. So outer sleeves are $29.99. And for those that's just joining us, I've showed 3 different supplies. I've got 45 inner sleeves, packs of 100 for $24.99. I've got LP inner sleeves. I've got LP inner sleeves for $26.99. That's archival, anti-static sleeves, LP inner sleeves, and now outer sleeves. Packs of 100 are $29.99. Bill Samus wants a pack. Todd Saw wants a pack. Joey Sorge wants a pack. There's 3 packs. So those are outer sleeves. Those are outer sleeves. Do I have any dividers? Yes. Bear with me. Info on Thin Lizzy. This is a U.S. original, 1974. EX or better. VG Plus jacket. Thin Lizzy. George Samberez has it for $48. Captain Beefheart. The last bid on that was 1 bid for $21. Bill Samus wants 2 packs of outer sleeves. So that's 2, 3, 4, and then 1 for George H. That's 5. I'm going to go ahead and grab a box over here and just bring them closer to me. That way I go ahead and put all this stuff in the operations room so they can tag it all. Okay? Got to tag all this stuff. I'll go ahead and just grab the rest of this box. I just ordered 100 packs of these. I ordered a bunch. Ed was like, we're still shipping people's orders that ordered some of these a while back and they need them. And I was like, you got it. So now we need 6 because J.D. Conklin wants a pack. So there's 2, 4, and there's 6. 2 inner, 1 outer. Okay, 2 inner sleeves. Yes, I'll go back and correct that for them right quick. 2 inner sleeves. Okay. Let's bring over another new crate of stuff to go through. So Bill Samus needs 2 packs of these inner sleeves here. And him and Todd Saw the only ones that bought inners. Let me go ahead and pull those specifically. And then 1 outer. You got it. Sometimes I misread through that. You have to watch me. That's why I think also the best if we could do it through a website. That way you could really see what you're buying. And I think if we just put it on there for free shipping and then like we'd get a notification and say, probably put a cutoff and be like, well, if you want to buy supplies to get on your order, you got to do it, you know, Saturday or Sunday before noon, maybe. That'd probably be the best way to do it. Just say Sunday before noon. That way, if you check out and you go ahead and pay for them, they'll have the invoice, and before they start shipping the next week, you know, that'd probably be the best way to do it, I think. So I'll start working on that. Like I have time to start loading stuff to a website, but we'll figure it out. Because I feel like we could sell just as much as we did tonight, probably every night. Or every day, probably. Let's go ahead and sell Captain Beefheart. And they usually go back through and look at the actual chat. Sometimes we sell so much supplies, they just actually look at the chat because I can't call it all out. I try to. Like Bill Samus wants outer. Todd wants outer. Joey wants outer. Bill Samus 2 inner packs. George outer. JD outer. And then we have George H wants 2 packs of outers. 2 packs of outers. You got it. Thin Lizzy's now at $54. And that's with George Samberez. Let's go back to the auctions. Thanks for bearing with me. And I've got one more supply to show, and I'm about to do that in just a second. One more supply to show. I hadn't done that yet. One more second. I've got one more supply, and we've covered every shape and size that I have. Here's our next auction, Bo Diddley and Company. Bo Diddley is a 1962 U.S. 1962 U.S. original. VG condition on the red checker label. A $20 start. Let's go ahead and put up 2 more New Orleans singles. And the next 2 New Orleans singles are right here. And we have first is, this one is taped shut. I can't get to this one, can I? Or can I? Nope. I'm going to put it over here. We have the Early Hours. The Early Hours is a $5 start. The Early Hours is on red vinyl and yellow vinyl. It's a triple. No, it's not. It's got an insert. Red and yellow vinyl, the Early Hours, $5 start. And then the next New Orleans single is going to be whatever this is right here. Knave or Knave. I don't think you say the K though. Knave Bachelor, 5. Beefheart with So Do You. Let's go through a whole new crate. We got a whole nother crate over here to go through that we hadn't even looked at tonight. And then another one after that, and then another lore crate after that. And then another, and then another, and then another. And then we'll be here all night. And then I've got to go get a snack at some point. I'll do that very soon, actually. Let's take a quick glance at this crate. And interesting stuff in here. Let's go ahead and get started. Cool stuff. Non-check condition, vintage pre-owned. Non-check condition, vintage pre-owned. Bo Diddley has a bid for 20. Adam Bullock said he will take a pack of outers. Thank you. And now, before I get started, the last supply I have in stock. And the last supply I have in stock, these are $14.99. These are $14.99. I know somebody's already asked, but if you did, make sure you say it again. These are 45 outer sleeves. 45 outer sleeves. So that's what we use like these. We go through, man, I order these by the case because we re-sleeve every 45. So you can imagine how many of these we use. Packs of 100, $49.99. Packs of 100, $49.99. Outer sleeves. Make sure you let me know if you want those. Okay, let's get started. Patty wants a pack of outer sleeves. I knew at least one person did. Should be a cool crate here. $14.99 on 45 outers, okay? Just let me know if you specifically want some of those. Now, let's get back to business. Thin Lizzy, 54. Thin Lizzy, 65. Thin Lizzy, 68. Thin Lizzy, 75. Garrett wants a pack of LP inner sleeves. You got it. And then the early hours and Nave are $5 starts. Bo Diddley is a 62 mono VG. 62, well, I don't know if it's mono. I think it is, though. 62 USOG, either way, VG. VG, very good condition. Garrett wants a pack of inner sleeves. All right, first is a classic. Heart, Little Queen with Barracuda, $24.99. Very nice. Heart, $24.99, Little Queen. Patty Smith, Dream of Life, $29.99. And Grand Funk Survival, $19.99. Grand Funk Survival, $19.99, orange capital label. And we have Lou Reed, Growing Up in Public, $34.99. The packs of 45 outer sleeves are $14.99. The packs of outer 45s are $14. And George, yeah, these are generic white, but they're poly-lined. They're poly-lined. Packs of 100 are $24. Packs of 100 poly-line are $24. The outers are $14. So there's inners, $24, and outers for $14. And then the inner LPs are $26. The outer LPs are $29. Joe Salamo on Heart. That's sold to Joe Salamo for $24.99. And Little River Band, First on the Wire, $9.99. George Samberez also wants a pack of outer. And let me go ahead and give Garrett a pack of vinyl style sleeves here. You got it. John told me, he said, we need a bucoodle of 45 supplies. And I was like, I got you. I think I put in a supply order the other day that was like 10 grand. And my main sales rep emailed me. He said, hey, man, I just want to make sure that this is good to release. I was like, yep, we need all that. It was like 10 grand worth of supplies. He said, all right, I might have to split this up in a couple shipments. I said, go right ahead, but we need it. So let's get them. Adam Bullock on 45s and J.D. Conklin on 45s. One of the many hidden costs of selling records on a large scale, all the supplies. I didn't ask for outers. Who did? George Scherer. I either said Samberez or Scherer. George Scherer on the 45 outer sleeves, the pack of 100 with the poly line. Adam Bullock wants a pack of outer. The Bo Diddley's a 62 red label, 1962 red label. And the most recent bid on that's J.D. Conklin at 22. We got George Scherer and George Samberez. Close. Arnold Adams on Little River Band. That's sort of Arnold Adams. And these 45s did not get bids. Early Hours is $5. Nave is $5. Gregory Roberts is out on Nightlife. That means it's a final call to George Samberez for $78. Bob Dylan, Oh Mercy. Don't see that one as often. $34.99. Bob Dylan, Oh Mercy, $34.99. The Cars, Door to Door. The Cars, Door to Door. That's $34.99. Original under sleeve. And The Carpenters, Close to You, $9.99. Bo Diddley has new bids for $23.25. Let me also go ahead and take these supplies in here, some of them. Whoever's tagging, I'm going to put some of them in here, but of course, y'all know how we normally do that. They usually just make a list, but we can go ahead and put this in the operations room where they know how many we've sold. And I'm going to go ahead and take this box of outers. I think they just pull them off a rack whenever they're ready to ship. They do things here. I don't even know what they do, but I'm glad they do it. All right. This is really cool. East Memphis Music. It's a 1984 promotional box set from Stax. Songs of Otis Redding, Steve Cropper, Rufus Thomas, Al Green, Isaac Hayes, Booker T, Eddie Floyd. A 1984 promo box set, $64.99. We also have Joni Mitchell, Wild Things Run Fast, $19.99. And Daryl Hall and John Oates, Beauty on a Back Street, $19.99. Thin Lizzy is officially sold to George Samberez for $78. That's sold to George Samberez for $78. Brent Robley on this box set. Thank you. That's sold to you. East Memphis Music for professional use only. Bo Diddley's now at $35. That's between George H. and Brent Robley. The next LP auction is Love Shack, which is the B-52s, a 1989 U.S. Specialty Original, VG++ EX, a $10 start, the 12-inch single for Love Shack Baby, B-52s. That's up for bid, $10 start. Bo Diddley all of a sudden has Awaken. I'm going to go ahead and flash some more buy it nows for $6.99. These are going to be $6.99 buy it nows. First come, first serve. No more, no less. Before I put up any more 45 auctions. We have Gary Puckett in the Union Gap, Lady Willpower, Glass Tiger, Don't Forget Me When I'm Gone, Bad, Leroy Brown, Jim Croce in the original sleeve, I Can't Drive, 55, Sammy Hagar, Billy Idol, Shock to the System, a jukebox single, John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John, You're the One That I Want, Patsy Cline, She's Got You, in the original Decca sleeve. Those are all $6.99. Buy it now. First come, first serve. No more, no less. Next bid on Bo Diddley was 40 with George H. And then JD, you tied him. Jeremy bid 15. So, JD, you're out on the Bo Diddley. George H. has it. Jeremy has B-52s. Larry Smith on Ann CP. Gary Puckett, right? Larry got Gary Puckett. Love Shack has a bid for 12. There's already a bid for 15, though. Stacy got Leroy Brown. Michael Butler got Patsy. So that leaves Travolta and Olivia Newton-John, Billy Idol, Sammy Hagar, and Glass Tiger. Those are all $6.99 each. Bo Diddley's a 1962 U.S. original in VG condition. It's a final call to George H. for $40. Final call to George H. for $40. Love Shack's a final call for $15. Next, Heart Magazine, $24.99 for Heart. Has the original under sleeve with it. Nice and clean. $24.99 for Heart. Ann and Nancy Wilson. Bad Company, Desolation Angels. You Can Be My Rock and Roll Fantasy. Nice, $19.99. Stacy also wants Sammy Hagar. I Can't Drive, $55. That's $6.99. Four-wheel drive, Bachman Turner Overdrive. BTO is $14.99. And Ike and Tina Turner, Working Together. Ike and Tina Turner, $24.99. Liberty, extremely nice. George H., you've been outbid on Bo Diddley. There is a new bid for $42. $15 is the winning bid on Love Shack to Jeremy Dalton. And as soon as I said that, Stephen bid $16. Dang it. Stephen, I'm sorry. Joe Salamo on Hart. That's so to Joe Salamo. Todd Saw on the very nice Bad Company here. Rock and Roll Fantasy. Bo Diddley's at $45. Going with the Sammy autograph. That is right. You did buy Sammy Hagar autograph for me. That cool picture. Yes. I've got some other cool autographs like that coming in the near future. Next is the Electric Prunes. This is a reissue, but a always desirable band from the 60s here. The Electric Prunes Underground, a 2017, $15 start on the Electric Prunes. We're about to put up some 45 auctions, but first, we have Ian Hunter, his self-titled album with Once Bitten, Twice Shy. Ian Hunter is $19.99. And then Iggy Pop, the Idiot, In the Bin, $39.99. Uh-oh. That's usually been an auction record. Now we got Iggy Pop in the Bin for $39.99. I'm going to do one more handful of 45s. We're almost finished with an entire box tonight again, which has been incredible. Here is first for $6.99. The Grassroots, Where There's Smoke, There's Fire. Heat Wave, Boogie Nights. The Stingers, that one looks interesting. That's probably usually something I would auction. The Stingers. Grand Funk, The Locomotion. Total Kaleo, I Eat Cannibals. Harry Belafonte, Strange Song and Sunflower. And a classic from Cliff Richard, Devil Woman. Yeah, there's so many good records stuffed around this back room, Laura. There's no telling what great auction stuff is stuffed around John's work table. Oh my gosh. I know he was trying to show me some stuff when I first got here today, and I was like, John, this is just overwhelming. He's like, here's my best John impression. God, you have no idea how many great 45s are back here. He's like, dude, we keep selling all these, and I keep finding more. He said, you should see this insane Beatles collection I just seen. I was like, you just brought me some Beatles records. He said, no, I found 3 more platter packs full of Beatles records, picture sleeves. They all look brand new. I was like, where did those come from? He's like, I don't know. They were buried behind more 45s in the back. I was like, wow. He gets very excited. John loves 45s. Probably the biggest 45 collector I know. Loves them. What about Bo Diddley? I'm about to sell the George H. for $45. I hadn't heard back from J.D. Conklin. I am about to sell it. And then Electric Prunes has a bid for $15. I Cantina does have Proud Mary on it. Yep. Proud Mary's on there. That is true. Todd Saw wants the Locomotion. Everybody doing a brand new dance now. And then we still got Cliff Richard, Harry Belafonte, Total Kaleo, The Stingers, Heat Wave, and The Grassroots. Those are all still available. And Laura just delivered another Laura Crate Hop sticker. I mean, another crate with a sticker. Bo Diddley has a new bid. Traffic, Shootout at the Fantasy Factory. $19.99 for Traffic. Welcome to the Canteen. Steve Winwood and Traffic. $19.99. Traffic. We got a Laura Crate over here. $19.99 for James Gang Live in Concert. James Gang Live in Concert, $19.99. Nat King Cole, Walking My Baby Back Home. A Blossom Fail, $19.99. I think we need more 45 auctions right quick. Can't believe no one bought Iggy Pop. Rebecca, are you out there? Here's our next 45s. The last two didn't get bids. A Case of Da Willies. A case of the DeWillies on yellow, orange, gold looking vinyl, $5. And Ed Norton, Santa and the Doodle Labop. This is a green vinyl. Laura Crate's next, yes. $5 start on that. Where's the Beatles 45s? I'll have them stashed. I have incredibly rare and high-grade Beatles records stashed all throughout the store in various places. When I find them, it's like I hide them in various... I stash them. Like I put them in secret hiding spots. I'm like, wow. I even keep some like right next to me so it calms me down throughout the night. We have Nave. This is sold to Adam Bullock for $5. Electric Prunes, just one bid for $15. Electric Prunes, just one bid for $15. To ST, that's sold. J.D. Conklin, you are outbid on Bo Diddley. It's at $50. It is a VG, a 62 US original VG. Both of these singles are at 5 and 5. And we have something I'm about to show next. Nielsen is $19.99. Nielsen and Jethro Tull Heavy Horses. $19.99 for Jethro Tull. And Richard Pryor Here and Now. Richard Pryor, $14.99. Richard Pryor, $14.99. Next auction's going up right now. It is MC5 High Time, a 1971 U.S. Monarch original, the third album from MC5 High Time. VG Plus, a $25 start. MC5, now up for bid. Final call on those two singles for 5 and 5. And then Bo Diddley is sold to George H. for $50. Adam Bullock wants the early hours. He picks up both of those for 5 and 5. And then Michael McCullen on Richard Pryor. That is sold to Michael McCullen. We have Deep Purple Perfect Stranger, $26.99. Jeff Beck with the Jan Hammer Group, $19.99. And a group called Smith, $19.99. But Baby, There's You. Is that one on here? Baby, It's You. Yeah, great song by go check out that one. Baby, It's You by a group called Smith. Awesome. But Baby, It's You. Margaret wants both Traffic. There's one Traffic sold. I'm assuming she also wants Welcome to the Canteen. And then Fred Carnell, the Iggy Pop was called The Idiot. I love the sticker. It says produced by David Bowie. It's an 84 German that looks brand new. $39.99. A bundle price on the Beatles 45s. I couldn't do that because these here are all worthy of being sold individually probably. There's some pretty sick stuff in here. Some of it's pretty common. Some of it is very odd, like foreign presses. This Rubber Soul EP, I think is pretty tough to come by. Is it foreign? Yeah, it's some kind of Spanish Rubber Soul EP. Group called Smith is sold to Joe Salamo. We'll run those either tomorrow or next week. I know you'll be watching, Mike Torres. Iggy Pop is sold to Fred Cardinale. George was second. MC5 just has one bid for $25, and that's with George H. We're going to sell these first, a case of DeWillies for $5 to Fred, and Santa to Rebecca for $5. Wait a minute. Was it Rebecca? Or Kristen Barnett? Barnett, not Rebecca. And then that's going twice, going 3 times. The Deep Purple that's in the bin is called Perfect Strangers. Has a little of cover wear there. The vinyl has no condition notes, $26.99. Commander Cody Tales from the Ozone, $19.99. And Derek's right, this is a reunion album. This is the Roger Glover, Richie Blackmore, Ian Gillan, John Lord, Ian Pace. That's some good stuff there. That's that classic original lineup. Joan Jett, Glorious Results of a Misspent Youth. Don't ever get this one. Gold stamp promo. original sleeve, $34.99. And James Gang Bang in shrink wrap, $29.99. MC5, just one bid, sold for $25 to George H. Next is James Brown, a 2015 U.S. reissue, a 2010s, that is, 2010s. Don't know exactly what year. $15 start on that. The next New Orleans singles are going up right now. That's this one and this one. And this one's called The Milkshakes. And The Milkshakes is going to go up for a $5 start. I'm about to show some more Buy It Now singles. We're about to put up the lower crate because there's only a few records left in here. There's the Milkshakes and the Nothings. And those are going up for a $5 start. Joan Jett's $34.99. Ike Turner and the Kings of Rhythm, A Black Man's Soul. This is an original Pompeii Atlantic Records, $34.99. Very nice. Head On BTO, that's $14.99. A quadraphonic pressing of the best of Judy Collins, that is $19.99. And Bob Dylan, Blonde on Blonde, $64.99. Beautiful 70s pressing. Not an OG, 70s, $64.99. All right. Y'all ready? As soon as I fix my neck. Oh. All right. Let's swap out crates. James Brown has a bid. Nothings has a bid. Margaret wants Bob Dylan. If anybody wants a price on anything in here, just let me know. I've got Judy Collins, BTO, Ike Turner, James Gang, Joan Jett, Deep Purple, Commander Cody, Jeff Beck, Jethro Tull, Nielsen, Nat King Cole, James Gang, Ike and Tina, Ian Hunter, BTO, Hall & Oates, Joni Mitchell, Carpenters, The Cars, Bob Dylan, Lou Reed, Grand Funk, and Patti Smith. Still some great selections. If you decide you want something in there, all you got to do is say, Chad, I'll take everything left in the bin. Just go ahead and ring me up. William has both 45s for 5 and 5. I'm going to go ahead and show you the lower crate and the lower sticker. There's the lower crate and there's the lower sticker. I'm going to plug up my phone. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I'm going to go up front and get Prime asked the price. I thought I answered. Did I not say? I think I did. Yeah, Joan Jett's $34.99. I could have swore I said that. And then Lou Reed info. Let me go ahead and answer that before I walk away. I'm going to go up front and get a V8 because we're about to go through 2 more crates. We still got 2 more crates of new arrivals, plenty of 45. Lou Reed is growing up in public. No condition notes, clip corner, original under sleeve, exceptionally nice, $34.99. James Brown has a new bid for 16, now 20. And I'm going to be right back. My camera seems a little off, doesn't it? I like that better. Yeah. Okay. I'll be right back. Everybody let me know where you're watching from. What was last night's question? Where your favorite concert or your something like that? I can't remember. Maybe y'all should ask something else like, what was your most recent concert? That would be a good discussion question because I'm going to step up front for like 120 seconds. I'll be right back. And we're going to start this crate as soon as I come back. So I wouldn't leave the chat and I would have my volume cut up. All right. Thank you. I feel really good now. That's the first. I've been talking about snacks since what, 9 o'clock? And now just find a good time to get up there. So, I made a note mentally where I was when I walked away. And that was Lou Reed was sold to Fred Cardinal. And then that sold to Fred Cardinal. James Brown had a new bid for 20 with J.D. Conklin. And then we got Eric watching in Monterey. We got Paul McCartney. Wow, Paul McCartney is your last concert? Are you in the UK, Cyclone Doug? Are you in the UK? Ace Frehley. Wow, Dream Theater, Skinny Puppy, Alice Cooper, Steve Hackett, Five Finger Death Punch, X. Milkshakes. Fleetwood Mac. Okay, so the Nothings here, I'm back, by the way, if you hadn't already noticed, the Nothings is sold to William Drugovich for $5. Now, William, you got outbid just a second ago by GMB. So you had this for the longest for $5. GMB just bid $6. He probably was waiting to make sure I seen it when I walked back here. And then James Brown. Is sold to J.D. Conklin for $20. Okay. And then William Drugovich, you're still with us, Milkshakes. Let's go ahead and get started with the Laura Crate. First person to claim something gets this very cool Laura Crate Hop sticker. I'm amazed that she's able to do that with a pen without it smearing or making any mistakes. Because that would be like, it'd all look all smeary if I was trying it. Looks like there's a lot of cool new sealed stuff in here. Now the Milkshakes is out and GMB bid $6 again. All right, so let's sell it for $6. Before I put up anything else, we'll go ahead and start showing records. We have The Garden, as featured, as Laura just said. Laura loves The Garden, $24.99. Said it's her next concert. New and sealed. Does this one have a title? Yes, Mirror Might Steal Your Charm. The Garden is $24.99. That's new and sealed. I know what this is. The Beatles White Album, sealed for $34.99. Boy, that's a great price. Stereo remaster, remix. That's those are new around $50. Those are new around $50, $34.99. This is Hello Kitty's friend Kuromi. She is DJing. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but very cool. Hello Kitty's friend. We have the White Buffalo, Shadows, Grays, and Evil Ways. The White Buffalo is sealed for $24.99. And we have the Party Andy Schaaf. The Party Andy Schaaf, that is sealed for $19.99. Mike Torrey's first on the crate, and he gets the Beatles White Album. Cry, Baby, Cry. Make Your Mother Sigh. Blackbird Singing in the Dead of Night. Dear Prudence. Happiness is a Warm Gun. It's Your Birthday. Helter Skelter. Wow. Thank you, that's sold. Next, one more record. We actually have 2 of them. Make that 3 of them. The Black Pumas Capital Cuts. That is sealed for $14.99. We have 3 of those. Next 45s. I scarfed down my Doritos jalapeno cheddar crackers and a V8. I meant to break it back here. I did chug it and crush it. The Dickies Free Willy. The Dickies, Free Willy, and Howdy Doody in the Woodshed too. The Dickies is a $5 start, and the Pickles. And this is going to go up for a $5 start. The Pickles in Trouble With. And the Pickles is on red vinyl. Awesome. Here we go. So a couple new 45 auctions. By the way, we've sold all the advertised LPs are gone. So everything that was advertised tonight, everything sold. There's nothing left over as usual. I do have some other stuff like I was doing at the beginning of the show. I'm about to get to those crates. I got Fred Goodwin stuff over here, like possibly classical lots. Let me make sure there's nothing else over here. You know, I did sell one of these earlier tonight, and there were some people surprised that I had it, and I thought everybody knew by now I had these. But I do have another signed copy of the Nighthawks we can try to auction. The last one I started really low, and it got a bid, and we sold it. I may go ahead and do the same for this. Let me pull up the JSA authentication right quick. And let's try to get another signed Nighthawks album sold. I don't know if the other bidders from earlier are still on. This is signed by Jim Thackeray, Mark Winter, Jan Zawoski, and Pete Ragusa. It's JSA authenticated. The Nighthawks is a $35 start. Signed on the cover. And it's actually signed on the cover. It's still in shrink wrap. Dale took it out of the shrink wrap. They signed it. And it's a $35 start. It's signed by the full band. The full lineup here. Sealed, or excuse me, signed and JSA authenticated. $35 start on that. That's signed by the Nighthawks. Dickies has bids for 5 and 6, and now 8. Is the White Buffalo on white? I don't think so. No notes, so I'm assuming black vinyl. Laura probably can confirm that, but yeah, it's assuming black vinyl. The story so far, Under Soil and Dirt, the story so far on mystery colored vinyl, $19.99. And Little Sims, A Curious Tale of Trails and Persons. Little Sims is sealed for $24.99. And Caliucci's Red Moon and Venus, sealed for $24.99 with a note. Laura loves Cali, sealed for $24.99. Preston is in on the Nighthawks at $35. Thank you. Going once, going twice to you. JSA authenticated. And let me move a little bit more of this around over here. Let's see here. I am almost to this Fred stuff, which has been buried over here forever, but I'd love to start chipping away at it because we have, John said, in John's own words, dude, do you know how much Fred Goodwin stuff we still have back here? And I was like, yes, I'm aware. He's like, we still have so much. I was like, yeah, I've still got 5 crates that's been next to me for like 6 months now that we hadn't finished emptying. So I'm about to start pulling some stuff out and trying to get to it here. Let me move a few more towers of records around. I'm almost there. We might start putting up some LPs like we do 45s for $5 starts. I thought about doing that. I was like, how can we start selling off like 45s like we do LP, or LPs like we do 45s? You know, we keep 2 keynote auctions in the back, but what if we start putting up stuff for like $5 starts for LPs, you know? Okay, I'm close to it. Here we go. Sorry. Dickies is at 8. Nighthawks 35. Pickles 5. Dickie out. And next record is Blackberry Smoke, Holding All the Roses. Blackberry Smoke is sealed for $29.99. Now, that's what I call Halloween. Y'all have probably seen me sell a bunch of these. Orange and purple vinyl, just $24.99. It's a great compilation for any time of the year. $24.99. And Stone Temple Pilots, Shangri-La Dee-Dah, a music on vinyl press, unopened, new. That's about $15 below retail at $24.99. The Pickles is sold to William Drugovich for $5. The Dickies is sold to Mystery Machine for $8. And the Signed Nighthawks is sold to Preston for $35. Thank you. What kind of crates do you use? These are called Super Crates from Milk Crates Direct. We have J.D. Conklin on Stone Temple Pilots. That's sold to J.D. Conklin. And we have William Elliott Whitmore. This is called Kilo Nova. Kilo Nova. K-I-L-O Nova. Sealed for $19.99. 579 crates. Yep. The problem with those is they're all cleaned and checked and sleeved. The Fred Goodwin stuff isn't really processed. And I hate putting out processed records because we might miss a flaw or we might miss a grade or something. So I can't remember what's in these bins. Let's grab a big handful of it and see what it is. I think there's some like classical guitar stuff in here. I really don't know. This is, it may be guitar stuff. Classical guitars. Yeah, so we got Carlos Montoya, flamenco guitar, Buddy Merrill and his guitar. It's like where Fred had sorted guitar music. Sweet Mood of Brazil, I think that's classical guitar. Puro Guitar, Real Gypsy. Sergio Galwarts. A Guitar Recital, William Gomez. Vincent Gomez, and a random Dean Martin record. That's not classical guitar. So I think these are all guitar or classical guitar related records. How many's here? Unchecked, of course, Fred Goodwin stuff. All of it's been so far, I mean, nice and clean. I think y'all know what Fred stuff looks like if you're new to it. But yeah, I mean, this thing looks unplayed. So this is like classical guitar. I'm assuming that's what most of it is, close to it. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. That looks like a good one. 5, 6, 7. A $15 start. We'll call that classical guitar lot. $15 start on that. Next is Jim B wants White Buffalo. Jim B on White Buffalo. That's sold to Jim B. And Fred Cardinal, you were second on STP. Blur, The Ballad of Darren. Blur is sealed for $29.99. And Amateur. That's a post-punk shoegaze album. That's unopened for $19.99. And the Steel Drivers, Tougher Than Nails. The Steel Drivers is sealed for $14.99. Sealed for $14.99. We're almost done with this buy it now of 45s. So let me grab the last couple handfuls out of here and start showing some of these. The guitar lot does have a bid with Jetstream for $15. Thank you. Here's some buy it now singles. The Beach Boys Surfing Safari. The Beach Boys Darling. The Beach Boys Barbara Ann. The Beach Boys Caroline No. Bee Gees Don't Forget to Remember. The Blue Ridge Rangers, that's John Fogerty working on a building. And the Box Tops Soul Deep. Those are all $6.99. $6.99 on those. Those are lots of Beach Boys. Original Capitals there. Fred Cardinal got Blur and Amateur. Those are sold to Fred Cardinal and Fred Cardinal. The classical lot's now at $17. And let me see what else I can pull from Fred Goodwin's incredible collection. Looks like some, what is this stuff here? Here we go, and then I'll mix in this here too with it. This is, so we have Songs of the Civil War, a centennial issue, Songs of the North and South, Songs of the North and South, Music of the Civil War, and a random railroad record. And yes, I intended to leave that in there. Those are pretty cool records. Audio fidelity. So there's 4 songs of the Civil War. And I think this one here, is this the gatefold one? Yeah, this one here is pretty cool. It's, you know, got information. It may have, this is an import. Yeah, this is Mercury. Very nice here. So, man, Fred was the king of having records. This is a Netherlands Mercury import. And so we'll say this lot here is going to be 245. We'll say that is a $15 start as well. We'll say that's a $15 start as well on that lot. Okay, and then the first claim here was Arnold Adams on BG. And BG was for Bee Gees. That's sold to Arnold Adams. The classical guitar lot has a bid for 20 with JD now 22. Next is John Gollin wants Surf and Safari. Surf and Safari. Yeah, Surf and Safari. So yeah, that's sold for $6.99. And that is to John Gollin. And I don't think Chris Stapleton's on this one. I don't see him in the picture there. No Chris Stapleton on that one. And then Classical 22, Civil War 15, Civil War 15. So we're calling these Civil War, and those Classical, it looks like. This stack left the Box Tops, the Blue Ridge Rangers, the Beach Boys, Caroline No. That's from Pet Sounds, but this cut is from Good Vibrations album. Wouldn't it be nice? Barbara Ann, Ba Ba Ba. The B side is Girl Don't Tell Me. And then you got Darlin' and Here Today. That's from Pet Sounds. That's a good one. Those are all still available for $6.99. Our next New Orleans single is going to go up for a $5 start, and that's the Upper Fifth. The Upper Fifth is a $5 start. Back to the Laura Crate. Bad Religion, Stranger Than Fiction. Bad Religion is sealed for $24.99. Bad Religion sealed for $24.99. Kelly Stoltz, Antique Glow. Kelly Stoltz is sealed, a Third Man Records record. A Third Man Records press, I should say, $24.99. Kiss, Animalize. Kiss is sealed for $24.99. And Punch Brothers, The Phosphorescent Blues. Punch Brothers is sealed. And there's a note from Laura, Killer Bluegrass on the Punch Brothers, $24.99. All right, so the classical lot is at 25 with J.D. Conklin. 25 with J.D. Conklin. The Civil War records are at 20, also with J.D. Conklin. So he has both lots right now at 20 and 20. Mike Torres gets Kiss. That's sold to Mike Torres. And Fred, the remaining Beach Boy records, I'll sell you for $15 instead of $21. $15 instead of $21. And then Blink 182 is sealed for $29.99. Buddha, $29.99. All right, those are pinning the Fred. Let's grab my next handful of Buy It Now 45s here and see what we got. We can do Fred Goodwin stuff all night long. We got 4 crates over here that's never been sorted. A lot of it's autographs that I didn't have authenticated. I mean, I've got tons of country and bluegrass people that we just elected not to pay to have certified. And I've got more Nighthawks autographs. I don't know if Preston's still watching, but I do have more Nighthawks. Gary Lewis and the Playboys, Green Grass. Eric Bird and the Animals, Down in Monterey. Dave Clark 5, Can't You See That She's Mine? Lynn's Farn, Lady Eleanor. Cliff Nobles, The Horse. And the James Gang, Kickback Man. And 10 Years After, I'd Love to Change the World. Those are all $6.99 each. So J.D. Conklin's about to get both lots for 25 and 20. Next was Adam Bullock on Blink 182. And then the Upper Fifth has a bid for 5. Fred gets the 3 Beach Boys for 5, 5, and 5. Kiss is already sold. It was a sealed reissue. John Gollin got Eric Burden, Down in Monterey. and the first one as well, which was Gary Lewis. Thank you, John Gollin. Those are so to you. That leaves Dave Clark 5, the James Gang, Cliff Noble's The Horse, Lynn's Farn, and 10 Years After. Tom Moran wants the Dave Clark 5. That's sold to him. Also, we have Chris Stapleton, Starting Over. Nice. I love the song on here. You Should Probably Leave. Yes, that's great. Chris Stapleton, so soulful. Amazing. Chris Stapleton, $29.99. Fred Cardinale wants I'd Love to Change the World. So just a few left there in that hand. Let's go ahead and sell the upper fifth for $5, and that was to William Drugovich. First, this bundle here, the Civil War bundle. This is sold to J.D. Conklin for $20. Thank you. And I can't put, I've ran out of room. I can't put this bundle. Maybe. Let's see if I can fit this other one. Yeah, it's going to fit. Classical bundle. That was sold for $25 to JD as well. He got both bundle lots. Now my crate's really full, so let me swap out here right quick. That filled up those. And now we need a new empty crate. And before I lay down another 45 or tag another record, I need to take these in here. My stack of sold 45s have gotten out of hand. So let me go ahead and deposit these in the operations room. All right. That was the fourth stack like that tonight. Whew. Man, we're moving some 45s. I think by the end of the month, not counting bundles, we're going to have sold 10,000 45s by the end of the month. Not counting bundles. You know, like tonight we sold a whole box. In our system, that's going to show up as 145. It's going to be a bundle lot. So I think we're on pace. We sold, I need to look back in the last year and see how many we sold, but by the end of this year, it's going to be probably record setting, no pun intended, how many 45s we've sold. Justin Garrett gets Chris Stapleton. That's sold to Justin Garrett. We might can get to 25,000 by the end of the year. That would be unbelievable. That's including bundles, but not counting bundles, if that makes sense. The Garden, you want the scoop. The Garden is $24.99. No one's going to buy the Gardens on Laura's recommendation. She's about to come up here and like scream into the camera. We have Scenic, Kindly Bent to Free Us. That's unopened, yellow vinyl, Scenic, $24.99. The board is cleared. Let's get going. First, let's go ahead and put up a couple more New Orleans records. And the first thing I have in this box, I have, oh, this one looks cool. We have Rock-Ola Records. Some kind of Rock-Ola. That's what it's called, Rock-Ola. I don't know what else is going on there, though. That's a $5 start. I love the cover with those motorcycles on there. And then we have Harry Carey. What a cool, even a cooler cover on this one. Got a hot rod with a bunch of hot rod looking guitars. There's two albums in here by The Garden. You Want the Scoop, the one with the praying mantis, that's $24.99. And then the first one in the bin is still available. That's $24.99. And let me go ahead and show A.A. Bondi. We have 3 copies of that. That is sealed for $14.99, American Hearts. A.A. Bondi. Now, let me dig around in this next Fred Goodwin crate over here and see what we have, or in this Fred Goodwin crate. Hey, there's some more classical stuff. There we go. Here's a great lot here. All right, so we got Carlos Matoya and his flamenco guitar, RCA classical guitar, Carlos Matoya classical guitar, Carlos Matoya classical guitar, Recital classical guitar, Christopher Parkening, and let me pause there because how many is that? That's 5. So classical guitar, 4 Carlos and a Christopher Parkening, the young American virtuoso in the Spanish style. Very cool. And that is $15 start. So classical guitar lot there, $15 start on those. And we have all right, let me see what's in this other one. That's a lot of stuff to probably to show individually. One second. I'm kind of in a hole over here I'm in a tunnel of records trying to dig through it. I think these are, yeah. Here, I'll just make these nails. These are really cool. They're authentic. We're talking about classic, original Western Sons of the Pioneers. And this is probably their most popular song, Cool Water by Sons of the Pioneers. I have 5 copies autographed by Tommy Doss. $6.99. Now, I don't know the exact lineup. Sons of the Pioneers is a long occurring lineup of different cowboys. They started back in the 30s. But if you want a copy, $6.99. These are from Fred's. They're signed. I know they're legitimate. We've had other stuff by this man authenticated. They should be in about EX or better. $6.99 for an autographed copy of Cool Water. And they're signed. Let me figure out what exactly Tommy Doss. I wonder if old Michael Manning's watching. He can I think he appeared on this album. He's 91 years old. Or no, he was 91 years old in 2011. But I'm pretty sure he appeared on this record. Let's see, Cool Water. Just so y'all know for your reference, and I'm kind of need to know. Yeah, the song was written by Bob Nolan in 1936. Yeah, I'm not for sure. Their lineup is so complicated because there's so many different people. But either way, I'm just going to take them off the top here. $6.99 and several people. I don't have enough for everybody. But first, let me give one to Adam Bernardi for $6.99. Jetstream for $6.99. Kevin LeBeatty for $6.99. Arnold Adams for $6.99. And Brent Robley for $6.99. Okay, and then Cyclone Chris. Arnold, I've already got you one. Then Jeremy, I don't have enough. But there's that. And then, let me make sure I didn't miss anything back here. I left off the classical guitar lot, $15 start. We had bids on Harry for $5, and then Rock and Roll of $5, then $7. Classical has the bid for $15. What's the Cynic record? The Cynic record is Kindly Bent to Free Us. It's on yellow vinyl for $24.99. And then everybody got Cool Waters. Adam, Jetstream, Kevin, Arnold, Brent. Let me make sure I don't have any more. I do have some other signed Sons of the Pioneers, but I don't think I have any more Cool Waters. No, I don't. That was a cool one. And I do have some other signed country albums. I'll probably sell that cheap, so just bear with me. And here we go. Shy Girl, the debut album, Nymph. This is sealed with a note from Laura. Laura loves Shy Girl, a 4-heart rating for $19.99. Classical has a new bid for $18 with J.D. Conklin. So Cyclone Doug, you've been outbid. Now $20. What about Harry Carey here? Harry Carey. I've lost that one. There's so many Sons of the Pioneers. I think it just had one bid for $5. Yeah. This is sold to William Drugovich for $5. Rock and Roll is at $7. Williams out, so that's sold to Jim B for $7. There we go. Next is Nice. Beastie Boys music. $29.99. I used to have a waiting list on that for new sealed copies. This is also new and sealed, but from like our distributors. I couldn't get any more. They sold them all. and they were like on sale at $34. So 29's a really good deal, and I only have one. I only have one. Also have Ace Frehley. That's at a great price at $29.99. The picture disc and the Peter Criss at a great price at $29.99. So some, stuff there new and sealed, cheaper than it normally is. All right, and then that leaves what? Classical still getting bids. Let me get this crate here a little bit closer to me with all the country autographs. Some of these I probably would never be able to sell unless they were signed. Kind of makes it a little bit more interesting, right? So I got some of these really cool classical box sets here also from Fred's collection. The Story of Great Music, the Baroque era, Bach, Handel, Vivaldi. I'm sure I'm not saying half of those correctly, but these are amazing sets. They're like brand new. It's all classical. Polyline bags. If I can peek at one of the discs, I'll show you. Yeah, I mean, they're like near mint minus. How many discs are in here? 3, 4 LPs with books, 2 booklets, it looks like. That's called the Baroque era. Classical music here. There's some kind of damage to the box on the back, but that's a $10 start. 4 LP box there. We'll call that B for Baroque era. $10 start on that. Classical 2022, Adam Bernardi on Shy Girl. That is sold. Nobody on Beastie Boys. That was at a great price. Also, we have Alan Stone, Building Balance. Alan Stone is sealed on clear vinyl for $19.99. And 2 copies here of the band Camino, The Dark. And that's sealed on white vinyl for $24.99. So we got classical guitar and we got Baroque classical here. Those are now up for bid. Let me see if I can get another cool buy now that I have several copies of. I have Lynn Anderson, but the problem would be everybody would just get a random album. That would be the easiest way to do it. Oop, I found another Cool Water. Let me go down and give that to the next person. Who was next on Cool Water? I found another one. It was... how many did I have? 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I had 5. Adam, Jetstream, Kevin, Arnold, Brent, Cyclone Doug. Cyclone Doug gets one. He was next. After that was Chris. So, yeah, I'll do these just like... I mean, if you're okay just getting a random album. They're all signed by classical female country artist or classic country artist Lynn Anderson. I'll just do them for $6.99. Love to all, Lynn Anderson. Lynn Anderson sings her favorites. Country Girl sings country songs. There's another Lynn Anderson sings her favorites, and then Lynn Anderson sings and Lynn Anderson sings. They're all signed by Liz Anderson. $6.99. I mean, if there's not many people commenting, you can go ahead and pick which one. If a bunch of people comment, probably the best way to do it is just everybody get a random one. They're all signed, though, by Liz Anderson. I mean, these people, Fred probably met her at some point or another. So 6 signed Liz Anderson albums there, $6.99 each. All right, now, where did we leave off? The classical lot was between JD and Cyclone. The Baroque box got bids for 10, 10, and 10, and then 11, 13. First, Robin Barnett wants to know the tracks on Beastie, and then Jeremy wants it. So let me read off some tracks here. Fight for Your Right, Brass Monkey, No Sleep Till Brooklyn, Paul Revere, Hold It Now, Hit It, Shake Your Rump, Shadrach, Hey Ladies, Pass the Mic, So What You Want, Jimmy James, Sure Shot, Shoot, Root Down, Sabotage, Get It Together, Body Moving, Intergalactic, Check It Out, Make Some Noise, Don't Play No Game, That I Can't Win. So I guess, Robert, that's yours if you want it. If not, Jeremy Dalton. Let me go ahead and show a few more LPs in here. Then I need to put up some 45 auctions. There's another Cali Uchis Presents Deluxe, sealed for $29.99. By the way, the classical box is at $13. Leslie, you're out, and Jetstream, you're out. And did he say out on the classical? J.D. Conklin has not set out on the classical guitar lot yet. Waiting for him to say out. Is the feed hung up? Is anybody here? We have Aqua and Julia Stone. This is sealed for $19.99. So Robert says Jeremy Dalton can have the Beastie Boys. That's sold to him for $29.99. I'll take any Liz that has the Rose Garden on it. That's probably on, I'd say it's on these favorites. Maybe not. It's not on that one. That one's straight signed, no condition notes. No Rose Garden on those. Country Girl Sings Country Songs. That's got different people on it. That's got Kitty Wells and several. I don't think it's on this one. No, not on any of these. Lynn Anderson. Yeah, Lynn Anderson. This is Liz Anderson. Thank you. Lynn Anderson. Yeah, that's Liz. Liz Anderson. You get my Lynn's and Liz's confused there. Liz and Lynn's. Yeah, Lynn Anderson. I thought I was high bid on the classical. The high bid on the classical is Cyclone Doug at $25. JD, you was at 22. Cyclone bid 25, and you're out. Okay? The Baroque box is sold to Leslie for $15. Nothing to fear. Chad's got more classical here. I have another one here, and this is the Romantic era with Chopin and Schumann and Verdi. Another really nice one, the Romantic era. $10 start on that. We have Municipal Waste, the last Rager. Municipal Waste is sealed on green vinyl for $19.99. And Amos Lee, live at Red Rocks, sealed for $29.99. Fred Goodwin, in his collection, had every country artist that ever existed. And most of them were signed. Or he had a signed something by him at some point. Here's our next two New Orleans singles. Welcome to Martini Land. There you go, Brent Robley. Welcome to Martini Land. The Martini Surfers. Isn't that what you said? No, you said margaritas last night. Music to drink margaritas by. Well, there's martinis. And we have Bright Lights, Wade Curtis and the Rhythm Rockers. Okay? And then there's another classical box. That has Schumann, Mendelssohn, Chopin, Verdi. Another classical box, $10 start. This is Beach Bunny, Emotional Creature. Beach Bunny is sealed for $19.99. How much is Amos Lee? Sealed for $29.99 on cream and silver splatter. These two singles are $5 starts. Martini Land does have a bid for $5. No interest in Liz Anderson. I got some deep cuts over here. I do have some deep cuts. This is the stuff I didn't have authenticated. You should see how many I did have authenticated. Here's another guy I've got a ton of. I got a ton from this guy right here. Let me get them all together. I mean, a bunch. I think this isn't even all of them. All right. First is Jim B. Liz Anderson is Lynn Anderson's mother. See, this is why I like Michael Manning watching the feed. Liz Anderson is Lynn Anderson's mother. I knew there had to be some kind of connection. Liz, Lynn, Anderson, blonde hair. Next is Martini has another bid for $5, now $7. The Romantic Era box got a bid for $10 with Jetstream. Jim B does get Amos Lee. Adam second. Kevin LeBady also bid 10 on the box. J.D. Conklin went out on the classical guitar. So we're about to sell those to Cyclone Doug for $30. Next is Martini 7, Wade 5, and Fred put BL 5. So there's a lot of bidding on those singles. The box is tied. Kevin LeBady, you bid second. Jetstream bid first. Let's go ahead and sell the Carlos Montoya, a.k.a. Classical Bundle lot. Those are sold to Cyclone Doug for $30. Now, here's another country guy here. I have a buku of autographs from Carl Smith. $6.99. Any album. They're all signed. Carl Smith. Another Carl Smith. another Carl Smith, and another Carl Smith. Those are all $6.99 each. Your pick, I'll let you pick and choose on those. Carl Smith, $6.99. Those are all signed. Now, so just for clarification on these two singles, Martini lands at 12 with Tracy. Bright Lights is at 6 with Fred Cardinale, but I think somebody else already bid 6. No, they didn't. Now the Romantic Era box is at 12 with Kevin LeBeatty. Kevin LeBeatty. Kevin LeBeatty. There's another Carl Smith. I got a bunch of them. There's another Carl Smith. Was that a Municipal Waste? Yes. Municipal Waste is sealed on green vinyl, the last Rager. We got everything from Municipal Waste to Carl Smith albums. Wow. Kiss Destroyer. Let's go ahead and finish up this box. Crate. Kiss Destroyer, the sealed remaster, $24.99. Also, Andy Schaaf, Norm. Andy Schaaf is on Eco Mix Colored Vinyl, $19.99. And the Beatles, Let It Be, sealed for $24.99. The Romantic box set is sold to Kevin LeBeatty for $12. We have Carl Smith. Carl Smith, he wants the one that says Deep Water. This one right here. This is sold to J.D. Conklin for $6.99. Not only do I have Carl Smith, I have them all signed. Mike Torres wants the Beatles. Martini has a bid of 16. Tracy's out. Bright Lights is with Fred at 6. Who was the first bidder at 5? Fred, William. Okay, that is sold to Fred then for 6. Do you have any Ray Price? In the unauthenticated stuff, I have... Let me look. I'm going to show them all before the show's over with. I think this one here is worthy of an auction. Who'd you say? Ray Price or Webb Pierce? He said Ray Price. No. I think this one's pretty nice here. I think this one's worthy of an auction. Kitty Wells, and it's nicely signed. Sincerely, Kitty Wells. Decca, original company inner sleeve. Beautiful disc. The cream of country hits, and it's signed. Look at that hairdo. Kitty Wells has a promo sticker on the back. I think that's worthy of a $7 start auction. Signed by Kitty Wells. Sincerely, very nice signature. $7 start. That's now up for bid. Ray Price. No, not in this crate, but I'll have to look. So, Mike Torrey's got a Beatles, right? Yep. Jim B got a Beatles, right? Yep. Mike Torrey's wants Kiss. Yep. That's sold to Mike Torrey's. And now, any mini guitars in stock. None in stock. I just put in a new order. It looks like they're not going to be here till Monday or Tuesday. Kitty Wells has a bid for 7. I've got another one probably worthy of an auction here. These are the kind of autographs that are just like right on the borderline of not worth being authenticated, but they're still pretty cool. I think this one's pretty cool. Boots Randolph. I mean, what a legend. The seductive sax of Boots Randolph. To somebody, love something Boots Randolph. I thought that was pretty cool too. We'll put that up for a $7 start. Boots Randolph. And he signed it. Kitty Wells is really nice though. And Martini Land is officially sold to Fred Cardinale for 16. Let's also go ahead and put up some more singles here for quick auctions. And the first one I have is Rachel Gordon and The Very Idea. That's a $5 start. And we have the Flashback 5. The Flashback 5. And that's going to go up for a $5 start. All right. Classical boxes, yeah. Let's try to knock out. I'll give Boots Randolph. If somebody wants to bid, I'm going to give it about 60 seconds, and I got 2 more classical box sets to auction, and there may be more classical in this bin. Here's another Tommy Doss. It's not cool water, but here's Tommy Doss of the Sons of the Pioneers. There's another one of his, if anybody wants it, for $6.99. Signed by Tommy Doss. It's Bear Family, too. I mean, that's good. Bear Family. That's a great compilation label. German. Tommy Doss, $6.99. $6.99. Kitty Wells is at $20 with Alan Hagen. And then Municipal Waste is still available. Yeah, I'm about to read through this crate again. I still got another new arrival crate from John that I'm going to try to read through. Just keep reading through while we're showing all this miscellaneous stuff I've got behind me. But yeah, that's sealed for $19.99. There's our 2 new 45s for $5 and $5. And final call on Boots Randolph to grab it for a buy it now price of $7. $7. Let's go ahead and grab that next classical box so I'll have it in my hand. I have some albums, coins, etc. I'm going to sell. Send me, send Coletco a message. Dr. Zebo to send Coletco a message. I'm actually about to buy an autograph collection from somebody hopefully soon. Paul's got a couple local leads on great collections. We've had some people walk in lately with estate coin collections. Just so, I meant to say this multiple times this week. So, gold is at an all-time high, okay? It's like, I think yesterday it was $3,200 an ounce. And in case y'all didn't know, we buy gold and silver. And I've actually done this a while back. I've had customers, that are ready to sell their gold. It could be jewelry or coins or whatever. I will buy it from you. So, especially if you have broken scrap gold, I can buy that too from you. And you'll be amazed right now at what a gold ring or a gold chain would bring because of the price of gold right now. So if you're out there, you can mail stuff to us. I'll buy it, especially jewelry. Yeah, gold, look at this, $3,329 an ounce. I remember when I used to buy, when gold was like $1,200, people would bring me a class ring that was broken, and I would tell them it was $600 in gold, and they would like to faint. That same ring right now, if they sold it, would bring like $1,200, $1,800. So just letting you know, if you've got like broken scrap, a gold chain right now, a 14 karat gold chain would probably just melt for something stupid. It would probably be up there for like $1,000. If you go into a jewelry store right now and try to buy a gold rope men's chain, there's no telling what it would cost you. Like a 22-inch gold rope, they're probably what, $3,000, $4,000 now? Absolutely insane. Gold is ridiculously expensive right now. So if you have jewelry, rings, I can buy diamonds. I've bought all that stuff my whole life. Gemstones, class rings, old wedding bands. I've bought gold teeth. I've bought everything gold and silver. Of course, one little silver ring is like this much, and one little gold ring is 100 times more. So just saying, you can let me know what you're sending me. Put it in an envelope, registered mail or something. Send it to Coletco. I'll calculate it, and you can apply it for store credit. I'll mail you a check. But we've been doing some deals, and man, you can have a little bit of jewelry right now. It's probably thousands of dollars. So just so you know. So anything, it's amazing. A gold chain right now, you'd be surprised at what it's worth. So, and I will take care of you. And I've done thousands of gold deals, so you can trust us. Boots Randolph is a $7 buy it now. If anybody wants it, $7 buy it now. Now, let's put up that classical box. Kitty Wells, Alan Hagen's out. Tim Graham's about to get the signed Kitty Wells for $25. GMB has Rachel Gordon for $5, final call. The Flashback 5 is a final call for $5. And let's put up that other classical box. Here's the next one. The story of great music from the Renaissance. More classical stuff here with all these people. Monteverde and Schutz and Tallis. That's a $10 start. And Boots Randolph is sold to Adam Bernardi for $7. Not bad for a signed album. These are the ones why I didn't have elected to have authenticated. I mean, the authentication for some of these wouldn't be worth it just based on the value of the autograph. But some of them I did have authenticated, okay? All right. There's that. So this is sold to $7. Yeah, the jewelry business is tough because, I mean, you think they gotta buy the gold, which is ridiculously expensive right now, and then they have to manufacture it into an item and then mark it up and sell it. So I wouldn't want to be, actually with prices high, I don't know if I would want to be in the jewelry business because, man, there's no, I hadn't looked, but there's no telling what a gold chain costs right now. I used to buy them for people because we would buy them all the time. I used to sell a lot of jewelry. I hadn't done it in a long time, but I used to have showcases at my store. Back in my first store that I had when I was in high school, I used to have showcases full of jewelry. I mean, it was like I dealt in that more than anything. Rings and diamonds and engagement bands. And this is sold to Tim Graham for $25. And Municipal Waste is sold to Edwin Riviera. That is sold. The classical box has bids for 10 and 10. Jim B gets Rachel Gordon for 5. William gets Flashback for 5. And now I have some other stuff here. But now that y'all have heard me talk about gold, you can buy some more autographs. Let's see who else I have here. I got a couple more that I think are pretty cool that I just don't want to, like, you know. I think this one's pretty cool because it's not authentic or it's not personalized. Another classic country artist here, Hank Snow, I've Been Everywhere. Hank Snow, the disc is about VG+, but it is autographed. Hank Snow, a $7 start. $7 start on Hank Snow, and it's signed. All right, I'm just going to read the titles left in the... Well, actually, let me just knock this out right quick. Let's read through the lore crate one more time, and then I've got another John crate to do while we finish up tonight's show with 45s, miscellaneous, classical. JD, you're out on the classical box. Bob bid 10 first. Hank Snow's a $7 start. I'm about to show some more 45 buy it nows. And here we have it. So first is the Garden, $24.99. Next coin show, next Sunday. This Sunday is, I've basically not been live the last 3 Sundays. Paul has. This Sunday's, of course, Easter. I think Paul is doing a show. I got to confirm that with him. And then the Sunday after, I'll be back selling coins again. Oh yeah, the Garden is $24.99. Sealed Garden, $24.99. Also, the Party, Andy Schaaf, that is sealed for $19.99. We have Black Pumas Capital Cuts for $14.99. There's 1, there's 2. There's 3 Black Pumas. Also, the Story So Far, Under Soil and Dirt, that is sealed for $19.99. Little Sims, A Curious Tale of Trails, $24.99. Kali Uchis, Red Moon and Venus, sealed for $24.99. Blackberry Smoke, and this is Holiday, that's sealed for $24.99. $24.99. And we have, now that's what I call Halloween, $24.99. Went on the Water, Crosby, from you. It has a nice surprise. Oh, wow. Really? Is it signed by David Crosby? Oh, man, did we let that slip through? No, David Crosby's a good autograph. He died a couple years ago. His stuff's pretty expensive. It's John sometimes lets autographs slip through because he don't really think they're autographs. He's like the way I used to think. I used to see writing on albums, and I always thought it was somebody's name. I was like, how rare would it be to actually find something signed? But we actually find more signed albums than you realize. We get them in collections. People got them years ago. They don't even remember. Slow Sushi Boys. Slow Sushi Boys is a $5 start. And Fortune and Maltese. Fortune and Maltese is a $7 start. The Fabulous Pallbearers, or $5 starts. $5 start. And then Hank Snow is at 7. There's two $7 bids on Hank Snow. Cyclone Doug and Alan Hagen. J.D. Conklin, you're out on the Renaissance box. Bob has it for 15. Next is William Elliott Whitmore. That's sealed for $19.99. The Steel Drivers is sealed for $14.99. We have Bad Religion sealed $24.99. These are $5 start. Jim B wants Blackberry Smoke. That's sold to Jim B. Also, we have Antique Glow, Keely Stoltz on silver vinyl, $24.99. Y'all are tight on Hank Snow. Slow Slushy Boys has bids for 5 and 5. 2 Keely Stoltz. Also, the Punch Brothers sealed for $24.99. Bob Reiger, you're out on the Renaissance box. JD has it for 18. The Garden is $24.99. The Fabulous Pallbearers has a bid for 5. AA Bondi's $14.99. We got 3 of them. Kelly Cook on Steel Drivers. And we have Darren Johnson on Bad Religion. Going through this lower crate one more time a lot faster. We're selling more because everybody can focus on it. Unopened on Cynic. That's kindly for us, $24.99. And we have Ace Frehley, $29.99. Looks like signed by Nash. That's still a good autograph. Yeah, I bet we let one slip through. It happens all the time. I had somebody find, man, who was it? The inner sleeve. Because John probably didn't even look at it. The inner sleeve was signed by, I think, oh, man, who was it? It was signed by, like, David Lee Roth. It wasn't signed by Van Halen. I would have passed out. I think it was signed by Roth and somebody else, but it was on an inner sleeve. I mean, we don't have time to look through every, I mean, it's impossible. So we have let stuff slip through. Okay, this is sold then to J.D. Conklin for $18. Hank Snow has a new bid for 10. And the Slow Slushy Boys is at 5 and 6 and now 8. And the Fabulous Pallbearers is at 6. 2 Kiss Picture Disc, Ace and Peter. Alan Stone is sealed for $19.99. Also, The Dark, the band Camino, $24.99. Cali Uchis is sealed for $29.99. And then the last 2 here was, and I'm about to go through a new crate that's never been gone through before. Angus and Julia Stone, Life is Strange, sealed $19.99. Also, we have Beach Bunny sealed for $19.99. And Andy Schaaf sealed for $19.99. The Garden, Ace, these are reissues. Yeah, everything in here is new and sealed. Peter, Chris, and Ace, those are sealed picture discs, $29.99. I found a Prime that was signed and blown away. Wow, did you get that from, I bet that's from Dale's Pittsburgh. Yeah, Dale said when John Prine signed his albums, he flipped some over. Artists do this. If you gave a certain artist a stack of albums, some will sign the front. Certain albums, they'll flip over and sign the back. And some will take out the inner sleeve and sign certain parts of the inner sleeve. It's just a thing they do. And I'm pretty sure that's what John Prine did with the stuff from Dale. Because he signed the front. He would sign the back of some. He signed the inner sleeve on some. It's just a certain rhythm they have where they like signing certain albums. So, yeah, it was a Dale one. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sure there's no telling. There's no telling what we've sold, signed that people found that they're afraid to tell me. They're like, oh my gosh, I better not tell Chad I found a signed Eddie Van Halen inner sleeve. I'm sure something like that slipped through. So when you're putting out 1,000 records a week, so it's tough. Instacart's on the way. Okay. I'll have to be on the lookout for her. I'm in the back part of the store, so Todd, I won't never know if somebody shows up or not. Hank Snow's at $20 with Alan Hagen. Rick Perrine, you're out. And Fabulous is at 7. Fred Cardinal, you're out. And what about the Slow Slushy Boys? It's still at 8. It's still at 8. The Slow Slushy Boys, it's still at 8 with Tim Graham, and we're about to sell it. Let me go ahead and make another bite now. Let's see here. These are pretty good, actually. Let's see here. Here's two more I'll do for $6.99. This is signed by Freddie Hart, Easy Lovin', $6.99. And this is signed by Sonny Curtis. Best wishes, Sonny Curtis. And this one says, to Fred, God bless you, friend, maybe. Those are $6.99 each. Fabulous has a new bid for $9. Hanks between Allen and Cyclone. Rick says he's done. I've been everywhere. There's two more signed country albums. Let me see. Next is the last of the classical boxes. Maybe not the last of the classical. Oh, this is the good one. Bob Riger went to bed too fast. The Story of Great Music, The Age of Revolution with Beethoven. $10 on that one. $10 start, that is. Let me go ahead and bring over this last John crate. I have a crate of new arrivals. We're going to be showing a lot of miscellaneous, 45s, autographs, Fred Goodwin bundles, Fred Goodwin buy it nows. Freddie Hart sold to Rick Perrine for $6.99. Rick Perrine also got Sonny Curtis for $6.99. There's the box for 10, 10, and 12. I'm waiting for one person on this, and it's Alan Hagen. Alan, you're out on this. I'm going to go ahead and put it in a sleeve. That's the signed Hank Snow album. And the Slow Slushy Boys is sold for $8 to Tim Graham. And the Fabulous is sold to Fred for $12. Spelt PH, actually. Fab. P-H-A-B. So now we're down to those two back there. Classical box, as expected, getting lots of bids. Here's some more buy it nows for $6.99. This one's pretty cool. The Virginian, Randy Boone and Roberta Shore, signed, $6.99. We have Sons of the Pioneers, and this one's signed by Tommy Doss and somebody else. Who's that other person? I don't know his name off the top of my head, but there's another one. $6.99 on that. Another Sons of the Pioneers. Hank Snow, Allen's out. Thank you for letting me know. This is sold to Cyclone Doug for $22. The classical box is at $15 with J.D. Conklin. $15 with J.D. Conklin. The next one I think that's worthy of an auction is this man right here. Webb Pierce. And this one needs to go up as well for a $7 start. Golden Hits, Volume 2, Webb Pierce. Plantation Records. The disc is probably VG Plus. And this needs to go up for a $7 start. That's signed by Webb Pierce. The classical box is at $20. And then J.D. Conklin gets Sons of the Pioneers for $6.99. Rick Perrine wants the Randy Boone for $6.99. And finally, I'm going to bring that Fred crate over here. Or the newest arrivals bin from John. Sorry. The last record I bought for you technical said 29 first, but 29 on the second read through. Which one was that? Blackberry Smoke? All right, let me go back over here. I've got to walk. I'm going to take a... I've blocked myself in. I'm going to take a different path to get to this crate. These are all going to be new arrivals, sticker price. It's records we have not shown tonight at all. And I can't believe I'm waited this late to go through them, but we've done probably the most random miscellaneous stuff tonight than we've ever had. Lots of 45s, lots of just everything. So cassettes, and now we're getting to Fred Goodwin stuff again. I've been wanting to go through these crates forever, sell off all these autographs. I've got a ton of great ones that's authenticated too. That's like still budget autographs. So the Blackberry Smoke record is priced $29.99. I guess if you want it, I'll sell it to you for $29. If you want to put it back, that's okay, because they're probably going to key it in when it gets to you, when it gets to time to key it in. Or we can split the difference and I'll sell it to you for $27. Because I guess I messed up. All right, no bid on Webb Pierce, final call. The classical box is sold to Kevin LeBeatty for $20. Allen's in on Webb Pierce at $7. Let's go ahead and sell that. And Jim B said split, so make sure that goes in for $27. And then this is sold for $20 to Kevin LeBeatty. Webb Pierce is a $7 start. Let's grab two New Orleans singles. And the next two New Orleans singles are going up right now. And that is Jimmy Staten and his Rockabye Band. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And, oh, that's another sealed one. I've got quite the stack of sealed ones I got to open later or tomorrow, whenever. Here's the Renegades. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Let's see what other kind of either bundles or classical stuff I can come up with. At some point, I had some of this organized. Here we go. Christmas in April. I think it's April, isn't it? These are all sealed too. Does this have Rudolph on it? Story, Round Round Jingle Bells, Frosty the Snowman. I guess he did all of them. I'll do these for just $6.99. They're sealed too. Gene Autry, Everyone's a Child at Christmas. These are sealed. Gene Autry, $6.99. Everyone's a Child at Christmas. I've got 4 of them. $6.99. Susie said she'll take one. $6.99. The Renegades has a bid for $5. Jimmy has a bid for $5. Webb Pierce is at $8, which means Alan Hagen, you're out. We have Justin Garrett on Gene Autry for $6.99. Alan Hagen on Gene Autry for $6.99. I've got one more. So to Larry Smith for $6.99. Those are all gone. Next is, we're off to a great start. New Arrivals, a 1975 Winchester press, Dark Side of the Moon. No extras, but no condition notes on the vinyl. $54.99. Final call on these two singles. Fred leads both. Next. Oh, Regina, we got to do your Elvis lot. Joe Walsh, So What? Joe Walsh is $19.99. I'm going to have to clean the table to show all this stuff. CCR Revival, $34.99. Blue Fantasy Label, nice. Webb Pierce is at $10. Signed Webb Pierce, Golden Hits Favorites. Lionel Richie is $9.99. Lionel Richie. Gene Autry comments are still coming in. I only had 4, and they're all gone. But Fred, you do get both of these singles. You get the Renegades for $5, and you get Jimmy for $6. Those are sold to you and sold to you. Thank you and thank you. And still got Lionel, CCR, Joe Walsh, Pink Floyd. Also, REO Speedwagon, $19.99. Good Trouble. Original inner sleeve, nice. 10 gram on Lionel Richie. Cyclones in on Webb Pierce. Here's another buy it now. These are all, let me make sure none of them signed. These are all $6.99. They're either sealed or near mint. But this is pretty cool because it's a tribute to Roy Rogers, but it came out in 1991. So it's got some people like Clint Black on here and Lori Morgan, the Kentucky Headhunters, Randy Travis, Emmylou Harris, Willie Nelson, $6.99. And this is a Roy Rogers tribute picture disc. It's got some pretty big names on it. I think they're either sealed or near mint in shrink or just nice. And I have 5 for $6.99 each. Roy Rogers tribute with some 90s artists on here too. Oak Ridge Boys included with Restless Heart. Those are $6.99. I'm just going to take them off the top. They're $6.99 each. First one here is sold to Chris Redlings for $6.99. Larry Smith gets one for $6.99. Adam Bollick gets one for $6.99. J.D. Conklin gets one for $6.99. Leslie Holt gets one for $6.99. And the signed Webb Pierce with him going out. This is a final call to Cyclone Doug for $12. Okay, back to the bin here. I have The Who, The Kids Are All Right. $36.99 for The Who, The Kids Are All Right. 2 LP, great compilation there. $36.99. Sometimes it has a book with it. This one doesn't have a book with it. And The Horse, Cliff Nobles and Company. $26.99. $26.99. $26.99. Yeah, Randy Travis will sell records. Yep. Medicine Ball Caravan, cool soundtrack here. Alice Cooper, B.B. King, The Young Bloods. Should be on a green Warner Brothers label. Nice vinyl. Medicine Ball Caravan soundtrack, $24.99. So the signed Webb Pierce is sold to Cyclone Doug for $12. You got it. All right. Now, let's see what else I have. We need auction. We need everything, don't we? So I have another. Who did we just sell? Webb Pierce. I have another. So what I'll do, I'll offer this to the backup bidder, who was Alan Hagan. Alan, I have another. This one says My Best Webb Pierce, $12. If not, if anybody else wants one, it's another nice signed Webb Pierce album, $12. I have a feeling Adam might go ahead and grab it since it's just $2 more. And I have one more, and that's the only other one I have in this crate. But there's another one. The other one just said Webb Pierce. That one says My Best. Pretty much the same thing, not personalized. Surf and Drag. That looks pretty cool. Surf and Drag is $14.99. And John Kay, you may know him from Steppenwolf. Forgotten Songs and Unsung Heroes, $19.99. Our next New Orleans singles are going to go up for $5 and $5. And we got who? And what the heck's going on here? Bobo's Bubble. What an interesting package. It's got like a pin through it. Wow, I've never seen that on a record. That's the only way you can get to the record. And then you push that back through and fold that over. Bobo's Bubble. $5 start, and we also have Fox Force 5. Fox Force 5 is a $5 start. Right, there's our next two singles, $5, $5. First is Alan Hagan does want the Webb Pierce for $12. Tim Graham on Surf and Drag. That's so does Tim Graham. There's our next two singles, $5 and $5 starts. Starting bids. Let's see here. Here's some more buy it nows for $6.99. Here's some more buy it nows for $6.99. Country autographs for $6.99. That's what's back here. These are the ones that hadn't sold. Patsy Montana. Patsy Montana, $6.99. Patsy Montana. Sonny James. Farron Young and Farron Young. Those are all $6.99 each. Back to the bin. Slade. Slade Alive. $24.99. Slade. Slade Alive. Beautiful vinyl gatefold. Also, Saturday Night Live with Aykroyd and Belushi and Chevy Chase. $19.99. Let's go back on some of these. So, Tim Graham says he'll take a Patsy Montana for $6.99. J.D. Conklin on a Farron Young. And J.D., do you want Fortunes and Music, self-titled, or both? Rick Perrine got the Sonny James for $6.99. And Adam Bernardi, I'm going to give you a Patsy Montana as well. Chris Kirkley on Saturday Night Live. That's so to Chris Kirkley. Also in here is the Pretenders 2, $19.99. The Pretenders 2 is $19.99. And then Farron Young, we'll see which one JD wants. If not, Cyclone possibly wants the other. Amazing Rhythm Aces is $14.99. Fred did bid on Fox Force 5 for $5. That's a final call. Bobo's Bubble doesn't have a bid. That's a final call. Roy Buchanan Livestock, $19.99. And The Very Best of Bread, Volume 2 with Guitar Man. The Very Best of Bread, $14.99, Volume 2. Also, Smith, Minus Plus, $19.99, not the blue one. All right, so J.D. Conklin, you get this one. Well, I guess you mean this one, right? They both kind of have blue, but I'm going to give you that one. If that's not right, let me know. And then J.D. Conklin, let me know. Let me know, Cyclone, let me know if you're okay with that one. Let me go see if this delivery is here. Give me 1 second. Todd Saul sent some stuff to the store, so let me see if I can find them up front. I'll be right back. All right, I'm here. And I have food. Thank you. Wow, you've sent a lot of stuff, Todd. I owe you a big one. She was actually pulling out. And I stepped outside and she pulled back in. So I usually leave instructions to leave on barrel because I'm back here in the back, or when I order stuff, I sometimes order stuff to be delivered here at the store even when I'm not here. And if the store's open, I'll say, bring inside, leave with whoever's up front. Or if I'm not here and the store's closed, I'll say, leave on barrel. And usually they just leave it on the barrel. So, all right, and then this is sold to Cyclone Doug. Now, we got Full Force 5 sold to Fred Cardinal for $5, and Bobo's Bubbles a buy it now for $5. So I got some food to eat after the sale. And then my mom texted me, and she reminded me that I had chicken enchiladas in the fridge up front. She brought those yesterday, so I've got a lot of food all of a sudden to eat, but don't worry, I'll knock it out. I usually eat, go to the gym, and then sometimes come back and eat more, or take it home and eat it after the gym. So Commander Cody and his Lost Planet Airman. But Todd, thank you very much. Lost in the Ozone, $19.99. You didn't have to do that, but thank you. And then Roy Buchanan's $19.99. We're right in the middle of knocking out a bunch of autographs here. Here's the one I think is worthy of auctioning because, I mean, he's pretty much a legend in the country industry. We got Ira and Charles Leuven, and this is signed by Charlie Leuven. And let's put this up for a $7 start. Charlie Leuven signed. It says many good wishes to Fred, and that's going to go up for a $7 start. Charlie Leuven. And then I think we've already sold one Hank Snow. Here's another one that's personalized to Fred. I'll do it for $10. Hank Snow, the highest bidder, another favorite, signed to Fred, $10 on Hank Snow. So that's a buy it now. Charles Leuven is a auction $7 start. And we have a bid for $10. How about Jeff Beck Truth? This looks cool. Jeff Beck, orange label, $10. J.D. Conklin's going to go ahead and grab the Hank Snow for $10. Thank you, that's so due. And now the Leuven brothers there is an auction. That is a $7 start, and Gary's already in at 10. My crate over here is almost full. We have Rush, exit stage left, $49.99. So she told me, the lady who delivered it, she told me that the food line in Gallatin stays open 24/7, and they deliver to Lebanon. And she told me people order groceries at 3 a.m. in Gallatin food line, and she brings them to Lebanon, which that's not really that far of a drive, maybe 15, 20 minutes, especially that time of night. So that's good to know. I can have groceries ordered at any time of the night, and there are DoorDash, Instacart people that will bring them to you at any time of the night. Love. I can't believe this is in the bin. $64.99. Looks like it's OG, beautiful vinyl. That is always an auction record. Love is $64.99. We got Rush in here, Jeff Beck. I can't believe I'm showing these records at midnight. The Who, CCR, Pink Floyd, unbelievable. Peter, Paul, and Mary is $9.99 in shrink wrap. And Richard Pryor's Greatest Hits, $14.99. Gary Samuels, you get the Louvin Brothers for $10. Thank you. That is sold to you for $10. Let's try to finish up the rest of this autograph crate. And the first thing I'm going to do before I do anything else is I've got 2 more signed by Charlie Louvin, if anybody wants them, for $10 and $10. I've got 2 more, pretty much the same album, for $10 and $10, signed identically. And then here's a few more Buy It Now autographs I've got for $6.99. First, I think this is Tito Gazar, signed and dated, $6.99. The Four Lads, $10 million and still counting. That's signed for $6.99. You may know George Goober Lindsay. Goober, signed. He misspelled her name and he scratched it out and wrote over it again. Goober is $6.99. And then I've got 2 signed by Sylvia. Sylvia, $6.99, and Sylvia, $6.99. Michael McCullen gets Richard Pryor. I've got 2 Charlie Louvin. Cyclone Doug says he'll take 1 for $10. And now let me go ahead and swap out crates. Didn't we already go through this crate? No, this is newer. This is new arrivals. However, I have filled up a sold crate of all this Fred Goodwin stuff I've brought out. He would be happy to know we're still selling his records. I told Fred Goodwin's daughter when we were buying all this stuff, I was like, listen, you don't understand. It's not like we can sell all this stuff instantly, okay? Like, it's going to take years to sell your father's collection. We got to store it, go through it, and it's 5, 6 years later, we're still selling this man's stuff. So, pretty amazing. Back up at the top. So, J.D. Conklin put HS. Let me not get confused here. Louvin 10. J.D. got the Hank Snow. Michael McCullen got Richard Pryor. J.D. on JL. And JL was for George Lindsay. So that's sold to him for $6.99. Cyclone Doug got a Louvin Brothers. I've already pulled that. Rick Perrine, second on George Lindsay. J.D. Conklin on a Sylvia. What did I do with the other one? I accidentally put it in the crate. I did. What have I done? Hold on a second. Hank Snow, Pryor. GL, George Lindsay. This is sold to J.D. Conklin. Cyclone already pulled his Louvin Brothers. Rick Perrine second. Now, J.D. Conklin, once again, your pick on Sylvia. Self-titled on the left or the Drifter on the right. And if you don't want one, Regina wants both. And then there's the others. Okay? Let me go ahead and show some more new arrivals. This is live hotels, motels, and road shows. That is $34.99, 2 LP. That has the Allman Brothers, Greg Allman, Dixie Dregs, Capricorn Records artist, Arlo Guthrie, Hobo's Lullaby, $19.99. So JD wants the self-titled Sylvia for $6.99. That means let's give Regina this one for $6.99. And let's put up Regina's Elvis lot. First, we have Traffic. Interesting pressing here for $24.99. Traffic, $24.99. So 4 Lads still available. Let me show the stuff. There looks like there's some new people buying autographs that might have missed these earlier. So these are all $6.99. We got Tommy Doss, and it's a Bear Family compilation. Tommy Doss is $6.99. And then we got Carl Smith out the wazoo. We got Carl Smith out the wazoo. We got 1 Carl Smith, 2 Carl Smith, 3 Carl Smith, 4 Carl Smith. These are all signed. $6.99, 5 Carl Smith, 6 Carl Smith, 7 Carl Smith. And then the other artist was Liz Anderson. Liz Anderson, all signed, $6.99. Liz Anderson. And then there's the most recent stuff. The 4 lads, Tito Gazar, and 1 Charlie Leuven left. This one says to Fred, Charlie Leuven for $10. All right? There's all that. Now, the moment you've been waiting for, 2 more New Orleans singles. And the first one is the Gil Joe Teens, Without You for a $5 start. And the Orson Family, The Sweet Embrace. That's a $5 start. Those are up for bid. So if anybody missed anything in those stacks, they're available. Or I would do a wicked bundle deal, and you can leave with a lot of signed country albums, whether you like it or not. Next thing I have in here is what? I don't know. Oh, Regina's Elvis bundle. Yes, I got to go ahead and get that going. I meant to show it like 10 hours ago, but this box has been back here behind me forever. And I know she'll bid on it. I just got to count and show them. I can't read every record. I'm just going to count them, okay? And then we're going to put them up for a starting bid. This is going to be a lot of Elvis, literally a lot of Elvis. These are all various conditions, various sleeves. Here we are. I'm going to count them. I'm going to have to figure out how to stack them and show them. Various Elvis 45s, various conditions, etc. Okay? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not going to count the empty sleeves. Those are empty sleeves. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Christmas EP, 22, Hound Dog, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48, 50, 52, 54, 56, 58, 60, 62, 63, 64, 66, 68. Stack number 1, 68. Now, I'm not going to count them all because we're not halfway through. So give me a second. 68, we got 72, 74, 76, 78, 80, 82, 84, 86, 88, 90. These are all Elvis. 92, 94, 96, 98, 100, and 1, and 2, and 3, 104. So 104, all right. And then we have, that's 104. And then here's everything that's left. We probably can do a good estimation. There's another stack. And then here's another stack. So that's what, at least, that's probably getting close to 100. That's got to be getting well over 150. I think that's over 150. At least 150 Elvis singles is going to be my guess. I mean, it's got to be close. I mean, some of these are okay. All Shook Up. I mean, it's VG plus. So 150 Elvis singles. Now, before I tell the bid, John's like, if this sells, I can produce this many more times. Okay? The starting bid is $100. That is that stack of Elvis, and this stack of Elvis. $100. Those are all Elvis singles. $100 starting bid. I'm going to say there's at least 150. I forgot what I got up to before I put up that last stack, but that's all 3 stacks on the table. A $100 starting bid. So less than $1 a piece. How could you not bid? I know Regina is, and plus we got to have to ship all these things if somebody bids that's not local. Okay, and hopefully Regina hadn't fell asleep. Fred Cardinale has both for 5 and 5, and those are sold to him. Okay, let's finish going through this crate. It probably is 200. The Doors, I'm running out of space here. Hold on a second. The Doors is $34.99. Because if that back there was what, like 120, that probably is, because there's those with it. And she has it at $100. And there's some lower grade picture sleeves. A lot of Elvis there. It's up for bid for anybody. $100 start, and Regina's in. That is a lot of Elvis. We have the early Beatles. This is a 65 pressing and shrink wrap. Say what? What in the world? $44.99. That's auction worthy. What is going on? Also, this is that current audio magazine deal. $19.99 on that. Bachman Turner Overdrive in shrink wrap. $14.99. BTO, $14.99 in shrink wrap. CCR, this looks like a foreign copy. It is a 1970 UK. $49.99. Cosmos Factory. $100 bid on the Elvis. I'm going to say it's at least 150, maybe 200 Elvis records. Final call to Regina, $100. She has it at $100. Final call. We have I Cosmonauti. That's a $5 start. $5 start there. And Adam Bernardi on BTO. Was not big on Elvis. It is. I meant to bring this out when there was about 100 more people watching because I knew there would have been more bidding activity than what's going on right now. However, when bundles get too big, some people's like, what the heck am I going to do with all these? And I know what Regina's going to do. She's going to go through them, clean them, and listen to them like she has the other 10,000. Regina came down one time for our sidewalk sale, and she filled up her entire car full of Elvis records. We have sold her so many Elvis records. Craig wasn't in first. Craig wasn't in first. Who's Craig? Craig. I don't know if Craig's actually bidding. Craig, are you actually bidding? I don't know if Craig's actually bidding. We have Rush, All the World's a Stage. Is that the second copy of Rush? No, we got both live albums. We have Exit and All the Worlds. Champion Jack Dupree, $24.99 on King. It is a shrink-wrapped reissue. I Cosmonaut's a final call, or I Cosmonauti a final call for $5. Don McLean, Chain Lightning, $9.99 on Don McLean, Chain Lightning. And Blow Us to Coil Extraterrestrial Live. This is a gold stamp promo, $34.99. $34.99. And Asia Alpha, $19.99. Craig Thomas, I don't think he was actually bidding, right? If not, I'm about to sell them to Regina. Okay, and then Todd says he'll take All Rush. I like those words, All Rush. He gets both original albums, Exit and All the World's a Stage. And those are already sold. Those were sold to Todd Saw. Next was Snowball, Askin. Deep Purple's a 78 Holland press. Last concert in Japan. $39.99 on Deep Purple. And Ian Matthews, if you saw through my eyes, $14.99. And once again, on the very collectible Vertigo label, Ian Matthews, $14.99. And Marshall Crenshaw is $9.99. iCosmonauty is a bot now for $5. And Regina, I never did hear back from Craig. I don't think he was bidding, though. He might have got off for a minute. Those are sold for $100 to Regina. Now, what I'm going to have to do is put them back. Let me put them in a box over here, an actual record box. They were in just a regular cardboard box. But those, oh, as in all the worlds. Okay, my bad. I thought you wanted both. All the worlds, you got it. So exit stage left, $49.99. Craig, Jim B was trying to sell you this Elvis lot. He thought your hunka 100 comment, was a bid. Regina, you just got you a whole lot of Elvis. What if I could actually get the man to come back to life, and how much would you pay to go out on a date? Oh my gosh, imagine putting that up for bid. A date with Elvis. Oh my gosh, what would Regina pay for that? She'd be here all night bidding. She'd sell everything in her house. A date with Elvis. This is the second full box of 45s we've sold to one person. The second full box. Jetstream bought the first box tonight. That's the second full box we've sold to one person. Jetstream bought a whole box of randomness earlier. Another hunka burning love. Whew. A date with Elvis. We're talking 1958 Elvis too. Not 1977 Elvis, 1958 Elvis. iCosmonaut is sold to Robert Barnett for $5. And then in description. Ian Matthews is called If You Saw Through My Eyes. No condition notes. Original Vertigo swirl label, $14.99. The Rush Records was, the one he bought was 54, and this one's 49. And then here's Blue Oyster Cult, $44.99 for Club Ninja. That's one we don't get too often. Club Ninja, $44.99. Let's see what else we can throw up for auction. Here's two more singles for $5 starts. Block Party the Prayer. Block Party the Prayer, $5 start. And Pelican, Midnight and Mescaline, $5 start. We got Zappa and Beefheart for $39.99. That's pretty cool. 10 Years After, $19.99. Richard Pryor is $19.99. Richard Pryor and Freddie Friends, Looking Good, $19.99. There's Block Party the Prayer for $5 and Pelican $5. I will bundle those right here. First, let me grab them. Oh. And here's the unsold bot now 45s tonight. Jetstream asked. I'll give him first right of refusal. And then if he passes, if anybody else wants it, I would comment bundle. Let's count them. These are the ones left over for $6.99. And man, there were some good ones tonight. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, Journey, 23, Doobie Brothers, 24, The Police, 25, Alabama, 26, 27, Cheap Trick, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, Thompson Twins, 48, Dirty Laundry, 49, 50, Berlin from Top Gun, 52, 54, 55, 55, So 55. The original retail price would have been $384.45. So let's do 55 at $3 a piece. It would be $165. I'll do $150 on them to get them all sold. $150. That's some good ones. So 150, 3 each would be 165. So you're looking at $272 a piece. All cleaned, nice, sleeved, and all outered and original company sleeves. That's up to Mr. Jetstream. If he passes, if anybody else, $150. Here's the current bids. Block 5, Pelican 5, final call. 5 and 5 each, and we have Ian Matthews, and Ian Matthews is in fact sold to Adam Bernardi. Jetstream says he'll do 140 cash. I'm going to put it on a 60-second timer. How about a 30? Let's do it on a 5-second timer, and I'll make a decision. 10 seconds, and I'll make a decision. Give me 15 seconds, and I'll make a decision. Next thing I have going up right now, without further ado, is going to be something. I don't know what, but I'm about to show you something. And it could be anything. It could be a record. It could be a... If y'all could hear what I was saying, but these two were sold. Block Party, it was sold for $5 to Craig. Pelican sold to Sean, and Jetstream is going to get these for $140. And he said he's paying with an ACH bank wire. That's very helpful. That saves us a lot of money on fees. Thank you. All right, now, what is going on? Let's make some more bundle lots. I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've got a lot of 10 soundtracks. Fred Goodwin, they should all be nice, but as is, straight from the Fred Goodwin crates. 10 soundtracks. Let's show them. This is from the TV show Wagon Train, photo cover, very cool. 310 to Yuma, the film score by George Dunning. Stagecoach, original motion picture score. Wonderful Country soundtrack. The Unforgiven soundtrack, Dmitri Tiomkin. Wichita Town, another soundtrack. What Am I Bid? That's a soundtrack. Leroy Van Dyke, Tex Ritter, Farron Young. Music from the Big Valley. The classic Alamo soundtrack, another by Dmitri Timokin, and then a Steve McQueen movie here, Nevada Smith. All of those soundtracks, there's 10 there, I think I counted, a $25 start. $25 start, soundtrack lot. Soundtrack lot. Let's go through a discount crate of some sort. What time is it? 12:30. There's about an hour. There's about an hour left on the timer for Facebook. I was probably going to go to at least 1. We got 159 faithful viewers. We've had a great night, an amazing night. And I'm at least going to go till 1. And then I really am going to enjoy this food that I have, because y'all been hearing me talk about it all night. And Todd Saw did send me some food. And then I got to get ready for tomorrow as usual. So we've had a great night. Regina's in on the soundtracks at 25. I've got other Fred stuff over here I'm going to try to work on. Man, I'd love to sell all these autographed albums. How about I make these things so cheap somebody has to buy them? These signed albums. How many's left? And then give me 1 second, Adam, and I'll read that. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 soundtracks there. Or excuse me, 17 signed albums. $30. That's less than $2 a piece. $30. Including Charlie Louvin. $30. Autograph bundle. Adam, on the direct bank wire, it gives you an option to save the info of the store, but when I tried again, there was no option to use the saved info. Did I miss something? You know, I don't know. I don't know if I can answer that. I bet Ed has more information on that. I've never, of course, done it, and I really not for sure. Let's put up, that's a bundle, autographs for $30. We have the Pyromaniacs for a $5 start, and the Bell Rays for a $5 start. There's our next 2 New Orleans singles. Does anybody, Jetstream I can help you. I don't know. Jetstream, do you have yours saved or do you load it every time? Jetstream might know over on YouTube. He uses it. A lot of the people, like coin buyers, Adam, I know you bought a lot of coins from us. I always ask coin people to do it. I always ask the coin people to do it because our margins on coins are... Jetstream says you have to add it each time, so there you go. Adam says he will take the autograph lot for $30. So all the autographs are sold for $30. That's everything from... The bundle will include Charles Louvin, and the last one is Tommy Doss. There's our next 2 New Orleans singles, 5 and 5. The soundtracks are at $25, $30, $31. And let's find the next discount crate to go through, which may be the last crate of the night, because it'll take a while to go through because I'm going to be going through so much other miscellaneous stuff over here. I mean, I'm literally cleaning out. I am cleaning out crates doing these bundles like this. So let me move my food over here. Don't want to smash it with records. That would be bad. So... all right. Let's see what we can do. I accidentally put my phone on low power mode. I don't want that because my screen will go off. I'm going to have to do a little bit of digging to find our next crate. And I have turned my phone on low power mode. All right, there we go. I don't think I missed him. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, it matches up. All right, they're still bidding on that. All right, let's see. I got an empty crate here. Let me put that right there. All right, this is new arrivals. These need to be gone through again. That's new arrivals. There's that half-off crate. These were new arrivals tonight. I think I can fit them in here. Can. Great stuff. All right. There's an empty crate. All right. These two singles are buy it nows then for 5 and 5. Nobody bet on these. 5 and 5 on those. And I'll get the next two in just a second. Let's see here. All right, that's new vinyl from tonight, right? Yep, that's new vinyl from tonight. This was new vinyl, the leftover on sale new vinyl. Leftover on sale new vinyl from yesterday. Also, I just seen Joshua Cross. Joshua commented on something. Let me see what Joshua wanted. King Gibbs and the Lizard Wizard infest the rat's nest. Josh wants King Gibbs and the Lizard Wizard infest the rat's nest. That's in one of these crates. Not in that one. It's not in the new stuff either, is it? No. All right. Probably over here then. All right, there's this. All right. Oh, good. Another Fred crate. That's always good. And bad. Oh, another Fred crate. Great. Man. Whew. Oh, here's a great autograph. Here's a great late night autograph for a low start. John Anderson. Yes, the John Anderson. John Anderson. It says, Mark, thanks and best wishes, John Anderson, Tokyo, Oklahoma. John Anderson, it is from Fred Goodwin's collection. Signed John Anderson album, $10 start. $10 start on John Anderson. It is signed. That's a great pull. Maybe there's some other cool stuff in here. Dang it. Yeah, here's some stuff I was supposed to have authenticated. Shoot. It's okay. Let me go ahead and lay this right over here. That was a good one. Forgot about that. Let me put over here my to be authenticated rack. So since JSA's come, we've almost come up with another 50 autographs to have authenticated. And that's how many we found in this store. 50 good autographs that we haven't had authenticated lately. The soundtracks is at 45 with Chuck Haley over on YouTube. JD, you're out, and Regina, you're out. Now JD's in on that one for 10, the John Anderson. I'm all of a sudden looking for a King Gizzard record somehow. There it is. All right, this is so to before he gets buried. This is so to Joshua Cross. Thank you, Joshua. He's probably long gone asleep, but thank you. A couple more 45s right quick. I've got... Hey, I wonder if William Drugovich asked about this, 24 hours ago? Literally. William, I hope you're watching. The Avengers. I told you we'd get to it eventually. The Avengers and Dust Collection. Dust Collection. John Anderson's at 10 and now 12. Let me move this stuff out of the way. This is why I got to do these late nights and bundles, because I told Paul today, Paul's talking about going to buy another big collection locally in Nashville, and I said, well, here's the deal here at Collectco. We got 8 hours every night to sell everything we own. Yeah, we do sell some stuff in our store. Yeah, we can post stuff in the group, but we get 8 hours every day pretty much to sell everything we have here. And so I have to be very diligent and focus. And try to get as much as I can get sold every night when I'm on here. Otherwise, we can really start getting into a hole with inventory. And that's why I try to go 8 hours every night. Some nights longer, 8.5, 9. It's going to be harder to go any longer than that. Just mentally, I'll start losing focus, it seems like. Even if I rest my brain for a second. But that's why every once in a while I'll get into all this other stuff. Because I know the stuff I can sell between 5 and 10 is easy. And then a little bit later, I got all this other stuff, and we either have to bundle it or sell it in bulk or do something like that. That's what I'm doing right now. Low start auctions. We just got to get it all sold. It's laying in here. It's all worth something. I think about everything back here has some sort of value to somebody. So, all right. I've emptied 5 crates since I've been yapping to y'all. Let me move these over here. Let's run down all these bids right quick. Let me move all these empty crates. Wow, whew, so much more space around me now. I'm still not done though. Okay, what happened? JD did bid 50 on the soundtracks, which means Chuck Haley, you did get outbid. Now Chuck's back in at 55. Okay, John Anderson had got bids. I saw 12 with Susie. That means J.D. Conklin's out. He did say out. Susie has to sign John Anderson for 12. The Avengers is at 20. And Dust Collection. Has Dust Collection got a bid? No bid on Dust Collection. Looking for a $5 start. All right. I've been running around in circles. I think I've gotten a good lead on where our next crate could come from. What is this crate here? Bo Hansen, Heath Brothers, Nuggets. Is this the crate David Hoy's been looking for? What was that artist? There's a jazz. Wow, this has got really good stuff in it. David Hoy, are you watching? He always is. I don't know if this is it or not. There was a jazz record. I remember that artist. It was like CC Mabi. Who was that he was looking for? I don't think this is it, but I may be getting close. So let's at least read through these and see what happens. How many soundtracks are in the bundle? I think it was 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, 10. 10 and the high bid's 55. Avengers is at 20 with Adam Bullock. Dust Collection was a no bid, $5 buy it now. And John Anderson, nice pickup, Susie, just $12. That seems like a great price on that, right? Okay. And then, so this was new arrivals tonight. I know where I want to put these. I want to put these right here, along with the other new stuff from tonight, which is right here. Laura crate. Great stuff. And let's see if I can condense a little bit more. Another great crate here from John. What happened to the other Laura crate? I guess it got decimated, huh? There was another Laura crate, but I guess it's not much left in that. I have found our next buy it now discount crate to probably read through the night. Because most of the other stuff I'm going to show is going to be pulls from this Fred stuff and plenty of 45s. So, and we still got some bite nows that I hadn't shown in the 45s as well. Trying to figure out what happened to the other Laura crate from tonight. It might have been more vintage type stuff. That's why I don't remember it. Probably so, yeah. It's probably more vintage. That's why it blends. Yeah, there it is. It blended in with the rest of it. Actually, you know, I think this was, oh yeah, this was a half off. It's a half off, right? Half off, discount, half off. And this is it. Here we go. The Avengers are, let's see, there's the front, back, Danger House, nice vinyl, clean. It's going to need a wipe down, but it's okay. That's at 25. The soundtracks are at 65 with Chuck Haley, still just at $6.50 each on those. Next 45 is going to go up right now for a $5 start. And it's the Coyote Men versus the Superfly TNTs. That's going to go up for a $5 start. And now this crate is going to be buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. Teenage Tragedy. Unfortunately, from the Connery collection. Awesome compilation, though. Early 50s stuff like or late 60s, excuse me, early 60s, late 50s, like J. Frank Wilson, Last Kiss, Dead Man's Curve, Jan and Dean. 1999, Teenage Tragedy. Falling in Love Again, Susan. A 1979 U.S. album, rock, sealed for $14.99. The Amazing Rhythm Aces, Burning the Ballroom Down, $9.99. And The Who's Odds and Sods. It's a bar-coded early 80s pressing, but extremely nice. The Who is $19.99. None of these have writing like from the Connery collection, unless I say it's from the Connery collection. Unless I say otherwise, if I say it's a nice record, that means everything's nice. Does it say reissue under the stereo on the inside? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Cody Men's a $5 start. And next. So I have... All right, let me flip through the rest of this Fred crate here and see what I come up with. Might do just like a random lot of stuff here. Let me see how nice these discs are. Might do this like a random lot of music. That's a soundtrack. All right. How many's here? 5. Okay, let's make it... Let's do this one. All right. $10 start. All right, so we'll call this bundle. They're bidding on soundtracks. We'll call this bundle, okay? And we have the following: The Voices of History with Kennedy and Douglas MacArthur, Eisenhower, Churchill, Lyndon Johnson. Sandy Nelson, Beat That Effing Drum. The Oak Ridge Boys, early, before they had beards and long hair, with The Sounds of Nashville. Mahalia Jackson, The Association, and John Wayne, America Why I Love Her. We'll call that bundle $10 start. The Avengers is officially sold to Adam Bullock for $25. Nobody bid on the Coyote Men. It's a $5 buy it now. The soundtracks is at $80. Chuck Haley's You're Out. That bundle is a $10 start. I could have put John Wayne up there, I think, for a $10 start. Give me 1 second. I got to send a message right quick. Okay. Buy it now best offer. Dale Reeves with Strings and Things, sealed for $9.99. Steely Dan, Can't Buy Thrill. Awesome album. Unfortunately, a victim of the Connery collection. Beautiful vinyl, $34.99. Everything in here is or best offer. Soundtrack bundle still getting bids, $85 now $90. Billy Cobham's Billy's Best Hits. Billy Cobham's $14.99. Billy Cobham's Best Hits. This bundle over here is a $10 start, final call. Looks like we need some more 45s, right? Let's see what else I have here. Let's see. Big Sandy and the Lost Straight Jackets, a $5 start. And we have the Itchies. Jerk, Twist, Twitch, the Itchies. $5 start on that. And I got some stuff coming up here, okay? I got some stuff on deck for you. All right, so the soundtracks with JD for $90, Chuck's out. I got another soundtrack lot coming up. So Chuck, JD, don't go anywhere. This bundle has a bid for $10. This record has bids for $5 and $6. Steve Coleman Group, Motherland Pulse. Steve Coleman Group is an 85 German import, $19.99. Thank you, Paula. The Bob Seger System, unfortunately part of the Sean Connery collection, just $19.99 though. Anthology, Dinah Ross and the Supremes. Anthology is $19.99. That's a triple LP. Very, very nice. Music from the soundtrack plus music inspired by the film. John Cassavetes' Faces, a 68 US, $24.99. And Gadlin Tarzov Cheskin, live in Moscow and West Berlin at 81 UK Improv Free Jazz, $24.99. All right, so the soundtrack bundle is sold for $90 to J.D. Conklin. Final call on the other 5 LP lot back there. Kevin LeBady has those for $10. Craig, you're out on Big Sandy. Paul Oakley has it for $5. And no bid yet on the Itchies. That's a $5 start. More soundtracks on the way. First, here's something that I don't know what it is. And I don't know how to say it. But it is sealed. It looks like Nada Manachi, $29.99. Also, Atlanta Rhythm Section, The Boys from Doverville, $9.99. And Ornette Coleman, Science Fiction. Ornette Coleman, nice, $34.99. Beautiful disc there, $34.99. All right, let's go ahead and grab that. Some other soundtracks here as I continue to chip away at this crate. We got 1, we got 2, we got 3 here. And what do we have in the last? 10. There's 4. Any more in here? There's 5, 6, 7, 8. And I think over here I'd come up with 2 more. 9 and 10. All right. Okay, 10 more soundtracks. a $35 start. Here we go. First, with Clark Gable, Band of Angels. Band of Angels. The soundtrack from Jerry Goldsmith, Hour of the Gun. Sealed, unopened, Macintosh TJ. Music by Waylon Jennings. Also with Willie Nelson. That's sealed. Hugh O'Brien, TV's Wide Earp. Gone with the Wind. The Return of the Seven. Return of the Seven from the Magnificent Seven. Paint Your Wagon. The Wild Bunch, 8 on the Lamb, and with James Stewart, Shenandoah. 10 soundtrack bundle, $35 start. This bundle from John Wayne to Voices is sold to Kevin LeBeatty for just $10. Nice deal on that. The Itchies is a buy it now for $5. Big Sandy is sold to T.O. for $9. The next single is The Sacred Heart, Psych Out, on red vinyl. That's a $5 start. And The Click. And The Click is a $5 start. Hello Sunshine. That's going up for a $5 start. Also, Candy Staton, Chance, 1979 US. That's sealed for $14.99. Aerosmith Rocks, unfortunately from the Connery collection. $24.99 on Aerosmith, original inner sleeve. Jim Davis wants the Itchies. That's sold to him for $5. And very quickly, speaking of bundles, here's so far the ones that hadn't sold tonight. The Cody Men, Dust Collection, Bell Rays, the Pyromaniacs, and Bobo's Bubble. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 instead of $25. $15 on the NOLA bundle. $15 on the NOLA bundle. The Atlanta Rhythm section is called The Boys from Doraville. The Boys from Doraville. Shrink wrap, $9.99. J.D. Conklin in on the soundtrack bundle at $35. Soundtrack bundle at $35. ABBA Arrival. VG Plus $14.99 on ABBA Arrival. Jimmy Buffett, Changes in Latitudes, Changes in Attitudes. That's EX $22.99. And Roy Buchanan, You're Not Alone. VG Plus $12.99. Chuck's also bid on the soundtracks for $35. We may have another J.D. Conklin, Chuck Haley battle on the lot of 10 soundtracks from the Fred Goodwin sound collection. That's up for bid right now. $35. Y'all are tied. Paul Brothers gets the bundle. That's everything from Bobo's Bubble to Coyote Men. $3 a piece. Those are all sold to him. This is the Sacred Heart, Psych Out on red vinyl. $5 start, and the Click's a $5 start. The Doobie Brothers, One Step Closer, VG Plus $11.99. And we have Billie Holiday, Lady Day, Billie Holiday, EX $17.99, 1958 bundle. Chuck's in on the soundtracks at $40. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that is going to be another bundle, this time all from one artist, a very popular artist. When we have all this stuff together like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do 5. This is going to be a Marty Robbins bundle. Marty Robbins, #1 Cowboy. Marty Robbins, #1 Cowboy. Marty Robbins Best Hits. 14 full-length stereo. Full-length hits in stereo, including El Paso. Just Me and My Guitar, a Bear Family compilation. Marty Robbins in the Wild West Part 2, a Bear Family compilation. And Return of the Gunfighter. So 5 Marty Robbins albums, including 2 Bear Family compilations, another compilation like a hits with most of his most desirable songs, and The Return of the Gunfighter. Marty Robbins, all 5, a $20 start. MR bundle, $20 start. The soundtrack bundles at $45 and $50. Regina has this for $5. And Lily McCurry gets Billie Holiday out of the bin. Thank you. Next is Solo Flight, The Genius of Charlie Christian. VG Plus, $14.99. Hank Jones, Ain't Misbehaving, EX $12.99. Michael went on the Marty Robbins records at 20. JD has the bundle at 45. Chuck, it goes back to you. American Flyer, Spirit of a Woman, EX $9.99. 29 with Lenny White, a white label promo, EX $12.99. And Ubiquity, Star Booty, VG Plus $14.99. Regina gets the one with the eye for $5. The click is a no bid. It's a $5 buy it now. All righty. So that leaves me an open slot for 2 more New Orleans records. Let me pull this one out. And let me pull this one out. We got the Spoiled Brats. They're a $5 start. And we have the Mono Canes. And the Mono Canes highest price is a $5 start. Any more 45 bundles? Well, I actually have an opportunity. If you or anybody is interested, I'll do kind of the same deal I did earlier with Jetstream. And let me show you what that is. I'm going to take a quick pause here. Let me show you a couple 45s or a couple more records. First, I remember this from the other night. No, this is a different one, but still, this one's nice. Greg Allman EX $22.99. And J.J. Johnson, $174.99. An original 55 US mono. It does have some seam splitting. All right, so Marty Robbins has a new bid for 22. Michael McCullen, 22. Greg Beddinger, 22. And then the bundle is at 50 and now 55. And Spoiled Brats has a bid. Also, this is probably the most bids we've had at 1 a.m. in a while. Usually this time of night we have almost no auctions going, but y'all are slinging the bids out. But Paul, here's what I was going to show you. I kind of talked about it the other night, actually. And I sold a whole box earlier to Jetstream. You may have seen that. But the biggest bulk I can offer that makes sense is I've got these boxes right here. All full of 45s, of course. And they're sleeved, top 40 stuff and others. Still great hits in there. Dolly, I've been working 925. Funky Town, Lips Inc., Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. I mean, some of these, it's like some nights I can't believe they didn't sell. But a box like this, especially since Eric Clapton, the Birds promo, Yellow River promo, More Dolly, Chicago, 60s picture sleeves, Stevie Wonder. I don't want to ruin the surprise for you, but you get an idea. Jay Giles picture sleeves, early Sons of the Pioneers on green vinyl there. That's like mid-50s. 80s picture sleeves. There's some cardboard EPs in there, like Jimmy Russian. But what I can do on a box like this is $250. And that is, I think, an incredible deal. But that is $250. And I have basically right now 2, 4, 5, count this, 6 boxes full. So I got 6 boxes if anybody wants a random full box of 45s. Captain Tennille, Coin the Gang, Herb Albert, Zager and Evans, 25-25. Clapton promo, I can't stand it. But I've got up to 6 boxes. $250 a box. All sleeved. All with either a vintage sleeve or a original company sleeve. Or the picture sleeve, like from Footloose, Bonnie Tyler. And Climax Blues Band. And Moody Blues. I think that they're stars. I think we had that one the other night. Rick Springfield. I mean, that's a great heck of a bundle there. Paul Brothers says he'll take it. Sold for $250. Now, that's the same kind of quality in any other box. I've got 5 more boxes if anybody wants one. $250 a box. Incredible sleeved, cleaned company or picture sleeved 45s. Sold to Paul Brothers. And if I can't sell all of them soon, we're going to start doing mystery boxes. So I'm going to take like 30, put them in a mailer, tape them up. We're going to start selling like lots of 10 for $34.99. We'll probably sell 100 of them. At least I hope so. Spoiled Brats is at 10 with Adam, final call. What about the mono canes? No bid on the mono canes. $5 bot now on that. The soundtracks are sold to JD Conklin for $55. Chuck Haley says he's out. Greg's out on Marty Robbins. Those are sold to Michael McCullen for $25. Thank you. And let's go through a few more records here. Nuggets, awesome compilations. Unfortunately from the Connery collection, but Nuggets is VG Plus $19.99. Teresa has resurrected. She takes the mono canes for $5. Let's go ahead and sell Spoiled Brats to Adam Bullock for $10. And let's put up some other auctions right quick. First is the acrylic tones. The acrylic tones is going to go up for a $5 start. Let's work on some more Fred stuff right quick. The next thing I have is a are these signed? What's going on here? Hold on a second. I'm going to try to do another soundtrack bundle if I have enough different ones. I think that one didn't have any duplicates from the last one. I don't know if I have enough to make a... Maybe. Hold on a second. Or I could mix some other stuff in there. Let's see here. Somebody might just want to buy a couple of these straight price. Let me make sure they're okay, because we had some earlier. Let me make sure the disc... I mean, most of Fred stuff, like I said, it's as is, but, I mean, I haven't seen anything that, unless it just needs a cleaning. So, here's 2 more opportunities for Gene Autry Christmas. And I think this one actually has Rudolph the... Yeah, this has his classic... Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. So, Gene Autry, $6.99. Only $6.99. Rudolph. The mono canes we've already sold. And there's the acrylic tones. Paula on YouTube says, I'll take a $250 big box, okay? Let me go pick one out over here. I'll grab the next one on this shelf. I think right here. And I'll peek in it, and I try not to show too much because I want y'all to be, kind of surprised. It'll be a fun thing to go through. How does this look? Same batch. Same kind of batch. Kansas picture sleeve, Deca promo, OC the Virtues promo, Lay Down Sally, Gary Lewis. You get 60s, 80s, 70s, Rock, UB40, Baker Street, Gary Wright, some Dale Vikings, Simon and Garfunkel, Mrs. Robinson, Indian Giver, Seals and Croft, Loggins Messina, Westbound label. That's always good stuff, like Funkadelic. That was the Detroit Emeralds, though. Beach Boys, I Drink Alone, George Thorogood, Bruce Springsteen, Marty Robbins, Stevie Nicks. I won't ruin anything else for you. We'll keep it a surprise. Clapton. This box here, this is going to be number 2. Make sure it's the one with the Crosby, Stills, and Nash. That is sold to Paula on YouTube for $250. Does anybody else want a box of 45s for $250? I have 4 boxes left like that. All right, what happened? Gene Autry's were $6.99. $6.99 for Gene Autry's, and these are sold to J.D. Conklin and Chris Ridlings. Arnold Adams and Chuck Haley was second. The New Orleans How much time do I have on Facebook? 25 minutes left on Facebook, so I got about 21 minutes left. The acrylic tones is a $5 start. It's called Girl. Let's go ahead and throw up another one. The other one is, ooh, it's got a big dented corner. Dang it. Looks pretty cool too. Quaint. Play with Mary. The sleeve is pretty dinged. $5 start. Amazing Rhythm Aces. Let's see here. I will do that for $7. I'll do that for $7, Chris. Those are $5 starts. A box of New Orleans. No, I can't do that. Trust me, GMB's already tried. We do those individually. Man, that would be a lot of money. A whole box, even if I said $10 a piece, that would be like, because I think those boxes are going to have like well over 250 records in them. So it'd be like, you know, 3,000-4,000 if they take a gamble. Those kind of bundles, a little bit tougher to sell. Here's some Marty Robbins, $6.99. Marty Robbins, $6.99. Those are $6.99 each. Return of the Gunfighter. If you missed out on the bundles earlier, $6.99, $6.99. Chris takes Amazing Rhythm Aces for $6. And let me show a few more records in here. Ry Cooder, Into the Purple Valley. VG Plus, $14.99. Tony OK, VG Plus, $9.99. Annie soundtrack, $14.99. And the Batangles, $14.99. But there's some bite nows on Marty's. Speaking of bite nows, these are $5 and $5. The acrylic tones and Quaint, $5 and $5. Kevin LeBady on Marty Robbins. Kevin, one is sold to you for $6.99. Let me peek at it right quick. I've tried to look at most of these, and if y'all get one, unless it's, you know, maybe that was in a bundle or something, if y'all get one that's totally destroyed, just be sure to let Ed know. Most of these should be fine. I just don't have time to look at every single one of them. I'm trying to glance at them. Or if the sleeve looks like it's turned the right way, it should be fine. That's so to Chuck Haley. Greg, you are next. Greg, let me see if I can find another one for you, though. Fred had probably 1,000 Marty Robbins albums. I mean, it was absolutely insane. It was absolutely insane. Here is another quick bite now someone's going to grab. Let's do this for $9.99, and it has the book with it. $9.99. This is straight from a Fred crate. It's clean and nice. Gone with the Wind soundtrack. That's $9.99 if anybody wants it. And then I was trying to get these together because we have several of them. Yep, there we go. I got two more Marty Robbins. Who else wanted one? Greg Beddinger. There's another one for Greg. Greg, that's sold to you for $6.99. Gone with the Wind, sold to J.D. Conklin for $9.99. I got another Marty Robbins for $6.99. That's the fourth one. These are sold to Teresa for $5 and $5. Acrylic and Quaint. And now we need, let me get some of these together. Here's an interesting batch. Let me make sure this thing's nice before I show it. Let me not forget about New Orleans. Okay, it's okay. So check out this. The Lone Ranger, Great Western Themes, as in soundtrack, the Baja Mariba Band, Dean Martin, and Roy Rogers and Dale Evans, Christmas as Always. 2, 4, 5 records. $15. $15. Bundle. The Click is also sold to Teresa for $5. A wide variety of stuff there. Lone Ranger Kids record, Western Theme soundtrack, Baja Mariba Band, Dean Martin, and the Roy Rogers, Dale Evans Christmas. And Fred put Rare, $40. I don't know if that's a $40 record. Maybe back in the 90s. This cowboy stuff back in the 90s, very desirable. Some of it's lost its cachet. What's the word I'm looking for? But we sell the heck out of it still. All right. Here we go. I think I have a time for another bundle of some cool stuff here. 1, 2, 3, 4, especially for an auction, 5. Cool soundtrack a lot here. Okay. We have a quick auction. Nobody on this last Marty Robbins. I'll put it in here. Here we go. So we have the Alamo soundtrack. That's awesome. The Alamo soundtrack, Marty Robbins, the one you just seen. Great Western film themes with John Wayne on the cover. McClintock is mentioned. The Glory Guys, Streets of Laredo, The Soldier. Here's a cool record. Shazam, Gomer Pyle, and Gone with the Wind, music from the MGM motion picture. Gunsmoke's Festus Hagen calls out Ken Curtis, Gunsmoke record. Dirty Dingus McGee soundtrack, and then there's the Alamo. So $20 start. This may be the last auction of the night. And by the way, we've got about 8 minutes to bid on it, so bid fast and bid often. Those 8 records, those are handpicked as what I thought some better, cooler, neater, nicer, cool-looking, nice records, which is the Alamo, Dirty Dingus McGee, the Gunsmoke, the Gone with the Wind, Gomer Pyle, Great Western, and Marty Robbins, okay? There they have it. $20 start on all those. Those are now up for bid. Now, 2 more New Orleans. By the way, y'all remember that basket from last night, right? We had a basket of New Orleans singles last night. Let me show you how much is left as soon as I get this one out of plastic. Okay. We have, here's the crate. It's empty. That was full last night. We started tonight. It's almost all gone. Let me see what I have here. Who got the bundle? The bundle was sold to Chris Ridlings. That bundle with a Lone Ranger, that's sold to Chris Ridlings, okay? This stuff here is at $30. Let me see what's left in this box of New Orleans stuff. I usually do all this kind of stuff last, the stuff without sleeves. What the heck is this? All right, $5 start on what? This is a $5 start on Shawa. Another, pretty much a soundtrack bundle back there. And Sleepwalkers. There's the next 2 individual ones. And then all of these. All right. So I got a bunch of loose records like that, which I may actually, I don't like doing those because they're like check condition stuff. So we're basically down to 4 records in that crate that I'm probably going to do tonight. And then I'll start trying to flip through that other stuff. Some of it was newer or, you know, not check condition. So we got the Sleepwalkers for $5 and Schwa, Eternalize. And that's now up for auction as well. Okay. And this bundle back here is at $50. And I don't think I finished going through this crate. Pentangle, Chico Hamilton, Keith Jarrett. It's mostly jazz. Fears, Cheek, Freddie Hubbard, the Indo Jazz Suite, Louis Bellson, Johnny Hodges, and Heath Brothers. I think everybody else is focused on everything else that's going on. So there's that. And now let's do some more random pulls from the Fred crate over here. We might do some buy it nows. Okay. First record, I'm going to try to check some of these right quick, condition-wise. Oh, it's nice. Conway and Loretta, $6.99. Conway and Loretta, $6.99. Heath Brothers. Heath is EX condition, $12.99. EX, $12.99. Conway and Loretta, that's a buy it now by itself, $6.99. Also, we have, let's see here, is this sealed? It is. This is sealed. A really good looking compilation, Marty Robbins. This is sealed for $9.99. A lifetime of songs, 1951, 1982. That is sealed, $9.99. We're going to start doing some individual buy it nows here. Also, that Marty Robbins was sealed, by the way. This is really nice as far as condition. It's a double LP gatefold. The Complete Glenn Miller. The Complete Glenn Miller. Double LP Bluebird, $6.99. The Complete Glenn Miller. Nice, $6.99. And I have this is a Bear Family compilation from Roy Rogers. A picture disc, a Bear Family compilation. At one time, Fred Goodwin had $175 on it. $9.99. It is a Roy Rogers Bear Family compilation. $9.99 on that. All right, so let's see what's going on here. First thing we have is the last bit on the bundles were 65. Schwa was at 8. Heath is sold to Adam Bernardi for 10. And then what was the Freddie Hubbard? The Freddie Hubbard that was in here was called Skydive. It's VG Plus $14.99. CTI of Ron Carter, Billy Cobham, etc., etc. Arnold got Conway and Loretta. That was the first bot now here. That's sold to him for $6.99. Soundtrack bundles at 70. The Johnny Hodges, give me a second. Bundle 75. Sleepwalker 6. Michael McCullough and Marty Robbins. That was $9.99. Sealed. Let's put that in a new sleeve, of course. Michael McCullough got Glenn Miller for $6.99. Then Adam Bernardi. Roberts out on the Sleepwalkers and Glenn Miller. Nobody on Roy Rogers. $9.99. So first we got Sleepwalkers. That's sold to Teresa for $6. And then Schwa. Who was the last bidder on this? I believe it was Adam Bullock at 8. And Teresa, just so you know, you are outbid. Now the soundtrack bundle back here. JD had it for $75. Lily McCurry, you have been outbid. Just saying. Just FYI. All right. How about Roy Rogers for $6.99? $6.99. I just marked it down 30%. Here's our next New Orleans single, The Budget Girls. The Budget Girls, this is going to go up for a $5 start. And by the way, this is the bundle with the Alamo, Dirty Dingus, Festus, Gomer Pyle, the Gone with the Wind, the Great Western, John Wayne, and Marty Robbins. Now that's at 100. Okay. Let's see here. Chris Ridlin said I had Roy first. Oh, y'all's comments got hung up. Y'all's comments got hung up or something. What happened here? Glenn, Roy. Oh, y'all's comments got hung up. Okay, my bad. So, J.D. Conklin. Yeah, there was a glitch, it looks like. Yeah, J.D. Conklin. Yeah, that's going to be tough. I got to go by what I can see. It looks like Michael. No, excuse me. It looks like J.D., Rick, Chuck, Chris saying I had Roy first, and then a bundle. So, yeah, it looks like J.D. I have to go by what I can see, and it looks like y'all were trying to buy it when it was $10, and y'all's comments got hung up. I'll go ahead and sell it to you for $6.99. And Budget Girls has a bid for $5. Schwa's out. That's sold to Adam Bullock for $8. Lillian has this bundle back here for $100. J.D. Conklin, you're out. And let's go ahead and put up The Totally Twisted World of Dean Morgan. And that's going to go up for a $5 start. Yep, Facebook did froze. I got to give that to J.D. All right. First thing we have is, let's see here. This is some stuff that looks like I've marked before. Reba McEntire, $6.99. Nice. Cat Stevens, T for the Tillerman, $6.99. The bundle's at 100 with Lillian. I think it goes back at this point to J.D. Conklin. He's out, so we're about to sell those for 100. My crate over here is almost full, though. Those are $6.99. Reba, Cat Stevens, T for the Tillerman. Budget's at $5. Dean's at $5. And here's another quick auction. Or how about we do a quick buy it now? Or is this books or records? What is this? Both? Book and records? Yeah, this is pretty cool. We'll put it up for a quick auction. All right, first thing, let me go ahead and get a new crate. Probably won't have time to start filling up another one, but at least I'll have some room to work with here. All right. So this is sold Rick Perrine on Cat Stevens for $6.99. There's Reba Feel the Fire for $6.99. This bundle lot is sold for $100 to Holden. To Holden. Lily McCurry. Holden's the one that said he didn't want to bid on bundles. I was about to sell it to you. Lily got that for $100. I was just reading your comment here. Sorry, I got to sell bundles because that's the only way we're going to get some of this stuff sold, or I'll be here to the year 2035,000 trying to get all this stuff sold. The Swing Era, the music of 1940, 1941, that's a box set for a $7 start. The Swing Era, pretty cool. It's got a hardback book with it. Lillian has both of these for $5 and $5. She has Dean Morgan for $5. The other one was Budget for $5. She has both of those. Arnold Adams wants Reba for $6.99. Let's do some more pulls and possibly another bundle. I'm going to do a little bit of both. Let's see what I've got over here. Let's see. Those are signed. Let's do those. I might can have another. We might come up with one more soundtrack bundle of some sort. Let me see what's over here in this other crate. Might find some more in here. Oh, yeah. All right, so we'll mix in some other stuff in here. Fred Goodwin stuff. And what was the last couple in here? The last two in here was what? McIntosh. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Let's see what else we can put in there. 7, 8, 9, signed Jimmy Davis, and 10. A lot of various stuff here, but also some cool soundtracks. All right. Also, so Swing 7. I'll take Freddie. Freddie Hubbard is sold to Michael McCullen. Was there Doobie Brothers in the crate? Let me check. These are sold to Teresa for $5 and $5. Okay. And here's another bundle. Joe and Rosalie Maphis on Star Day. Jimmy Davis, Someone to Care, autographed and signed by Jimmy Davis. A Roy Rogers compilation, gold stamp promo. A soundtrack, music from McIntosh and TJ with Waylon Jennings. Grand Ole Opry, a Grand Ole Opry show, number 399. Rex Allen, autographed by Rex Allen. Boy, this is cool. Bonanza, how cool is that? Bonanza. The Alamo, the Big Country soundtrack. So another Alamo soundtrack, a Big Country soundtrack, and James Stewart or Shenandoah soundtrack. And then I think the Bonanza on top. This is 10 records for a $20 start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 records, a $20 start. The swing era is tied. Greg Beddinger, you're out. And the last few albums in here. Johnny Hodges is right here, the 11th hour. It's a 62 US VG Plus, $12.99. Alex Roman's in on that lot for $20. By the way, Facebook just has minutes left. So whenever Facebook cuts off, whoever's the high bidder is the winner on those, okay? Alex Roman, 20. Michael Butler, 20. Greg, you're out on that because Facebook has what Susie said there was how many minutes left? 5 minutes left 2 minutes ago. So I would go ahead and put something out there because whenever it's over, we'll have to cancel the auction. Okay. So we got Johnny Hodges. We have Louis Bellson, Indo Jazz Suite, Spheres. So Johnny Hodges, Louis Bellson, Indo Jazz Suite, Spheres, Sess Chic. Johnny Hodges is actually, that was only marked $12.99. The high bid on the bundle right now is 22 of Michael Butler. Alex, you're out, and Chuck, you're out. Also, Adam Bernardi, you're out on the swing. That bundle at 40 with Chuck Haley. The exciting Eddie Harris, Keith Jarrett, Bo Hansen, Gunter Hampel, Chico Hamilton, Edmund Hall Quartet, Pentangle, Annie, Tony OK, Ry Cooter, Nuggets, J.J. Johnson, which was $174.99. The swing box is a new bid for 8, and now Michael's out on the bundle. Final haul to Chuck Haley. If Alex says out, I'll go ahead and sell it to Chuck. If Alex wants to bid again, we'll let Alex bid. Chico Hamilton, where did I get to? Nuggets, Greg Allman, Ubiquity, 29, American Flyer, Hank Jones, Solo Flight, the Doobie Brothers, Roy Buchanan, Jimmy Buffett. Let's go ahead and sell. Did I already sell that to him? Eddie Hodges. Eddie Hodges is sold to Adam Bernardi. He also gets Ry Cooter for 10. And now this bundle is sold to Chuck Haley for $40. 1 minute. Hopefully some of y'all have YouTube accounts. I'll wrap up the show over there. So let's see here. I don't know the conditions. A couple of them look a kind of dinged. Who asked first? JD, and then the two other bidders, if they want one, $9.99 for a Bonanza. $9.99 for a Bonanza. Okay, and that's I'm not for sure of the grade of the vinyl, but I have 3 left. And who asked first? JD, and then if Michael Butler and Alex Roman wants one as well, since they were bidding on the lot. Okay. And then if they pass, if anybody else wants one, it'll be a random one there. I think that they're probably going to be at least VG Plus or better with his. The Doobie Brothers is VG Plus, $11.99. VG Plus, $11.99. Are we still on Facebook? Did I lose some people? I bet it's ended, hasn't it? Test 1, 2. Michael says he'll pass on a Bonanza. We'll at least give Lily one. I don't know if J.D. Conklin's still watching. Let's see here. That one's okay. We'll give that one to Lillian. Alex passes, no problem. We couldn't have much time left. And then I'm going to wrap everything up over on YouTube. JD, are you out there? That's my last 2. And then the swing box. Adam Bernardi, if you can hear me, maybe on YouTube. Also, Joe DeGaldo got the Doobie Brothers. J.D. Conklin, I got you. Disc is okay. The cover has some weird discoloration. Can you see that? Man, it's like half and half. The vinyl's fine. It looks like something happened to the cover. I was trying to give everybody a fair chance. This fast draw stuff is challenging because, like, I've only got so much limited, and it's not like new vinyl. Everything's different. Every cover's different. And then this one here, the cover's okay, but it has some damage up here. But it is pretty cool. Somebody put a TV clipping here. JD, someone put Western, a 1 hour color, lady from Baltimore, woman seeking wealth. Somebody put like a TV guide clipping on the front. And, yeah, they're like both. They're all VG Plus. So, yeah, that one's okay. It's even got a TV guide clipping. It's okay. And so we sold those, and then Joe, I got you down for Doobie Brothers. Yep, I got you for One Step Closer. I got you. Let's go ahead and sell this. Unless Adam Bernardi, I don't know by your YouTube handle if it's something different. We got down to one auction, and Greg Beddinger had this for $10. So let me know if you've come over to YouTube, Adam Bernardi, if you want to bid again. If not, I got to sell it to Greg. Let me make sure I don't have any other bonanzas. And let me make sure I don't have any other bite nows I can do. Here's some more bite nows. I've sold the heck out of these for $6.99. These are Roy Rogers compilations. These are Roy Rogers compilations, $6.99. I've got 3 Roy Rogers compilations for $6.99. Yeah, the swing is at 11. Okay, so Greg Beddinger, you've been outbid. I'm glad he came over to YouTube. I'll take the first one with a little discolor. Okay, this one here. This is sold to J.D. Conklin for $9.99. I've got one Bonanza left for $9.99. VG minus cover, VG vinyl maybe, RCA mono, Bonanza, $9.99. Awesome. My favorite of Westerns. $9.99 on that. Roy Rogers for $6.99. And if those sell out, I may grab something else. If not, I'm going to go ahead and start saying my first goodbye for the night. When we started, we had 4 crates of Fred Goodwin stuff. I can fit everything now into 1 crate. Pretty amazing. Let me get this over here where I can look at the vinyl better. Yeah, this Bonanza is like a VG Plus and a VG cover. Michael Butler offered 8 on Pentangle. Sold to Michael Butler for 8. These Roy Rogers are compilations. They're all gold stamp promos. $6.99. Chuck Haley wants one. 2 more. 2 more. 1 Bonanza. Dun, 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 dun. Let me lay this up front. That's got such cool art on it. Let me lay that right there. J.J. Johnson. J.J. Johnson was right here. He is a original 1955 U.S. mono in VG condition, $174.99. $174.99. Adam Bernardi, you might have got lucky on the swing box set. I don't see Greg Beddinger anymore. So a final call to you for 11. Let's see what else I can pull from the old Fred Goodwin collection. Let's see. I've got this same soundtrack here, about 4 of them. Oh, this is always a great record. This is just as good as Bonanza. These are very popular. I have, how many of them? 1, 2, 3. Awesome John Wayne record here. I've got 5 at $9.99 each. Bundle the rest of the NOLA. No, that must have been in your dreams. John Wayne, America, Why I Love Her, $9.99 each. Greg's still here. He's still bidding on swing. We still got an auction going. $13. Adam Bernardi, you're out. EQ details. Who was EQ? Right here. EQ. We still got some great jazz in here. EQ Ritmos Cubanos. Louis Belson with the Walford de los Reyes. A 1978 US EX edition, $22.99. I think Restream just dropped. I think it did, yeah. I think Restream just dropped. Is everybody still here? It's back on, but no problem. That is, I'm kind of surprised that's still there. Final goodbye. I could have swore Craig Thompson said he was looking for a Hank Thompson autograph, or Craig Thomas. No, I'm not going to bundle those. Those are, those could be just as good as any other ones. Some of these bizarre looking things here, some of those could be, you know, just as good as anything else. I was just going to try to put them in sleeves. All right, so EQ is sold to Adam Bernardi for $15. Adam, the JJ was $174.99. And also, Greg Beddinger, you've been out big on the swing box. It's with Adam at $14. This is $174.99. Y'all disappointed me with the John Waynes. Poor John, the Duke. Chico Hamilton, that's Jazz. $19.99, no condition notes. With Eric Dolphy, Charles Lloyd, and Gabor Zabo. Surely somebody needs Wagon Train for $6.99. Does have some writing on the cover right there. Round VG on the vinyl. Cool cover though. Wagon Train for $6.99. All right, I got to go ahead and wrap this up. This is sold to Adam Bernardi for $14. The Swing Era box set. And with that, I'm going to say thanks everybody for tuning in tonight. We still got 73 faithfuls on YouTube. Teresa's already bought all these. I know. JD Conklin on Wagon Train. I've already sold a bunch of these off. We'll resume tomorrow. I've got a fresh box of New Orleans. We're averaging like a box a night, a crate or box a night, which means we're going to sell the heck out of those. Chuck, let me see if I have another Wagon Train. I actually might. I'll throw up one more opportunity for something. One more opportunity for something here since I got a bunch of them. Let me see if I have another Wagon Train. I don't think I do, though. No. These are $6.99 if anybody wants one. We've sold a lot in the bundles tonight. These are essentially a Waylon Jennings, album. Macintosh and TJ. I got a bunch of them. All different colors. $6.99 for Macintosh and TJ. All the music's by Waylon Jennings. All the music's by Waylon Jennings. More soundtracks. We've got enough over here for a couple more bundle auctions, and then I'll ask John how much more is in the back of Fred stuff. Plus, over here, I've got tubs of unprocessed stuff from him, so. But y'all have been great. JD Conklin gets a Waylon for $6.99. That might be the last sell of the night. Thanks, everybody. But yeah, the 4 Fred Goodwin crates are now 1 Fred Goodwin. And I'll try to pick out what's left, and we'll sell the rest of that stuff off tomorrow. But that freed up a lot of space here for me. 3 empty crates. I appreciate everybody tuning in as always. Y'all are amazing. I'm going to eat this food. Todd Saw sent me like 5 subs, and I've still got my mom's enchiladas up here, and I've been hungry since 8:30. So Greg says he'll take a Whalen. Thank you. Greg Beddinger, $6.99. All right. Thanks, everybody. See y'all tomorrow at Willie has, that's right. I'll see y'all tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Saturdays, John Paul and Laura's here. So we'll have a ton of new stuff. Last sale of the week for combined shipping. 45 auctions, 8.5 hours straight. LP auctions, 8.5 hours straight. 8 hours at least of nonstop auctioning and selling of vinyl right here every night on Collectco. Every night. I do it every night. I just need y'all here too. If I was here by myself, it'd be kind of weird. Thank you and good night.